So
Yeah,
if they want bread and circus, give them their bread and circus.
yeah, truly. I never understood, people who really do believe and trust their governments. Like they're like no skepticism. They're not skeptical at all. Why would they lie? Well, let's put it this way. Why would a stranger want to do you any good? I mean, of
That's
course,
a fair point.
there's a small percentage of the human population who are moral, who are ethical, but most of them can be dangerous. So let's say, like, I don't know,
I
maybe.
wouldn't say that. Most people wouldn't interact with you one way or another unless some kind of emergency was happening. But even then, some people wouldn't even help. But I think most people um, will do good, even if it's just like saying hi to somebody. Like most people want to be good to other people. It's only a few people that are looking to deceive most.
um yeah, um but we can assume that a stranger can be, equally dangerous or a good person, right? There's like a 50-50 cent a chance, right? So considering that, why would you trust your government? Like 100% believing it, or the, so-called experts, like so-called professionals. And by that I don't
Like
mean to, um not believe into like real applied science, like real medicine. And um I'm not gonna call everything just a big pharma lie, but there is, real medicine which works. But why would I
we're
trust
not
my
denying
government?
medicine. We're just, you know, when they say trust the science, that's when you need to say, okay, the whole point of science is to not trust the science. That's why we created the scientific method because there are people out there that want to deceive you. And so, in order to eliminate deception, we've created a method that removes a personal bias for financial or power, financial gain or power, right?
Yeah. So I I don't remember one time in my entire life where government did me or my nation any fucking good. I could never in my life wake up one day and say, God damn, these politicians did me a favor, did a good thing for me. My life improved because of whatever they are doing there. Never in my life. And I don't think I will ever be able to say that.
That's a question I do, and I agree with you. There is another question I always ask people when they say why would they lie. I say number one, I'll say why wouldn't they? Like they have every reason to, because you'll believe it anyway. So why wouldn't they lie? But number two, when they say why would they lie, I turn around and ask, name one time in history where the government told the truth.
When they said you're under arrest.
when they told you you're going to pay taxes?
Yeah, I mean, um, yeah, that's true. Um, why would they lie? Well, it benefits them.
Could you imagine that, Jemsy? You're under arrest. No, I'm not. You're a liar. You take off running.
Yeah.
I can only imagine it.
Uh-oh, here we go. We're back to imagining again.
So yeah, that's why I'm taking into consideration the so-called, flatness of the Earth, um, the theory or whatever, because I wanted to, hear. I really wanted to hear the opinions and what others have to say about it. I was literally open-minded about it because it was pretty interesting. It is a pretty interesting uh, subject.
Are you talking about the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
What shape
if
do you
it's
think the
round?
Earth is in?
Yeah, I
It's
think it's
round?
round.
Okay.
Oh,
How did you figure that out? What evidence do you have of that?
Well, I don't know how it's pronounced in English, but it's like, the moon, if it one day goes by, you know what Ebbe Flut is like, and at one side, uh, the water goes way, you know what I mean? Like,
The tides?
yeah, tide and the other thing, I
That
don't know.
doesn't prove the Earth is round. That just means that the water moves.
Yeah, but why does it move? Because of the moon, because of the gravitation.
I don't know.
But
You have
I
to
do.
prove that. You have to prove that it's the moon.
Yeah, but what else could have done it? Or what about
Anything.
the meteorite that landed
Anything.
on the Earth like I don't know how many years ago? How do you
It could be
explain that?
anything. What?
Yeah, but
Explain
if the
what?
world would be flat and that meteorite would crash on a flat world, the flat world would be destroyed, bro.
There's no asteroids.
Yeah, but I mean, like, could you explain that to me? Could you?
I just did. There's no asteroids. The Earth is flat. The Earth doesn't move, and there's no outer space.
Oh, the Earth moves all the time.
No, I mean there's
All the time.
earthquakes.
The Earth is moving right now at 1,300 something.
I can't feel it.
You can feel it, bro. But if it stops, you'll notice, bro. If it stops,
It's already
you'll
stopped.
notice.
It's not moving. I can't feel it moving.
Well, nobody of us knows the whole truth about the world being round or flat or whatever. But if you
I
think
know
about
it's flat.
but yeah, okay, well, you know if it's flat, but like there are different like not arguments, but like
Well, let's go measure it.
things that is against your theory. You know what I mean?
Well, man, it's not a theory. Let's just go measure it. Let's remove the theory.
Yeah, but why is the Earth flat, bro? All that action, what happened from all those past years,
I don't know
like
why it's flat.
I'm going a million years ago, the Earth.
I don't know why it's flat. It's just flat.
No, it's not just flat, bro.
Yeah.
It's not just flat.
Why is water wet?
Huh?
Why is water wet? Some things are just because they are.
Yeah, but the world isn't flat, I think.
Okay, let's
know.
go test it.
Yeah, how do you want to test it? Just go around the world and you'll see. You come.
Let's go to a body of water.
Huh?
Let's go to a body of water.
A body of water.
Yeah, like a lake or a sea or an ocean.
Yeah, exactly. Why doesn't um why things go? Why does not the water go and flies away? It's because of the
Um,
equator. The gravity.
I don't
It's
know
because
because it's on Earth. That's why.
yeah, but in the Earth is an equator and it has gravity. Also the moon has it, and the sun and every planet, bro.
So you're making a lot of claims. Let's stick to the Earth, okay? So how
I'm
tall are
sticking
you?
to the Earth.
How tall are you?
How old I am?
No, tall. How
I'm
tall?
how tall?
Mhm.
I can't tell in feet. I can tell in
How many
meters.
centimeters?
173.
173 centimeters. From your
Yeah.
eyes, when you're standing at the beach, or you're standing at a lake, or a sea, or the ocean,
Yeah,
how
and
far
it
away is
doesn't
the
get.
horizon?
Yeah. Okay.
How far away is the horizon from your eyes?
Bro, a human eye can't see like thousands or like I don't know, not thousands, but like hundreds of kilometers.
I
You
never
won't.
claimed we
You,
could.
but bro, I know I get your point.
How how no
If
no no how far from your eyes is the horizon when you're at the beach?
bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I get your point. It doesn't get round. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
water's flat.
Yeah, it is flat because we don't see that far, bro. We don't see that
That's but
far.
I'm trying to explain to you. So
Yeah,
so
I,
based off
I
of this, how big is the Earth? Let's start there. How big is it?
Bro, keine Ahnung, Digga. I don't know.
So you don't know how big the Earth is. You don't know how far away the horizon is. Um,
No, I don't. No,
so
I
you're just
don't.
believing what you were told in school, and that's it.
No one told me that in school.
Or
It's
did you
just
learn that
what
the
it
Earth
is.
was ball?
But who said that the Earth is flat?
I did because it's not curving.
Yeah, but do you read, bro? Do you read? Or do
You're
you
not going to
think
find
logically?
curvature in a book. You're not going to find
Bro,
curvature in a book.
think about
You're gonna have
physics.
to
Think
go
about
into the real
physics.
world. You have to go into
Think
the
about
real world and
physics.
look at the real world, Eddie.
Yeah, and the world is big, bro. But
Yeah, so
still,
big that it's
it's just
flat, that there's no curvature.
Yeah, and he's trying to explain to you how big it is. So why don't you listen up?
yeah. But if it's flat and you go to the end of the fucking world, then
hmm
there would be nothing if it's flat.
I don't know what's at the end of the world. I've never been there. I don't think anybody
There's
ever
no
has.
end.
So let
Prove
me
that
let me
there is
let
an
me
end.
explain something to you real quick, Eddie.
See, I'm Russian. If you take
Okay.
Russia, and Russia
Uh huh.
is a really, really big country, and if you
Yep.
go
It is.
right to the right, you know, the rightest side of Russia, then
Uh-huh.
there comes sea, and then after it,
Yeah.
there
I think it's the
comes
Bering
America,
Sea, right?
bro.
Yeah.
There is no where you can fall down or something, bro.
That's not. I'm not claiming that's how Earth looks.
But you're saying it's flat, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming that it's a Mercator map.
But how can the Earth be flat if it doesn't connect?
It does.
Can
Everything does
you show us
connect.
a
That's
picture
connected.
of what
But
Everything is
your
how?
connected.
can
Have
look
you ever
like?
fallen down?
Hold on, Huayra.
Just so we're clear, I just want to see a picture of how you both see it looking like.
Oh, you just go and look at water, and when you shoot a laser over the water's not curving; it's flat.
Yeah, but bro, the water, it's on on this planet. There is more water than Earth, than
Right. So if water
there's.
is not curving, if all
Yeah, but the
water is
water
flat
is
on the
still.
surface, how can the Earth be a ball if all water is flat?
I don't feel like
So
arguing
Eddie,
about
I'm
it
gonna tell
because
you. I'm gonna tell
no,
you
no, no.
something.
Let me
that
say my last words because it's always the same if I join here, and I always hear random ass things like the Earth is flat because of that or that or that. But if you think about the physics and what happened to the Earth at the
you don't
past,
have any physics.
I'm talking about millions of years ago, bro, the Earth could not be flat, bro, and that's it, and that's my last word. So say
You're an
whatever
idiot.
you want to say me.
Yeah, you don't have any physics. First of all. Second of all, if you're 173 centimeters tall, when you look out over the water, they're going to tell you that the horizon is about 4.3 kilometers away. Problem is, we see things that are 20, 25, 30 kilometers, and then the horizon is behind that. So horizon is based on perspective and how the human eyeball works, and it becomes the limit of your vision where the sky and the earth meet. That's just a fact. It's not the geometry of the earth. There is no geometry. When we go out and measure for the geometry, it's not there. When we shoot lasers over it, it hits the target at the same height on the other side. There's even been a radio communications, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000 miles away, direct line of sight, all before satellites ever existed, all before they even thought that there was an ionosphere to bounce off. In fact, the 10,000 mile radio wave communication happened at 5 kilohertz, I think, above what bouncing off the ionosphere would require.
Okay, that's your opinion. I have a different opinion.
Not my opinion.
How's that
These
an
are facts.
opinion?
And I don't feel like talking about it anymore
Okay.
because
Or you can mute your microphone.
no, I just leave because it's not my thing.
Small-minded
If the
human.
Earth is
Later,
flat
bye.
or not, bro. It's yeah. Ciao.
I have a question. Do you guys, when you said earlier, did you say there was an edge?
No.
Now, that's what I was asking.
Implied.
What is the belief of
Yeah.
flat
So if gas pressure requires a container,
Hmm.
then it's likely that you're inside of a giant terrarium. And where that wall is, I have no fucking.
Right, but so when you say people are, they don't want you to know, and you say they as in the government, I think to stuff like airline companies
Hey,
and
Keto,
space
hold on.
agency, all the private ones, where they would have operations outside of the scope of your talking, like outside of the terrarium. So these guys are not like either funded by the government or even in ropes with the government, but how would they be controlled if they're like not in on it, as you would say? You know what I mean? They're operating outside of this so-called terrarium, but
Where
you know.
where are they operating outside of the terrarium? Where is this operation taking place?
So, for instance, if airline companies, they have planes that go like around the globe. They have trackers that circle a globe-like structure. You have private space agencies
They
with
don't.
satellites that have, huh?
They don't.
They don't have what?
They don't track a globe.
I mean, there are websites you can use to track planes. Everyone uses it. That's like the standard.
Yeah, but they don't use it. They don't use a globe. What they use is the celestial sphere. And the celestial sphere is based off of a person's individual perspective of how they see the sky.
Well, I'm just wondering about the implication of the routes they take. So if you're gonna say I'm gonna go, so I'm in Sydney, Australia right now, and if I wanted to visit States, I go like to the right. Obviously, it's quicker. It just loops right back. But like in your theory of a terrarium, they would have to go all the way over on this map. Are you discrediting?
Do you think that I think it's a Mercator map?
Yeah, so that's what I was asking. Is that
Yeah.
the accepted view,
No,
or is it something?
No.
I see.
So flights, like airline pilots, they take flight corridors, and so their things are already pre-mapped, and they go in those directions based off of what the prevailing winds give them. Because everything's about maximizing profit and minimizing expenditure. I'm not denying flights occurring, right? I'm just saying that the surface of water measures flat. Whatever that means to you, I can't make it more simple than that. Like, oh, how do you explain these flight paths? I don't know, but the surface of water measures flat. I'll give you an example, right? What's the quickest route from we'll just say Seattle, Washington to Moscow, Russia? Is it flying on the same latitude or flying directly north? Most people would say, oh, flying on the same latitude. They go through the Arctic Circle. They have these taxiing airways that all pilots take because of international agreements on what commercial flights can fly in, so that way they're not mistaken for military aircraft. And those corridors that they fly through are specifically geared towards utilizing as little fuel as possible. And so what they'll do is they'll get prevailing winds where they'll get a wind pushing them in the butt, making them go faster than what they normally would, so they don't have to exert as much energy getting there, and they can save fuel. I mean, if you've got Earth curve measurements, I'd love to.
Stop!
It's probably the biggest thing that we've been waiting for a long time, so we can finally shut this room down.
Well, it won't happen unless they measure a ball that's like has a 1,000,000-mile radius or something like that. And that's why it's measuring flat, because we've measured it. We've measured it. There's no question, right? It's flat. There is no deviation across a large body of water from horizontal. It's horizontal. It's planar. It's not curving. It's not a ball, right? Unless you want to claim it's a bigger ball, it's going to have to be a much, much larger ball. Then you're going to have problems with the cosmology, because the 3,959-mile radius is the bottom rung of your entire cosmological viewpoint. Everything else is based on that distance to the sun, size of the sun, blah, 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 blah. All of it. Everything hangs on that value. And that shows no sign of being present in nature, in reality, physically. You've got problems, guys. Globers, you have problems. Find that freaking radius value. Show us how we're wrong. But you won't. You won't. Because attempts to measure the curvature result in nil curvature.
No, Rich?
Absolutely nil.
Like, Kizu, do you understand what the cosmic ladder is? If you don't, let me know. Trying to find a good example of this. So anyway, here's a description of the cosmic distance ladder. If you notice, everything is based off the size of the Earth. So if the size of the Earth is wrong, everything above it is wrong also.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm doing very good. What about you?
Just trying to find Earth curvature.
You turned down, right? Sure.
So, do you have evidence for Earth curvature?
Sorry.
Do you have evidence for Earth curvature?
Yes, I have. Do you want to see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just sending in cargo. Please take it.
Hey, buddy, if you're going to talk to them in the back, can you mute your mic? Appreciate it. Flat Earther sees space for the first time. I gotta see this. Bro, there is no way that you're proving that the flat earthers seeing Earth curve from VR goggles, dude. There's no way that that's right. It's not even random Joes. Like, hold on. I think it's the same two guys before. It's the white guy who went to the beach to show that ships go over the horizon, and he used the same black guy and he's like, oh yeah, I'm a flat earther. I've never even heard of this guy before. He's never even been in here. Tell him to come in here. I want to talk to him. It's the same guy, Clipcord. Same YouTuber with the same black friend. Where on the other one, they went to the beach, they saw the ship go over the horizon, and they took a telescope and went to the rooftop and said, oh, look, there's the ship again. That proves the Earth's a ball. He said, yep. So what does he do? He goes out and makes another video doing something else. I think Jack Gordon needs to come in here. He's a science guy. Hey, check it out, Clipcord. They take him to Mount Everest, it looks like. Let's see how many different videos they have with him. They did a day in zero gravity. A real moon astronaut reacts to moon landing deniers. Yeah, he has 808,000 subscribers. Yeah, he's not doing that for the money at all. He even says that he rigs the algorithm to make himself go viral. Let's see. Yep. Same guy, bro. Such a shill.
Oh no, such a shame. Leo Su isn't even in the call and he's typing in the chat. Pretty sure that's bannable.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
The hell's going on here? Everyone is muted? The Earth is flat, right? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right and
There-
left.
There we go, boys.
Not only right, also left.
But it is flat, though, right?
Good point.
Is it flat?
Yeah. Yeah, the surface of water is level, planar, horizontal.
Why?
I don't know why. It just is.
Can you guys turn me into like a flat earther or two? I want to believe.
You want to believe your eyes?
No, I want to believe that the Earth is flat. I don't look.
What, like your eyes already
take-
perceive?
My take is that since I haven't seen neither, like I'm not an astronaut, so I
You
haven't,
have
I
seen
haven't
it.
been
I'm
outside
just
of the
explaining
Earth,
that to
right?
you. That's what I'm asking
Okay.
you. Yeah, you have seen the Earth flat every day. Every time you see water sitting in a cavity, yeah,
Oh,
and the
that's
surface
gravity,
is
though.
still.
That makes sense.
I mean, I don't care what makes it flat. It's flat. I don't care what's making it flat on the surface. It's flat, right?
I
Just
mean,
like
it
you
is.
perceive.
That
You
is true.
perceive it to be flat. Yeah.
It's
That is
fucking
true.
gravity,
But
bro.
there is an explanation for that, though. Which, like, one is that the Earth is like too big and we're too small, and gravity, right?
Then how did anyone figure out it's a ball?
Going outside and
Going outside where?
to the space, I guess,
Where's that?
outside of Earth, in the space.
Where's that exactly? How do you get there?
Fighting the gravity of Earth and going outwards.
Have you done that?
No, I haven't. That's my take, though. I wouldn't say that I like I wouldn't say that the Earth is like round 100%. Nothing is 100%, but I also will not say that it's flat. There's more evidence that it is round than it is flat. Me personally, I wouldn't really say like, oh,
Really?
this is how
Like
it is,
what?
because I haven't seen them.
Like what?
I haven't
What's
seen.
the evidence?
I'm a nobody, by the way. Like, I don't really know a lot. So, like, there's really, until I see it with my very own eyes, like, if I go out into space and I see it and I'm like, oh shit, this is round, then I'll be 100% sure. Not even then, Like, we don't really.
Until then, you're going to
perceive
doubt your
reality.
natural experience of liquid. Okay.
No, because like I mean, if they explain to me if they explain to you when you're a kid, like this is how the laws of nature work, like gravity, and this is how it works, and then you try that yourself, and like you drop shit and it goes down, and you're like, oh, okay, it's making a little more sense, you know what I mean? And that's pretty much
No,
all
that's
I got,
just that's just the experience of something falling to the ground.
right.
That
Yeah.
leaves a lot to be said about the cause. So someone can just tell you it's invisible pink fairies with magic wands, sprinkling fairy dust everywhere, making sure everything falls down. Then, how do you know that? Drop something. Well, I dropped something. Oh, I dropped something and it fell. It must be true, right?
If
Must be true.
I could use the same magic with like me, then I will be like, oh, then maybe it is true that there's a fairy, like making.
No, but you
shit
can't
fall.
use the effect for your invented cause, right? So you can say, why did that thing fall? Well, because of magic fairy. Somebody will say, oh, there's force emanating out of the ground and grabbing onto it and pulling it back. Right? It's no different. How do you know that? Well, drop something, right? That's not good logic. That's circular reasoning.
T-Dub, would you say that, like, do you believe that it is flat 100%? Or are you more like
absolutely.
in a spectrum? There's no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. There's no curvature detected over large bodies of water. So we just go to a large body of water and see clear to the other side when there should be 60 feet of drop, 250 feet of drop, 300 feet of drop over these distances that we're looking across water and not seeing that curvature.
So
No.
you do know
Yeah.
that you are limited, and it's not really smart to, when you're lacking evidence, to say that this is how it is 100%. When you're lacking evidence, and the lack of
Not
evidence
lacking
is like,
evidence.
well, you haven't been outside of the earth, and like you really haven't seen it
Don't
yet.
need to. No, I'm not making a claim about its entirety.
So you see that take, that you don't need to, that like you have
Well, I
the
don't.
means to figure it out.
Why would
There's
I
a
need
lot
to?
of people. Look, there's a lot
I'm
of
not.
people
I'm not concerned with shape. I'd only need to do that if I was concerned with shape. What shape is it? I'm not claiming a shape. I'm saying that the surface quality is planar. Right, that's the attribute that the surface has.
Alright, so
Planar,
planet
not
Earth,
curving.
it is round. Yes or no? Planet, the whole planet.
Wait, no,
It
I
need
don't
not
think
be
we're on a
round.
planet.
It
Oh,
need not be
okay.
round.
I don't believe we're in space, floating around on some sort of disc. That's not
Oh,
what I think.
what do you think? I want to hear that. Do you like?
I think
what's your
that
take
I'm
on
on
it?
a surface. I think that I'm on a surface that's planar in nature.
Do you
That's what
believe
I'm
that
saying.
there are more planets outside, like the planets that we see?
No. There's
the
lights in the
sun?
sky that behave in a certain way that we've identified as being planets, right? We've distinguished them as being different from other stars because their path over the course of a night or a month or a year varies and differs from the regular stars, right? And we identify them as planets. They're just lights. I'm not saying what they are, how far away they are, what medium they exist within, etc. They're just lights in the sky that I view.
But there's
I'm not,
pictures
I
of
don't
them.
classify them as worlds that one could go to and plant their feet on and drive robots around on.
So you don't believe that like people went to the moon, and like we have pictures of Mars and all that?
No.
Okay. I see. This
This
is
is a TV
actually
show.
really interesting. You're the first. I was joking around when I got in here, but you're actually the first guy that I ever like talked to that believes in flat Earth and all that. Hey, this is pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not being sarcastic, by the way. It's actually pretty interesting. But
Yeah, look, man, we're seeing like across large bodies of water. We're shooting lasers across large bodies of water. Everybody's already utilizing the Earth as flat in navigation and surveying and other fields. I mean, nobody's treating, apart from these so-called elites that claim that they get in these big metal rockets and go into the sky and they can see all this special stuff, but not you have to trust them, believe them. We're doing this, really, we're going to outer space, we can see the Earth as a ball. Bullshit. All my natural experience of reality is telling me that it's not a ball and it's not spinning and it's not in space.
I want to ask you a question though. Like, let's use the logic. Like, we don't have anything in our hands, like telescopes or any of that bullshit. Let's say, and use your logic here. Let's say I take a balloon, right? And let's say we do have a telescope, right? And we zoom in, or somehow we make you really, really, really small and put you on top of the balloon, and you look around you, like you will be really, really small. Do you think you'll be able to tell that you are in a round thing, the balloon, or would you like what would you say that is? Would you say that it's a flat surface, or would you say that the place that you are in at that moment, would you say that it is, maybe it could be round, or maybe it could be just flat, if a whole flat texture?
If I'm on something that's like a spherical object of some sort, or it's curving to some degree, and I'm so small that it's imperceptible to me, then I'm just going to look at it, and I don't know any better. I'm going to look at it and think it's flat.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That is just using straight up logic, right? Do you think that something like
problem
that
is
could be happening to us?
Well, it'd have to be bigger than what they tell us then.
The Earth is pretty fucking big, and we are really, really small.
How big is it?
See, you got me there. I'm not really a professional and all that. I'm just saying what I heard. That's all I could do.
So am I. I heard that the radius value is 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers, and that would dictate that the surface of a large body of water would have approximately a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That would result in a drop over distance of 10 miles, 60 feet. 60 feet deviation from horizontal over 10 miles, and something like 200 and up to 280 feet or something like that over 20 miles. Maybe it's 260.
Huh. So
and that's a lot, right? That's a lot. Right? So if we're looking across large bodies of water like 20 miles and seeing clear to the other side and seeing the shorelines and lights and buildings and mountains and things on the other side, then that curvature's not there. 260 feet of curvature should be blocking your view of those things.
Like
But
really
we just-
limited too.
We just look straight across the other side.
What was I gonna ask? What the fuck? I forgot. I was gonna ask something else. Fuck. Man, okay. I mean, you do seem pretty informed though. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it about the Earth that is flat or round?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, then I have like.
Yeah, look, didn't they always tell you just go down to the beach and watch a ship go over the horizon? Well, many of us have gone to the beach and watched ships disappear and, watched them until we thought they're far enough away that they should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And guess what? To the human eye, you can't see them anymore. And then Nikon made this camera called the P900, and people were buying them, and they were taking them down to the beach, watching a ship disappear with their eyeballs, right, thinking that it had gone over the curvature of the Earth because they couldn't see it anymore. And they get the camera out and zoom in, and the ship was still there.
So you're saying that like if we have a really fucking good camera, let's say, or like a zoom something that like you could zoom really really fucking far. Are you saying that from, let's say, from fucking Brazil, you could see someone waving their hands in fucking I don't know, in Canada, let's say?
No, there's no optics that powerful.
No, let's
and you're going to
just
have problems.
for the argument's sake, right? Like if it's flat and you do have that technology, you could, like, if the surface is flat, you could say that is a possibility if you do have the technology, of course.
Hypothetically, if you had a clear line of sight over great distances and an optic, like a telescope or something that allowed you to be able to see that far, and there was no obstructions in the way, no mountains, no hills, no air, no dust, no fog, no rain, like all this that's going to block your view, and then sure, maybe you could see that far. I'm not guaranteeing you that you're going to be able to make out much detail, but maybe. But you'd have to get rid of all those confounding variables that are going to interfere with your view.
Damn, I feel like I'm really limited to like everything.
Excuse me, and during a lunar eclipse, the shadow on the moon is always round, and only a spherical body can like cast a round shape.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. That is not true. Unless you're claiming that the moon's flat.
No, I'm saying that the shadow on the moon is always round.
Yeah. If
So
it's a shadow, that's
only a spherical only a spherical shape can cast that round shape
onto flat surfaces. Onto flat surfaces.
Like,
are you saying the moon's flat? Are you saying the moon's flat?
The moon's not flat. Like,
have you ever tried to cast the shadow of a round object, of a circular object or a sphere onto another sphere?
Like,
right, so you're claiming it's Earth's shadow, Earth's a sphere, right?
Like half of it always is shown.
You're claiming Earth's a sphere, right?
Are
you claiming Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, I'm claiming the Earth is a sphere. Like, it's round.
Right. Are you claiming the moon is also a sphere?
Yup.
Right, and you're claiming that during a lunar eclipse, the Earth goes between the sun and the moon, casting a shadow onto the moon, right? two
Yes,
spheres.
it's always around, and that
Right, the shadow of one sphere
can
onto another sphere. Right? Have you ever tried to cast the shadow of a sphere onto another sphere?
no, but it's technical logic.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should try. Maybe you should try and see that you get a sinusoidal pattern,
First,
like an
we will
S
tell you
shape,
that
like
which,
an S-shaped
first,
bendy shadow.
before that,
Were you aware of that?
Will you tell me that which side are you? Like, there are the spherical shape or flat?
I'm on the side of what we observe and experience it to be, which is planar, flat, horizontal, level. Yeah.
That's where you're telling that.
So, T, changing the subject a little bit, related to the flat thing still, right? Do you believe that gravity exists at all? Like how it works and all that?
I believe that matter distributes itself naturally in a density tower. Seems to be the case, right? We can make density towers. So matter distributes itself in that manner for some reason, with the lowest density stuff at the bottom and the lesser the more dense the stuff at the bottom, the less dense stuff above it, right? So that you could have
why that is.
No, I don't have a reason for why that's the way it is. I'm not attempting to do so. Yeah.
The sun rises at different times in different places. So on a flat Earth, obviously the sun will rise everywhere on its surface at the same time. So now
why is that?
Right?
Why would it do that? One sec.
Yeah,
why would it do that?
The sun rises at different times in different places.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And
right. And if you say it's our Earth is flat, if it was flat,
Yeah.
the sun would rise everywhere on surface at the same time,
why would you say that? Why do you say that?
showing that the Earth is spherical, not flat.
No, but how? What is making you think that would be the case?
Yeah, why do you
I'm
think everybody
saying
would
you
see the sun at the
understand
same time?
the sun rises at different times in different places. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Yes, I
on a
agree.
flat Earth, the sun would rise everywhere on its surface at the same time. Means, like, on a flat Earth, every country, each and every country would have a day at the same time. Not like
Why?
US in this country that here's night, here's day, time.
What if the sun's range is limited and can't illuminate the entire surface of everywhere all at once?
I'm not sure about that, but I'm actually sure about this. The sun is spherical. And if you say
You sure about
if
that?
you say, like, on geological processes, if you say it, the sun is a little flat, like a little flat on its surface, a little width, and all of it is spherical except a little flat. I know, like I forgot the measurement, the difference between polar diameter and equatorial diameter is 42 kilometer, but I forgot.
Hey, Sins,
Yeah.
does gravity make Earth a ball?
If it's pushing everything into like a center point, like in the middle, which that's I would think so. If everything is getting pushed to that middle point,
okay,
and that's what like it's keeping us not flowing and just fucking floating, and you know what I mean. I would think so.
Okay. So then, how far away is the horizon from your eyes when you're standing at the beach? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
So how far is the horizon from your eyes when you're standing at the beach?
Is that something that I should know? I don't know.
Yeah, it's based off the geometry of the Earth, right?
Look, I'm really not like really knowledgeable about this. I'm
You
not
claim
prepared.
gravity makes the Earth a ball, so let's go test the ball.
This is how you. This is how you know.
This is
This
the
is how you'd
difference.
find out if it is or not.
Look, this is the difference between you guys and me. Look, since I know that I do like a lot of like information, I can't claim anything like to 100%. And look, you guys sound like you guys are really like prepared way more than me in every like subject that we could talk about.
Are you
know what I
talking
mean?
to us on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure of that?
I'm like 98% sure because even then, we like you couldn't really perceive reality as it like 100%. There are colors that we
Are you 100% sure of that?
Of that information that I just said up, that I just talked about?
Yeah.
I would say 95.
So you're not sure if you can be 100%?
Nothing is 100%. That's all I know.
How do you know that?
Mathematical, it just makes sense in the math sense. I would say. And look, I'm not gonna.
You would have to know what 100% is in order to say something is 98 or 95%.
That 100% means that there's no doubt of anything else. There's no new information that could change or update that notion or that like thought that you like something that's 100% is just is. You know.
Do you think the law of conservation of energy is 100%?
Look, you got me there, bro. I don't really know like much about that.
Do you think Newton's laws of motion are 100%?
They're pretty close. Nothing is 100%. Like I said, like anything that you mention, if you say to me, if you get some like a fucking, you go swimming and you jump into the water, will you get wet? I'll be like, yeah, 98% sure. But you'll never hear 100% from me.
Well, then how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I don't know, but it's like percent wise. No, percent wise, I believe that it could be the closest to the truth right now. It's just too much information, too much coinciding information, relating information, and evidence that just in my head from the limited
Like what?
position.
You said you don't know. People say this. This is funny that so many people like you say this. They say there's all these proofs, there's all this data, there's all this information, and when we ask them about it, they don't know. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. They've just heard that there is that stuff out there, but they don't know what it is or who did it, how it was done. Nothing.
That I mean, you are right. That is true. But like, as I said before, you sound like you are ready to like talk about this topic. I'm not, right? I'm not. I'm just going about my day. There's a lot of information. If 100, let's say 100 people are saying the sky's blue, which we know it's not, but like if there's 100 people saying that, and there are 2 people saying it's red, guess what, bro? Most likely it is blue. You know, that's all I'm saying. Not that I'm, I'm really not knowledgeable about all of this.
I've got a video for you to watch. I just put it in the side chat.
All right. I'm not. Look, I'm not.
The funny thing is, though, with this topic, it'd be like if the whole world was saying the sky is green and it's actually blue, right? That's what this is like, because the whole world observes and experiences the Earth to be flat and motionless, but they're told and are saying that it's not.
But
if you were told that and everybody's no, the sky's green and there's one. Are you guys kidding me? You're trolls, right? Because it's blue, right?
This is the
There's
thing,
like this small group of people realizing, hey, it's blue, and trying to convince the rest of the world that it's not green.
Dude, look, I asked you like 5 minutes ago. I asked you, just let's use logic, no evidence, no just use our logic. If we took you and made you really, really small and put you into a fucking balloon, what would you say the thing that you are in is? And you said it. You said it.
So,
Like if
so
I
your
didn't know any
evidence,
better, I would say flat, right?
Yeah. So where does the idea that it's round comes from?
Look, all I'm saying, and this is what I said at the beginning. I don't know if you remember. I never said it was like I'm 1,000%, like 100% sure that it is round because I don't have the evidence.
how can you be 100% sure?
Never, but I could be a 99
just said
or
you
90,
were.
98. No, I straight up said that I wasn't. Like I'm not.
You just said it.
But you guys, look, you guys both think that it is flat 100%, and
It's not that we think it, man. We measured it.
But since you did measure it, you do think that it is 100% flat, right?
No, I know it's flat because I measured it.
So you
I
are
verified it.
100% sure that it is flat. That's all I'm asking.
I am 100% sure it's flat.
All right, so that is, in my opinion, science, from what I heard, you let me know if I'm wrong, that is wrong to think that something is 100%, anything.
Why?
Because that means that you have, like, you got all the evidence, and that thing that you prove that it is 100%, the thing that you prove it is, that means that there's no new evidence that could come up. It means that you are like 100% sure
I didn't say there's no new evidence.
But that's
I'm saying
what 100%
based off of
means.
the current data, I am 100% sure that the Earth is flat.
But exactly. So look, science doesn't use 100%. Why? Because of that same thing that you said.
Why not?
Because look, everything.
No, it does actually. It does. It does. What's the scientific hypothesis? They have an alternative and a null hypothesis. So there's only going to be one of two outcomes. Either your cause is true or it's not true.
But what I'm saying
That's 100%.
is that when you're calling something,
so there's no such thing as a true dichotomy. Are you saying there's no such thing as a true dichotomy?
Look, all I'm saying is what I read. When you saying something is 100% in science, that means that there can be no new evidence or anything that changes that.
When pseudoscientists that are hiding behind the term scientists are feeding people, the public, bullshit to the point where they're not even certain of their own existence, people need to take a fucking turn around and take a double look at reality and think about things. Bro, they're convincing you that you might not even be real.
Look, T. Do we agree that my take...
Why do you fall for their shit?
Wait, but
who convinced you of this shit?
No,
who convinced you that
I'm not
you cannot be
That's what I'm saying.
100% certain of anything?
Look, I am not.
Who convinced you?
I'm not.
Who convinced you?
I'm not convinced because like I said, I've been saying it for like 1,000 times now. There's nothing that's 100%, and like
100%, nothing that's 100%. Is that 100% certain? Is that 100% certain?
No, it's not.
So it's not. You can't be certain that there's no such thing as certainty.
No.
So if nothing can be 100%, but you're not 100% of that, that means something can be 100%.
That means something is 100%.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
So there is such thing as 100%.
There could,
certainty.
But I don't know it yet. So like I can, me myself,
No, you've just proven it. You've just proven it. You've just proven it.
But I'm talking about
because you can't be 100%. That means something out there is 100%.
It could, but that doesn't mean that my take has to be like I have to say like yes.
No, you're not sure.
Sounds like you're scared.
You're not sure of anything, bro. Why should anyone listen to you if you're not certain of anything? Bro, who convinced you that you're not real?
98% sure. It's pretty.
Are you 100% sure of that?
No, I'm not.
So then why are you using that number?
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Why are you using 98%?
It's pretty fucking close to the truth, to what I believe is the truth for myself.
Are you 100% sure of that?
No, because I could be wrong but like my take could be wrong. You guys could be right for all I know. Right?
Are you 100% sure of that?
No, because you guys could be not right for all I know. Right?
Are you 100% sure of that?
Look, this is gonna be a loop. But all I'm saying is
this is your loop, man.
It's not. It's just what it is.
This is how silly you are.
It's just what it is. Look, I'm not attacking you guys, so let's not get personal, like insults or anything like that.
I'm not insulting you.
We're chilling.
Are you 100% sure that I'm insulting you?
No, but
Bro, don't you see how ridiculous it is? You just told us. Right? You said, I'm not certain of anything, but I can't be certain that I'm not certain of anything. That's crazy.
Being 90% certain of something, it is like if there's a 90%
How do you know
chance
you're
that you're
90%
gonna die
certain?
tomorrow. Look, if there's a 90% chance that you're gonna die tomorrow, man.
How do you know you're 90%
most likely
sure?
you're gonna die tomorrow.
How do you know that?
It's 90% pretty close. Like it's a really high percentage.
Who gave that number? Were they 100% sure of that 90%?
Most likely not. I don't know.
Okay, so then why would you go with that number?
It makes sense. Language.
What?
Makes it easier so we can communicate and you can understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand what you're saying, bro. You're not making any sense. Anyway, I put a video in the side chat for you. If you go up to 19 minutes past the hour, you'll see the 24/7 compilation.
Yeah, I clicked it. Is it 24/7 Flat Earth Discord compilation 99 Mayan virus? Is that it?
Yeah, it's like 14 minutes of people like you saying we can't be sure of anything.
Dude, I didn't say
retarded,
that.
Man. Yeah,
I didn't. So 90% doesn't mean anything to you then? It's whatever.
Nothing. No, 90%
It has to be 100% then. If it's
you either know it or you don't. You either know it or you don't.
The world's not black and white. There are grays.
You either know it or you don't. If you don't know it, do you know it? You don't know it. Do you know it?
We're not saying that complexity doesn't exist. We're just saying that there is such thing as certainty and uncertainty, and there's no level in between. You know something or you don't know something. You understand something or you don't understand something. All right?
The thing is, bro, we're fucking humans. We're limited. You are limited, bro. The fact that you're so small in the world, all that you have right now, the evidence that you think you have. Who told me that? Logic. I'm just using my logic right now. Nobody told me that.
I call bullshit.
You could say that. You could say that. It's okay. All I'm saying is that, like, it's just it is what it is, and it's funny though, because like on that video that you sent, what is that? We keep it. Was that YouTube that added that in there? Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven concept. Man,
yeah. That's,
man, look, somebody has something really big against Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah,
somebody really
hold on.
that.
Yeah, here, hold on. Here's the. If you look in the side chat, I'm posting a new video right now. This is the congressional hearing where YouTube admits that they censor Flat Earth.
Huh.
You know what's ironic about that? When we ask people, oh, who measured the Earth? Do you know who they appeal to?
No, I don't.
A Greek wearing sandals and a toga from 2,000 years ago. So it's archaic. Flat Earth's archaic, is it? Yet they stand on the shoulders of a librarian from 2,000 years ago that measured some shadows. He measured shadows and somehow suddenly got the circumference value of the Earth.
Dude,
cool story, bro.
I wish we could get someone that's as ready and as knowledgeable as you guys in here, bro. I would fucking love to hear you guys talk.
Yeah, we eat them for lunch
I would
too.
love it. I don't know if it's gonna be that easy, but hey, I just know that I would love to be here if that happens. If there's someone like that is ready, because look, man, I got back from work. I'm fucking chilling. I play games. I'm not really fucking going deep into this, right? Maybe I should. I don't know, but I'm you guys will fucking destroy me if we have a debate about this, because I just don't.
It's not about destroying you, dude. It's about giving you the tools to reopen your eyes. Ever since you were a little baby, you've been taught that the Earth was a globe, and you have never been given any alternative idea.
Yeah, and I will never be sure when I'm like maybe if I become an astronaut, who knows?
Oh,
Maybe I
okay.
do.
What's the process of becoming an astronaut?
I don't know. It's pretty fucking hard.
Yeah, first you got to be a pilot.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like all I'm saying is,
and then you have to be a pilot in the military.
Yeah.
Right. And then you have to be a top pilot in the military.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then you have to be selected.
Wait. Why there is no single any flat earther astronaut?
That's an actual good question.
Anybody
right
can be
there.
a scuba diver. Anybody can be a scuba diver.
There's astronauts that describe the Earth as being flat.
Yeah, there's a Polish astronaut and a Russian astronaut.
No. T. Don't do that. He's asking straight up.
Yeah, no. Chris Hadfield, Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield, went on. Yeah, he went on a talk show. Chris Hadfield, Canadian astronaut, went on a talk show and described the Earth as being just flat and gorgeous.
So he's straight up saying that it's not round, it's flat.
Well, that's the way he described it. He said it's flat and gorgeous to see.
Yeah, here's a.
Are you 100% certain he's saying that the Earth is flat?
Here's a Russian flat Earth astronaut. I just posted it at the side chat. It says it's flat in an interview. And then here's a Polish astronaut. He also says it's flat. I mean, in order to be an astronaut,
there are no credible, any modern, any mainstream. I would say there are no any credible or any modern mainstream astronomer who are flat earthers, and this is not true.
Hey man, look, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate in here. Maybe they're getting paid off by the NASA, bro. If they're telling everybody that the Earth is flat,
they believe it.
I mean, hey man, look,
they believe it. It's funny how they're taking flat Earth measurements though in order to make their calculations.
I mean, it makes sense. Making maps flat. Really small.
No, just the way they treat the stars. Astronomers, they look out at the stars, and then they use elevation angles, so they see how far a star appears to be above the plane of the Earth.
Okay.
Or left of right of north, right? How far left or right of north it is, as well. But these are angles that they're just treating the Earth as flat.
Here's the weird thing: like, astronomers aren't even looking at the Earth. And you're saying that we need to have a flat Earth astronomer. We're looking in the wrong direction.
What? So, guys, what is this statement about? Like, we, like people in the like USA, Europe, Asia, only being able to see the North Pole, like the Polaris star, something like that. I'm reading right now. Not that I'm really knowledgeable about. I'm just asking you guys about. And people like over in the other side, Australia, Chile, South Africa, can only see the Sigma Octantis, I think it's called. So like
that's because it's over their sky. It's like if I put you in like a 12,000 square foot warehouse, and I put you on one end of the warehouse, and I asked you if you could see the light on the ceiling at the other end, you'd probably say no.
Huh. It depends how far it is from the ground, though. If it's really far with a telescope, you won't be able to see it.
That's assuming that you know the distance to the star.
Can we not? Are we not able to do that in this day and age?
No.
Oh, we don't know how far things are?
So they tell you Polaris is 432 light years away. Do you know how far away a light year is?
No, I just know it's really far away, like really fucking far away.
One light year is 5.8 trillion miles. So 432 times 5.8. How would they give you that? How do you get that measurement?
I don't know. How?
That's what I want to know. Do you know how the speed of light is measured?
No.
They take the two-wave speed of light. They take the speed to the object, and then when it reflects back to you, and then you take the time that it takes to get back to you from the time it leaves to the time it gets back to you, and then you divide that number in 2.
That's how they do it?
Right. So when they tell you that it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get to Earth, well, then you would have to be standing on the sun to bounce light from the Earth back to the sun in order to measure the speed of the light.
Okay.
Or you'd have to be on Polaris and wait 864 years for the light to come back to you to say, hey, it took 432 years for the light to reach Earth.
I see. What about the satellites? What do you think they are?
I mean,
floating?
Anything could be a satellite.
No, I mean specifically the ones we know of, like the ones in space, quote unquote.
Okay, which ones do you know of that are in space?
The fucking
Name one.
Oh, what the fuck, man? I mean,
you get what I'm saying? So here's the thing, right? Anything can be a satellite. All a satellite is it's a repeater for radio communication. Okay? A tower could do that. A drone can do that. An airplane can do that. Even just a satellite box floating on a balloon can do that. Right? It doesn't have to be orbiting space, going 17,000 miles an hour all the way around Earth. In fact, they even say most satellites are geostationary, which means they stay over the same location of land for however long they stay up there.
I see.
I'm going to post a couple of images in the side chat for you. Give me just a second.
Hey, man, what the fuck? I'm going to become a flat earther, bro. It's over, man.
What do you think about these two right here? Hold on.
Yo, there's a lot of fucking people in here. Yo, somebody speak up. And anybody that opposes these guys? Come on, man. Speak up.
We're talking to you, man.
I want to know. I want to know the distance. I want to know the distance between the sun and the Earth, according to the flat earthers.
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what the distance is. We can't go there and verify it.
Yeah, but the only thing I can conclude is that the Earth is a flat, but only in the map.
No.
Because the map is flat.
No. The Earth is flat because water is flat. That's why the Earth is flat. Do you see
water?
Water
is flat?
Yeah, water is flat.
Yeah, but I've tried dropping the drops of water, and when I drop the water, it is round.
Yeah, but that's surface tension with little water. Try doing it with 524 quadrillion gallons. Shins, do you see the two GIFs that I posted in the side chat at 38 minutes?
Yeah, I do. Is that a satellite in the atmosphere?
Yeah, hanging on a balloon.
Yeah, I do.
So again, like satellites could be anything, right? You wouldn't know, especially if they were too far away for you to see.
Okay, all right. There's, even if I wanted to, there's nothing I could do. Like, I'm not really knowledgeable about all these things. But my next question would be,
well, hold on. Before you ask that question, no. Before you ask that question,
all right,
I'm going to ask you. Okay. Now that you've seen all this evidence to prove that the Earth could be flat.
No, there's nothing. There's nothing here that proves it.
Why do you choose to believe the Earth is round?
Because you guys are a really, look, first of all, I'm going to be honest. You guys are really minority, like a really small minority. That's the first one, right? That's the first one.
How many people?
Not a lot. You guys are the first two that I've ever talked to in my life.
At least 800 million in the world.
I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is, me personally, you guys are the first two that I've ever seen actually saying this stuff and being sure about it. My first, like,
You know what?
first time, right?
Why don't you start asking people next time you see people, hey, are you flat earther? You think the earth is flat? Just see what they say. Don't be critical of them or anything like that.
Oh no, I'm not. Right now, I'm not being sarcastic or anything. I'm not being critical of you guys. I'm actually hearing you guys out. But yeah, I mean, so can I ask a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think the whole world, governments, NASA, every fucking body, why do you think they're so, like, why do you think they're like, they want us to, like, they're making a lot of shit up?
Because you'll believe it.
No. Okay, no. But like, I need a reason. Why do you think they want us to believe that it's not, like, the earth is flat? And they're making, like, look, you gotta
because you aren't willing to get off your butt and go look for yourself.
But look, okay,
So you're willing.
That's great.
Willing to take your authority.
That argument is not good enough. Look, let me finish my point, and then I want to hear like an answer. Look,
because you're stupid. How about that?
Look, but let me finish though. They're investing a lot of money, a lot. And look, you say because we're stupid, brother.
They're not investing a lot of money.
Yes, they are. They're making
a lot of money.
They're making videos. They're making videos. They're making all this shit up, like
they're keeping your money.
Yeah, they're keeping your money.
It's not free. Like, they have to edit videos. They have to, like, fucking, oh, this is a drone in Mars, but it is fake. You know what I mean? What is the reason? Nobody does anything
have the
for free,
largest
man.
CGI department in the world? Why when Hollywood makes movies about outer space, they always say a special thanks to NASA for letting us use their studios.
Okay, go to the last Avengers movie and show me the exact part where they say that. Maybe a screenshot would work.
Where they, I mean, I'm talking about real space movies like Aliens and what was that movie with Sandra Bullock? What was it called? Gravity.
Oh, I thought you meant like every movie that uses like CGI and shit like that. Okay, I get it.
Not every movie that uses CGI. I said every movie that every movie about outer space. They say thank you, NASA, for letting us use your studios.
All right, cool. That's cool. But my point is, nothing in this world is free. Nobody does stuff for free or for no reason. You know. What is the reason for them to do this? What do you think they can gain from this?
Control over you. They tell you what to think, and you need guidance in life because you have no purpose, so they're going to give you purpose.
Because I think the Earth is flat. I mean, round. I have no purpose.
No.
What do you mean? That's a dumb. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, you think you believe in the Big Bang. Right?
No, I'm Christian. I don't.
You believe in evolution?
It does make sense a little bit, and it could be related to the Bible. But like I said, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe that He created us.
You believe in the Bible? You believe what the Bible says is true?
I do. Some of it.
So,
not everything.
Why not everything?
I do believe that the Bible is a book, and I believe that people in power at that time were able to maybe update it or change it to their liking or what they thought was right. Why would they lie?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I mean, maybe they think being gay is bad. Maybe, let's say, and they're like, you know what? Let's put it in the Bible. Just
are you gay?
No, this is an example. This is one.
Why would you use that?
Because the Bible goes pretty against, like, it's not really, they don't really like that shit.
You know, the Bible's a flat earth book, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Where?
Go ahead and open your Isaiah chapter 40, verse 21 and 22.
Let's see. Chapter 40?
Chapter 40. Which translation are you using?
This is English. Plain English.
Yeah, which translation? Is it the King James, the New International Version, the American Standard?
I need to go and get my book. I think it's King James.
All right. So what does Isaiah chapter 40, verse 21 and 22 say?
Listen to this, you descendants of Jacob, you who are called by the name of Israel and come from the line of Judah. Is that the one? There's stubborn Israel. That's the first. That's the 48 chapter. Maybe
40,
go ahead and read
chapter
it.
40, dude. 40.
I thought you said 48.
40. Chapter 40, verse 2:1 and 2:2.
And 2:2.
2:1 and 2:2.
Fuck, this website is fucking bugging out. Could you go ahead and read it for me? Because the website that I'm using, Bible Getaway, is not. I don't know what's going on.
Have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told to you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. Who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in? So some things to understand. Have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told you from the beginning? It's been told to you since Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, how everything is, how it came to be, right?
Okay.
So the next line says, have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? Not only does it teach you how everything was created in 7 days, but it mentions the word foundations, right? And what does it say about the earth's foundations all throughout the Bible? The earth's foundations are unmovable. The earth's foundations are unshakable. So the earth's not in motion. The earth is set firmly where it is. God put it in a specific place because it's special to him. All right.
Yeah, that's,
So the
that's why
next
they
verse-
maybe that's why they thought that, like, back in the day, that the earth was like in the center of the
Well, why would God lie to him?
Hey, maybe he didn't lie. Maybe somebody updated that shit. Who knows? Nobody knows. But keep going. I don't want to interrupt you. Yeah, keep.
What's up, Peter?
I mean, like just the first line, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And then what did he do? He divided, right? I mean, that's just like
It
the
mentions
description
circle
of
the earth. So I guess it
yeah,
is
but I'm
flat,
talking about
it's in a
Genesis, bro.
circle.
What about the creation story?
Yeah, day one he created
first
light.
He created heaven and earth, right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth,
Yeah.
right? So he created space and then put a ball in it, and it was the only thing there. Is that what God did? The ball earth was the only thing in space. And then he decided to create the stars and the sun and do all the other things, put life on the earth and blah, 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 blah. But in the beginning, just the ball earth in space. So he created the heavens, right? Being in your paradigm, or like in the global paradigm,
being sarcastic,
that would be that would be outer space, right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Yeah.
So heaven would be outer space, and the earth would be the ball. So that's it. In the beginning, there was just outer space and a ball, nothing else.
And then he said, let there be light. But the
Does that
thing
sound
is,
right to you?
the sun hadn't been created yet. This is just the beginning. Earth, space, light. Nothing else.
What is that? What is that part about like him, the creator who sits above the circle of the earth.
Yeah, so there's another verse in Isaiah where he talks about bouncing Israel out of where they were as if they were a ball. So he specifically chooses the word circle instead of ball, right? And circles are flat on the surface, right?
I guess.
Well, circle's a 2D shape, right? It's not a 2D shape.
Oh yeah, they are.
Right.
I mean, the Bible also talks about the earth having four corners, being on foundations, being immovable. I mean, the
Wait, four
entire...
corners? What do you mean?
Well, there's the four corners. Four corners of the earth is mentioned several times. Where's that on the ball? Where's the four corners of earth on the ball? Where's its foundations? What, the core? The inner core spinning around, molten iron? That doesn't sound much of like a foundation to me. Nah, it's not a foundation. What about when it says it's immovable?
Well, if you move the earth, if it changes even a little bit, we're fucked. Or at least that's what I heard, right? I don't.
Well, then I guess we're not spinning and we're not going around the sun, right?
Well, so what's moving? The sun is moving. Then we're not moving.
What do you see when you look?
That's what you observe. Yeah, exactly. What do you see?
I'm too small to know. I'm in there. Like I'm really too small.
No. This is just simply what you observe. Like you actually observe. Everybody observes. This is why people describe it as the sun going up, coming up, the sun going down. Right?
Yeah.
Even though it's not actually going down, it looks like that. But people describe it as having motion. They describe the stars as having motion. They describe the planets as having these motions because that's what we observe from our perspective. The earth doesn't move and those things in the sky move. Then people come along and they interpret that differently. They say, well, it's not actually you. It's not actually that thing moving. It's you that's falling backwards, right? At 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
So we're falling?
Well, yeah, that's what orbits claim to be, a continuous free fall.
Oh, okay. No, I forgot to ask you guys this too. I don't know if this is what you guys believe, but so we're not moving. Like whatever we are, like the surface, the earth,
of course
whatever
not.
the fuck.
Is it apparent to you? Is it apparent to you? It's not apparent to you, is it? If no one had told you that, would you have ever conceived of that idea? Would you have thought, oh, it's obvious that I'm moving right now? Like the whole ground, the whole earth is like zipping through the universe. Right, it wouldn't be apparent to you. You wouldn't have thought about it.
I didn't know any better, like you said. Yeah, I just wouldn't know. But so
let me ask you a quick question.
Is everything else moving in like whatever the sun
sky is moving? The sky is moving. The sun moves. The planets move. The stars move. The moon moves. We're the only thing that moves. Yeah. The Earth's not a planet.
Oh, okay.
By definition, a planet is a celestial body. And a celestial body is something that's in the sky. So when you look up, you see the Earth in the sky?
Spherical due to its own gravity. You forgot that part.
Okay, well, is the Earth a sphere?
It should be, yeah. If it's framed by the same laws of physics, it should be.
Show me the measurement of Earth curving.
I don't have that on me right now.
Well, then why would you say that it's curving? Then?
Is the sun? Is the sun round?
It's round. I don't know what it is. It's round.
You just said it was. You said that flat. I mean, not flat. Earth is flat, but everything else it's moving. Right, so you call it a planet too, and by definition, a celestial body orbiting a star, spherical due to its own gravity.
No. Prove that it's orbiting a star. Prove that it's orbiting a star.
No. Look, I'm not. Don't.
Yeah, I know.
I'm reading the definition.
Yes, in both classical and modern definition. Yes, by classical. Go on.
If you think the definition of planet is wrong, why are you using the word? You have to make a new one.
What's a
We're
celestial
not. We're not
body?
using. We're not using it for Earth. We're not saying that Earth is one.
No, I know. No, yeah, no, I know. He meant like
What's
everything
the
else.
definition of a celestial body?
I can look it up.
It's an object that's in the sky. It's to do with things in the sky, not what's below your feet. So the Earth is not in the sky.
So no, all I'm pointing out is that you I don't know your name, shut them down. Use planet as a word. You use that. You
that's
use
fine.
everything else.
I can see Mars.
Right.
I can see Jupiter. I can see Saturn. Those are the 3 planets that I can see on a regular basis. I can see Venus sometimes at sunset.
So all I'm saying it is, since you're using the word planet, and I go to Google, very simple, and I put planet definition, and I read it. It's a celestial body orbiting a star, but that's not all.
Okay.
Spherical due to its own gravity.
What's a celestial body?
Yeah, we know that.
Body?
But you're getting caught up on just 50% of the whole definition. How do you know
it's 50%? Are you 100% sure that it's 50% of the definition?
I'm reading it. A celestial body orbiting a star. And
are you 100% sure of that?
That's fine.
I'm 90%
a celestial
sure.
body. So that's something that's in the sky. Earth is not in the sky. Earth doesn't qualify. In both definitions,
you guys are nitpicking the whole definition. A spherical due to its own gravity.
Yeah,
and that's not even it.
Yes, we get it. We understand. No, we're not nitpicking, bro. We're not nitpicking. It's saying a celestial body. Right.
Yeah.
So Earth is not in the sky. It's not a celestial object.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
your
even
feet.
talking about the Earth, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But we are talking about the Earth. We're seeing, this is whether it classifies as being a planet, right? By definition, right? So it's lost out there. It's not in the sky. It's under your feet. Until you observe it in the sky, the Earth in the sky, you can't classify it as being a celestial object. And two, in both classical and modern definitions, planets are in motion. They're moving. All right. Until you can show that, not demonstrably, that Earth is in motion. Another thing that doesn't qualify, it doesn't meet the criteria. Right. Also, it's spherical and its surface doesn't measure to have any curvature. All right. So Earth doesn't qualify as being a planet in that respect either. There's all these things that Earth fails to qualify as being a planet.
No, but look, the thing is, I do understand that. That's why. I'm not even, because this is something that shut him down and said. He didn't call Earth a planet. He never did that. He called everything else planets with an S, plural, right? So that's why I'm asking, so are those planets, quote unquote, round? Are those actually...
No, they could be. They look like circles.
Oh, they could
be.
Let
me ask you this, Fins. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If you were being lied to about the shape of the Earth, would you care?
I would.
Why?
I would. I don't know. I would be like, God damn. I thought this was the truth all my life, and it's actually not. I'll be like, damn. What the fuck? But at the same time, I don't think I'll kill myself over it. I don't think I'll be depressed over it. I think I'll think about it for like 2 hours. I'll be like, what the fuck? What?
Would you want to know? Would you want to know how to find out whether or not the Earth is flat or not?
I would. Yeah. I mean, I accept it. I welcome every type of knowledge that I could get.
Right. So
I'm open to it.
We can go in and out of discussions about ideology and what we think could be going on all these different things. But really what it comes down to is this right here. I'm going to post it in the side chat. You see these things over here in the side chat?
I do. Yeah, I do see them.
All right. So you understand that there's geometry involved when it comes to measuring the curvature, right?
Yeah. I have no idea how they do it, though. it's something that always seemed pretty like complex to me. How they could measure something so big and shit like that, you know?
Right, right. So then there's always the question of how, like, was it ever even done in the first place?
I'm pretty sure there is a pretty good explanation that makes sense, but yeah.
Well, if there is, you're going to have to present it to us because we've looked into this, and like T-Dub said earlier, the only evidence for the Earth being a sphere is about a guy 2,000 years ago wearing a toga, and he stood in one location, and his friend stood in another location, and somehow they communicated with each other to get an angle of shadow measurement at the same time in two different locations.
I mean, something like that happened too. That we thought that we were in the center of the universe and everything is around us. You guys maybe think that that's the case, but all I'm saying is that we thought that back in the day, and that got refuted.
How do you know that? How do you know it got refuted?
I wouldn't even say it's the center, because that's insinuating that it's in somewhere, that it's the center of a thing. No, It is the thing. It is the thing. How can it be the center of itself?
You might have this idea thinking that like the planets in the sky are a place that you can go to and land on and walk around.
Yeah, but what do you think that's not acceptable?
Why would you think that?
Why would I think otherwise?
Why would they're just lights in the sky? That's all you can see them as.
Are you 100% certain on that?
Yeah, that's what I see them as.
Have you been there?
No, but because I've never been there, that's how I see them, is lights in the sky.
So yeah, you shouldn't be 100% on that. That was bait right there. But
what are you talking about, man? Like, you suck at debating if this is your debate tactic.
No. I mean, I'm just like, I ask you, are you 100% certain that's the case? And you say yes.
Yeah. How do you see them?
You're not, because you haven't been there.
How do you see them?
I see them as just like you were saying it, like just a light that I see from afar.
Right. So why would you think there's something else? Why would you attach a story?
The difference comes that I know that there could be new evidence that could come along and change my mind. So I will not say that I'm 100% certain that's the case. You were saying that
I can change my mind. I can change my mind. Okay? I have changed my mind. That's why I'm a flat earther. Right?
Oh, okay.
You get it?
I mean, it makes sense. For 39
years, I thought the Earth was a globe. I was a huge space fan. I thought there were aliens out there and everything.
What was the turning point? What was the first thing that you were like, what the fuck is this?
Well, so when I found out that the horizon from my eyes, right, like I'm only 5'10". So when I go to the beach and I look out over the water, and they told me that the horizon was 3 miles away, and I'm like, that's bullshit, because I've seen things 20 miles away, and I can see everything. Like even as a kid, when I was like 4 foot tall and I was young, I remember standing in Los Angeles in California and watching boats dock at Catalina Island from the beach.
How far do you say the horizon was on the beach?
3 miles. That's what they tell you when the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Say the farthest you can see is 3 miles, and then things start to disappear bottom up going over the curve. And I was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. I know what I've seen in my life. Even when I flew in an airplane at 45,000 feet, because I was in the military, and so that was the altitude that we flew at when we were going from one location to another. While I was flying, I remember looking out the window and saying, God damn, the Earth is still flat. God damn, the Earth looks flat. It's so big. I can't believe it looks so flat. I've never seen the curve of the Earth ever in my life, and I've flown over 30 times. above 30,000 feet.
Huh. Interesting.
So once I started learning that water is flat on the surface of the earth, and 70% of the earth is made up of water, so if 70% of the earth is flat, the earth can't be a ball. If the earth is not a ball, then the entire story of the moon orbiting the earth orbiting the sun, all the planets orbiting the sun, all of us orbiting around the galaxy, that whole fucking story is gone. It's no longer that story, because in order for that story to work, the earth has to be a ball. But if it's not a ball, it's all wrong.
That's why I was asking what do they gain from that? You said that what to just control us, I guess. But what do they get from it?
What does it matter to you if you aren't willing to accept anything as evidence for why they would lie? Then why should I give you an answer?
Because do you have the answer?
What would be a good enough reason for them to lie to you?
So you're answering my question with another question? That's amazing.
Well, I obviously can't give you a good enough reason, right? Because here's my answer to you, and then you're probably going to dismiss it. So my answer to you of why they would lie, because your entire life you were told that you were an insignificant speck of dust in the corner of the universe, and you were a complete accident based off of evolution from the Big Bang, and you have no purpose in this reality. In fact, God doesn't even exist. We're your God. We're going to give you purpose in life, and you're going to do things for the betterment of humanity. When, if you look at what the Bible teaches you, you're special. God knows every number of every hair on your head, even though you're as numerous as the sand in the sea. He holds each and every person absolutely special, and he gives us all purpose. The whole purpose of our life is to share this earth, live together, help each other, enjoy our experiences with one of each other. We're not supposed to be fighting. That's what they're keeping from us. They want you to fight so they can maintain control, because as long as you and I are divided, we can't go after them, and they get to stay in control. If that's not a good enough reason for why they would lie, then nothing is a good enough reason. Nothing is a good enough reason for you, dude.
That does. Look, you got something that I realize. You guys are really like defensive about that. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not trying to.
It doesn't matter what I tell you. You're not going to accept it.
What do you mean, not accept it?
If I ask you, what would be a good enough reason for them to lie to you?
No, that
all the governments in the world.
It was pretty good. It makes sense.
But now I want you to answer me. What would be a good enough reason for all the governments to conspire together to lie to humanity?
Earth and shit like that.
What would be a good enough reason to you?
I don't see the point, honestly.
You don't see the point. So if somebody bold-faced lied to you to your face, and you couldn't see the reason for why they would lie, you would just let them continue to lie to you.
If I didn't know any better, yeah. If I didn't know that they were lying to me, of course.
Well, then you're the perfect slave, man.
Oh, I'm not. I'm really not a perfect slave. I'm really not.
That's incredibly unfair, though. Like, if you don't know that you're being lied to, like, subjectively, how? And I think we should all agree on this one. Subjectively, how can you tell the difference between knowing a thing or thinking you know the thing?
You go and verify it for yourself, and you gain the experience from it.
Good question.
What I mean, though, is the subjective experience of being right and the subjective experience of being wrong are indistinguishable from each other, right? So
Why?
What he's
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I've been wrong a ton, and whenever
So have
I'm
I.
wrong, yeah,
I was wrong about the Earth being a ball too.
So
you thought you were right
actually,
at that time.
yeah, so actually, like, I guess that's like the thing. Like, yeah, I've never I've never. Just thinking.
You've never gotten up your butt to go do anything?
No, I'm wondering like how you could.
You guys are really being defensive about this. I can tell you guys like fight a lot about like this stuff on the internet. But I mean, it makes sense. But I don't think Sastora or I like we're not really like trying to attack you guys or like say that you are wrong.
I'm not upset with you, man.
I never said that you guys are wrong, by the way. Like, never did I say, like, this is fake or whatever.
I'm not upset with you. I'm honestly,
Just for the record.
I'm trying to help you see past your own ignorance.
I guess.
You want to remain ignorant.
I never said that either. I'm listening to you guys. I'm still here, right? I'm still listening. I'm still here. So and I never shut you guys down. I never said like, oh, this shit.
Yeah, it's cool, man. We're not trying to convince you.
Yo, T-Dub.
They're just giving you the tools, man.
Hey, man. How's it going, sister?
It's going good. Coming in a little hot, catching some strays for no reason. Being told I've never gotten off my butt or something, and that's why.
Wait, Sastora,
radar.
What is your take on all of this? On the Earth, flat, round, and all that?
I'm pretty detached from the conclusion. I like the. I'm fine saying I don't know, and I'm generally a little bit more interested in, I guess, the argumentation.
It's an actual honest answer. Actually, I like that answer.
Do you think measurements are valid?
Sure.
Sastora?
Wait, what does that mean? Like
if you measure a thing, like how tall are you?
I'm about like 6'7".
Okay.
God damn.
How do you know that?
I just feel it in my soul because I believed it, and my internal truth that
if you're going to keep this up, like, there's no point to having you here. It's a legitimate question. We're trying to get to a point.
All right, sorry. I think I'm still stuck on the we know when we're wrong thing. But yeah, no, the measurements and stuff, the T-Dubs, me, and I forgot his name. But we had a really cool conversation.
Was it Matrix?
Yeah. We had a really cool conversation about just like how the measurements don't make sense, and that's sort of like, in my opinion, that's sufficient for proving that, if nothing else, there's something wrong with the measurements.
There's something wrong with the measurement.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be the correct measurements?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
So if the
it's more appropriate to say, hold on, I'm sorry, Sheepdog. It's more appropriate to say that there's something wrong with the claim because the measurements show that the Earth is indeed flat, right?
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Dude, I fucking wish we got someone that actually opposes you guys and is actually prepared for this topic, man. I'll be here for like hours, man, just listening to you guys
it would
have a
nice
debate.
To see like
you see those YouTube bots?
Look, we are an easy hanging fruit, bro. Like this, we're just not. We're not. Me personally, I'm not prepared.
You see those YouTube bots at the top of our room?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to those YouTube channels, we've been live streaming for like 8 years. Go find a former episode where we wreck people.
Oh, okay.
College level professors, engineers, physicists. I mean, you name it. We've spoken to them, and you want to know what this topic always comes back to?
Yeah.
Is the Earth curving in reality, and where can we measure it? And there are exactly 0 measurements of Earth curve by anybody in any field, any industry at all. None. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
They'll actually defer and say, I'm not the expert in that field. And then so we'll bring us the expert then. And then somebody else will come in and we'll ask them and they'll say, oh, I'm not the expert in that field. So they always defer out.
Interesting.
It's a simple topic, man. And in reality, is the Earth curving? That's all it is. And if it is, it's a globe. If it's not, it's flat.
But Shudham, you do think that everything else outside of the Earth are planets, though, right? Just making sure.
Well, what do you mean by that? So it's kind of a loaded question. When you say planet, are you envisioning, and this is the important part, are you envisioning the thing that you were given as an image in your mind of a big...
I'm envisioning the definition of a planet in the dictionary. Because that's a word that he's using.
So are planets spheres?
That's what the definition says.
Okay, right. So if I put this image in the side chat for you, can you tell me which of these 4 objects are spheres?
What's it? Oh, those ones? A, B, C, D?
Yeah, it can be any of them, all of them, or none of them.
So I draw. This may be a fucking dumb point, but I'll just say it. When you're trying to like draw something that has like a that has depth in 3D, you have to draw kind of the shadows that shows that the thing that you are drawing is indeed like it has depth. I say, right? If it's a circle,
I'm just asking a simple question, man. Like I understand perspective. So can you tell me A, B, C, or D?
Okay.
Are spheres? Because when you look in the sky, you only see one side of the planets and the stars in the sky. You even only see one side of the moon, and you even only see one side.
If I draw those right now, I will draw them as if they have depth, as if they are around.
These objects have depth?
Yeah, they do. I see the shadows in the edges and the light and the highlights.
All of them? Is it one of them, or is it none of them? All of them?
I would say all of them. That's what I would say. Right. Maybe I'm wrong, though. It's not a fact.
Great. So here, if you look in the side chat now, here's the GIF to go with the image.
Yeah.
All right? And now you're going to see which ones are spheres and which ones aren't.
Oh, this is very cool. Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
So do you see how against a black drop, and you can only see one side of it. You can't go all the way up to it to verify it.
Oh, this is super.
It can look like a sphere, but you don't know if it's a sphere.
Yeah, but the second one, it 100% looks like it is flat, but because it is a picture, but that is a picture of something that is round, or at least it has.
Yeah, but
depth.
you thought it was
it's
a
not
sphere.
Flat.
You thought it was a sphere,
but it is not flat though. There's nothing up there that's flat that looks that is flat.
No, we're not saying it's like
paper, dude.
Yeah, it is flat. Like,
yeah, that's actually.
But we're not relating that to Earth in any way. It's just testing your ability to gauge shapes just by looking at something, right?
It's a little bit more
like astronomers. They look at things in the sky, and they can never go there and verify them. So this is all they see is one side of the thing.
I mean, I've seen amateur astronomy. I've looked at Saturn through telescopes, and I've seen amateur astronomical photography of Saturn, and it really does look like it has rings going around it, like it's a ball. Like,
yeah,
it does look like that. I cannot deny it, right? I won't deny it, and it could be.
I'll show you a picture of my Saturn.
But it doesn't mean it's not independent of Earth and its geometric structure, right?
So you're saying that it could very well be a round object. It could.
Yeah, it would have no bearing on the measurements that we make on the surface of the Earth.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, it looks circular. It could be a cone. It could be a cylinder. It could be a
But
sphere. It
your
could be a
statement is that
bowl.
the Earth is not like that's like we're sure that that's flat.
Yeah, we're sure.
Well, let's
Okay.
add something to this idea. So those objects in the sky, there is no way that we can verify the distance, the composition, or the size of any of them. For all we know, those lights in the sky, even if they were physical objects, could be relatively close compared to the claimed idea of them being giant planets inside the vacuum of space. There's no way to verify any of that.
So since we don't know, it's a 50-50 then.
Well, they could just be anything.
Anything.
They could be small lights, because obviously space is fake. So
No, but what I'm saying is that like since
It's
we
not
don't
50-50.
know,
You can just say we don't know.
yeah,
Well, we haven't even got there with him yet about outer space.
Oh, well, you guys better rip that Band-Aid off.
Yeah, we did. I don't know. I don't think we talked about gas pressure without a container.
The what?
But it's complicated just talking about the surface of water for people. So
Okay, we'll let it go.
for now, it may steer that way. So too.
Oh my god.
He's a 99%er anyway, or he's more like 98%. He's not even 99%.
On what?
You?
Oh, you mean just in general?
Yeah, you can't be 100% sure of anything.
Oh my god. This was eye-opening, I guess, or interesting at least.
Let me ask you, Sestora. Are you 100% sure of anything?
No.
Are you 100% sure of that?
Actually, wait a minute. Maybe like internally consistent things. Like my understanding of 1 + 1 = 2 is like fair enough. I don't know if like there's a like platonic ideal 1 and a platonic ideal 2 and like all that kind of shit, right?
What does that even mean? Does 1 + 1 = 2 or no?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure, yeah.
Are you 100% sure of that?
Except when things reproduce, then 1 + 1 = 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the context depends. But I don't know. Again, you guys are ready for this. You guys are like really ready for these topics. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, the devil's in the details, right?
It is. It is.
Funny.
Look, it can be simple, but it can get complex too. I mean, like once we get into the minutiae of stuff. But it is as simple as this, right? The surface of water looks flat because it is flat, right? Measures that way. We use it to establish horizontal planes of reference. It's a tool for in surveying and engineering and construction for establishing horizontal, right? It is nature's own reference to horizontal. Then there's this story, right, that, well, actually, even though that is the case for practical purposes, we use the surface of liquid as flat, and yes, it does look flat, but it's just because the ball is so big, right? But then they didn't think about people with high-powered zoom cameras going out and testing that claim, testing the specific geometry. Not just is it a ball, but is it a ball with a specific size? Because that would have geometric consequences, right? And those consequences are not found to be present.
Well, so this is a question that I was thinking about. What is keeping us grounded then on the ground, and not floating or like fucking, you know?
The ground.
That's it?
Yeah. Electricity comes from the air down to the earth, right? That's why they call it grounding. Everything grounds.
So it's not gravity, I guess.
Well, that depends on what your definition of gravity is.
Is it the lie that I was taught? as
if gravity makes your Earth a sphere, then we go out and test for the curvature. Once we decide that the Earth is curving or whether the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, then your definition of gravity no longer exists.
That makes sense. That is fair.
So then gravity is something else.
Okay.
Right. We're not denying that heavy things fall down when you pick them up. They were fine before you picked them up, and when you picked it up, you put potential energy into it, and then when you let go, you release the kinetic energy.
Yeah.
And it goes right back to rest on the ground.
Damn, man. So NASA's fucking lying, bro. What the hell is going on?
I mean, it's more important that you just go out and figure things out for yourself and stop putting all your faith into authority.
Look, man, look, like I said before, let's say tomorrow there's big news. Oh shit, the Earth is flat. We've been lied to. Brother, I'm fucking 20-something years old. I'm dying soon. What do you want me to do, bro? I need to live my life. That's, it is what it is. Maybe I'll spend like 3 hours being like, what the fuck? Watching videos and shit like that, people losing their minds. Then I'll just go on with my life. It's not really a big deal for me personally. And I would say that that's a fair thing to, like, that's a fair point or thought or opinion to have, I would say. Because
once you go out and test for the curvature of the Earth, and then you find out that the Earth is flat, then you can happily go through the rest of your life knowing that thing. For once.
I just don't care. In the long run, I wouldn't care.
Hey, what do you mean?
I asked you that earlier. Do you care? And you're like, yeah, I care.
No. Do not put words in my mouth. You asked me, and I specifically said, maybe for 3 hours, I would be like, what the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. But then I would just go on with my life. That's exactly verbatim what I said. Oh. Not that I will kill myself or I'll be depressed or my life is over. No. That's not that would never happen. At least I think so. But to a lot of people, I would say that, but
you should watch the Owen Benjamin when he broadcasted his breakdown from when he went from being a globe earth believer to a flat earther.
Uh-huh.
And I think it happened, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think it happened over like 8 days where he was live streaming and he was trying to find evidence for the globe and he couldn't. And he's literally like having a beer and he's like, fuck, I can't be a flat earther, man. Like he's just like, it's just like a slow degrading process over time where like it just slowly peels away layer by layer until you come to the realization that what your reality is.
Yaga, on the chat, I saw what you typed. Look, man, I'm of the belief that whoever's at the tippity top right now of like, if fucking the Illuminati is fucking real, whatever the fuck, there's nothing you can do. I'm just gonna say it like that, bro. There are fucking let's say tens of thousands of geniuses getting paid so they can fuck us over, all of us. There's nothing you would be able to do. They will always have at least that's what I would do if I was at the top and everybody else was my fucking, I could just control everybody and just, that's what the logic says to me. That's what
Have you ever seen the movie Braveheart?
It sounds. I think I did. Oh no, a long time ago when I was a kid. I don't really remember though everything.
So you say there's nothing that you can do, but in reality, what you can do is like, so yes, they could hold it over you. They could point a gun at you and say, if you don't say the Earth is a ball, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And then you're faced with a choice, right? You can you can change your mind and lie to save your life, and then you live as a slave under the rule of a gun to your face, or you can die a free man all the way to the death, like William Wallace did.
I don't know what this is a hot take from me, by the way, but I don't think we're free. The
You're
society is
free
made in a
until
way
you
that we're
give
not.
up. You're free until you give up your rights.
Like phantom freedom that we have, quote unquote. I don't look, because if I was at the top, I'll do just that. I'll control everybody.
Do you have a choice?
In like the most basic ways, yeah, I do, but like not really.
Okay. Why don't you have a choice?
I can't just go.
Do you have a choice
and
to follow the
say,
law?
I'm gonna be the president now. Bye. Get out of here. It doesn't work like that.
Why not? Why couldn't you do that?
Because it just people will laugh at me and people, bro, get the fuck out of here.
But yeah, you don't have to take it like that, right? There's always a choice, right?
What do you think I could do? Get a gun, kill them, kill the president? I'm the president now.
I mean, I wouldn't suggest that, but
No, I know. I'm just, that is a choice that I have, but
you have a choice. You have a choice to run the red light or stop at the red light, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then if you run the red light and the police car chases you down, you have a choice to stop for the police car or continue driving, right?
That is true, yeah.
Right, and then once they catch up to you and they get you out of the car, you have a right to fight the police officer, or you can let the police officer do what they're going to do, right?
Yeah.
And if they do what they're going to do, you then have a right to remain silent, or you can continue to talk, right?
Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah.
See how you have choices all the way.
So let's say you don't want to work. You just want to leave. You just want to do you don't want to have to go to fucking McDonald's or anything. Do anything, right? Do you have a choice? Will you die?
Yeah.
Will you go homeless?
Yeah.
And die, and your life will be fucking
choice,
miserable. Right? No. But what I'm saying is, it's not really a choice because most people will not accept that. You won't. It's not you
There's
could
homeless
say
people out there that choose homelessness over a job.
Oh, trust me, they would wish they weren't fucking homeless.
I don't know, man. Some people will think it's free to be homeless.
Yeah, but it makes sense that you wouldn't want to be homeless, right? So you don't really have any. It's like you have a choice of killing yourself right now with a gun. Look, here's the gun, or
you have that choice too.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing any more TOS breaking bullshit. If you wish to talk about self-harm, please go and do it in some other channel. If you wish to talk about harming someone else, please go and do that in someone else's channel. You can have a 10-minute cool-off. If you mention it when you come back, I'm just going to ban you. That's your first and final warning. Anyone else wants to talk? Floor's yours.
Yeah, my apologies, Matrix. Bottom line is everybody has a choice. If you want to choose to believe what you're being told is the truth, that's your choice. You have the ability to go out there and check for yourself. You don't have to believe what you're told. When someone's shining me on with a story, sometimes you can tell when somebody's bullshitting, right? And sometimes you can't. When you can't, you have a choice. You can either take them at face value, or you can just say that they're bullshitting. It's always a choice.
And welcome to our new friends here. Who have we got? We've got a Shadow 3. Welcome. I see Wild Bill down the bottom. I don't know how long he's been camping out there for.
Howdy.
Hey, Wild Bill.
What's up,
going
Wild
on,
Bill?
man? Which side of the fence do you sit on, Wild Bill? You a flat earther or you're a ball believer?
Well, I put on a meeting last night about the flat earth, and there's 7 new flat earthers in this world thanks to that meeting.
What'd you put on, a McToon video?
Yeah. No, I didn't. But no, I'm a flat earther. In my community, I put on a once a month flat earth meeting, and I had 8 new people last night. 7 of them were very positive. 1 was not positive.
Oh, very good. So what got you into the whole thing? What kicked it off for you?
A friend of mine that was conspiracy minded. We would chat about different things. It was right about COVID time, and we were kind of heavy into that. And one day he asked me, "Have you ever looked into flat Earth?" And I said, I'd seen some stuff on it, but I've never watched any of it. And some of the media I looked at, I just would skip over it. And I said, no, but I know it's out there. And he said, you might want to. And he's a pretty smart guy, a guy I respected. And I was kind of pissed, actually. Son of a bitch, I don't have time for this shit. But,
of course, the Earth is a sphere. Why would somebody be so stupid?
Right. And I never even thought about it. But this is a guy I respected. I thought I can give any topic 2 hours. I'll check anything out for 2 hours. So I looked into it for 2 hours one day. And I thought, there's some interesting questions here. I'm going to keep looking into this. And it took me about 2 weeks. And I remember sitting back in my chair at home like I got slapped in the face. And I thought, oh my God, the Earth is flat. And that was it. That was history.
Check this one out, Bill. I had a similar story, right? Same exact concept. I was, like it was in a time where like things were very highly suppressed, buried in algorithms and things like that. So when I looked into flat Earth, I couldn't find anything. It was like how to debunk flat Earth. I'm like, that's stupid. I already know how to debunk it. I just want to see what the flat Earthers are saying. Couldn't find anything, and I sat back and I'm like, have I ever seen Earth curve? I've always said it was really big. Like I've been everywhere in the world, and I've been really high up in the air, 45,000 feet, military flight overseas, and I'm like, I've never seen curvature, and I'm like, could I have been lied to? And then it instantly dawned on me. I'm like, well, if there was one thing they could lie about, it would be this. And they would get away with it because nobody would check. I'm like, oh my God, the Earth is flat.
Yep. I remember it. I remember that moment like yesterday.
What's up, Matrix? Where you at?
I was just having a nice listen, and then I kept hearing all that other stuff, and I'm thinking, yeah, gonna happen soon. The switch is gonna flick, and it did. But anyways, now for me, Wild Bill. When I was back in about 2007, 2008, somewhere around there, I went to a LAN party, and one of the boys hit me up. What shape of do you think the Earth is? And I'm like, it's a ball. But even back then, the one thing that always bugged me was why is it when helicopters, balloons, planes, all that jazz, especially hot air balloons, lift off, the ground just doesn't rotate underneath them and the balloons just stay where they is. Why is it that they come with us? And I get all these stupid answers. Oh, because the air rotates at the same time as the ground does. But anyways, even back then, that's what I said. The one thing that always bugs me is hot air balloons. Why is it when they go up, we don't just keep moving underneath them? And along those lines, like a flight for us to go from, say, Sydney to London is like 23 hours. Why wouldn't you just, if the Earth's rotating underneath you, why wouldn't you just take off, do circles for 12 hours, and the Earth will rotate underneath? So why have we got these 23-hour flights when we can just hover for 12 and be halfway around, not fly for 23 and get halfway around? It's just stupid. But anyways, a little bit of time goes by, and probably similar to you, Bill. At the start of COVID, I managed to acquire myself a fair bit of thinking time due to things going on. And I got to doing a bit of research, and holy shit, there was a whole string of things that all clicked into place at the same time. So, just to make you all feel better, I don't know if I wore tracks in my lounge room floor from doing pacing up and down, but I'm willing to suggest I went bloody close. I got about a 3-month period of checking shit out, looking stuff up, jumping in and out of rabbit holes. Meet some very interesting rabbits too, for those that are checking stuff out. But yeah, that was me. In some ways, I'm sort of glad I didn't look into it back in 08, 09, 07, somewhere around there. I'd be a loose cannon now if I did. Holy shit.
That's a ways back.
Yeah, even back then, I was sort of asking annoying questions and just random weird shit like that. I know, that's just how my head works. But yeah, it's very similar for a lot of people. They'll start thinking about it. The first time they actually said they was a flat earther will be a specific time, and then they'll stop and scratch their head and think, you know what? I was already questioning shit before then. Well before then. So, yeah, anyways. Everyone's got a sob story.
You know, one thing, the thing that kind of like irks me a little bit, right? Like people say, why would they lie? That was never even a question that entered my mind. Like, I never needed to know why they would lie, why anybody would lie.
Why would the sociopaths lie? Come on.
See, for me, the question was the other way around. If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have I been lied to about? And I couldn't absorb enough information quick enough. I didn't give a shit why they did it. It was just, if I've been lied to about one thing, what else have they lied to me about? And let's go and watch another 3 days worth of documentaries and shit.
That was the last lie for me, though. Like, I was like, oh my God, they're lying about everything. That's not like they're lying about everything except the shape of the earth. It was literally they're lying about everything. Like, oh, why would they lie? Well, why wouldn't they lie? They have all the power. They hold all the power. You think it's in their best interest to tell you the truth? Better yet, name one time in the history of humanity where the government told the truth. I don't know if you want to. It's been 10 minutes, Matrix. I don't know if you want to unmute Sins. But hey,
Yep,
Sins,
so
just
what-
so you know, we adhere strictly to TOS, so we try not to get into the gory details of things, man. I was kind of trying to get away from it for the sake of conversation. But honestly, like, really, why they would lie, like, it's to keep people like you negative, right? Like, what difference does it make? Why does it matter? And then,
Oh, I'm back. Damn.
yeah.
I apologize. I didn't. A warning would have been better because I could just shut up. I didn't know. But
Well, we got to be strict,
apologize
man.
if I said anything. You know.
People will say things to get us shut down. And it's not just you. Somebody will go out on YouTube and clip that and then try to like turn that in as a TOS violation to try to get us removed.
Oh no! You should have let me know. I'm not gaining anything from like talking to you guys or anything. Like I actually want to hear you guys out. I apologize if I said anything weird. I didn't know.
Well, it's just like the self-hurt stuff. Like you could hurt yourself in the woods.
Yeah, we just got to be careful. Yeah, what we say.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I know. But I mean, a pretty interesting talk though.
Hey, you've been pretty chill. Like, it hasn't got heated or anything, which is really good.
It's not gonna get heated because this.
You can play Matrix. He's a firecracker.
If anything, this kind of like I'm more interested in this topic now. I'll most likely do some research from now on that specific thing.
We've got a home server, like, because, well, YouTube is more relaxed these days. I think the algorithms like been like the shadow censoring has like been lifted somewhat, so that you can search for like our content. But like on our home server, if you want to just fast track on our home server, we've got a library of information channels where you'll find videos and documents and all sorts of stuff, right? And it's all alphabetized subheadings, right? To do with just about any question you could possibly ask regarding this main topic, like gravity, and satellites, and eclipses, and right, moon landing, and all of it, right? Anything that you could think of asking is probably covered there. And if you're interested in joining, the link should be in one of the YouTube bots at the top in their descriptions, or anybody that's got the flat tag. I think if you click on that, it might. I don't know if it was glitched at one point, but they might have fixed it where you can click on their tag and it'll take you to that server. Yeah.
You can also click on the FE tag.
They do have them. They do have the links for it.
If you look on TW, he's got the FE tag. That's another.
Oh, that's Pickled Minds. That's a different server. You can go to that one too if you want. It's got heaps of information there too. It's awesome server.
Yeah, I'll do. I'm actually interested now. I was ignoring those topics because, like, I mean, something that everybody says the same thing. So I guess it's just a hive mind to think that if everybody's saying something, I guess it's true. That's my mistake. This is a lot of the times it's not. But I guess I'll go out of my way now and look for it. Whether
that you can even say that says a lot for you. I mean, that's more than what most people can even conceive. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do my research for sure. Before today, and that's something I could say. Before today, I didn't care, right? But now I'm like, okay. Because I actually want to hear you guys out. Like I listen to everything. I wasn't trying to like disprove anything, by the way, because like I don't have the means to it. But
you were in my opinion, it wasn't that you were trying to disprove anything. You were trying to push it away as if like what difference is it, right?
True.
And it's like, if you don't want to know why, then
because it was something that I grew up thinking this is how things are, right? And so maybe that subconsciously came out, and I'm like, oh, maybe about this. What about that? What about this? You know.
Well, that's called a cognitive bias, right? And a cognitive bias is like it can give you cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, that is true.
But no, man, you're good. What was I was gonna mention something to you. I'll just say this: like, why they would lie really is irrelevant. If you know there's a lie, then you don't need a reason for why. Right?
No, and even if it was, I was just asking just to see if you had the answer, because I just want to know why, if it makes sense. It does make sense too.
It's a speculation, right? Like none of us can prove why that any particular person would be lying about the shape of the earth. Lying would actually have to mean that there was intent there, and the majority of the world isn't intentionally lying. They're just repeating the story that they were told from a child.
And like it would have to be a whole thing, because like every pilot, every airline, GPS engineer, satellite company, astronomer, university, countries, even enemies.
A lot of people would be out of business
Korea and shit like that.
if they decided to change the Earth to a flat Earth. A lot of people would be out of business, so there's an incentive there to continue to lie. It's almost like a sunken cost.
Are you guys every day here, by the way, on this channel, talking about like?
For the most part.
Okay.
We're either here or in a politics server. Do you know how many people have claimed to have seen the Earth as a sphere in its entirety in outer space?
No.
Less than 30. It's like 26 or 27.
So they are like certain that it is round.
It's the people from the moon missions that went to the moon.
Okay.
They're the only ones that claim to have seen the Earth as a ball in space. Even the people who are in the International Space Station, from their altitude, geometrically, they can only see about 3% of the Earth. So it would still look flat to them.
Man.
And that's at 150 to 250 miles up. What's up, Rayleigh? Here's the... Go ahead, T-Dub.
Oh, cheers, man. And then quickly, and then I've got to go, man, because I've got to go for a few minutes. But look, like just in the side chat, it's still going on with the whole question, like why are they, why they're deceiving us, why are they showing us a globe, blah 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 blah. I think about this, like just what I said there, like they get the ability to exploit the public based on their belief system without fear of being checked or audited. So they have an opportunity, right, to say that they're providing you a service, spending your money in this manner, and there's nothing you can do whatsoever to check to see if they're true, if it's true, and get receipts. The only receipts you get are pretty pictures on the TV screen of them floating around in a capsule playing guitar and messing around in gorilla suits, or artist renditions of great big galaxies, all colorful and beautiful, when that's not actually even what they look like after they've been photographed. I mean, like, just think about it.
Oh, I see the side chat is going crazy, huh? Oh wait, so Star, so you agree with T? Oh, so you are a flat earther. You said you weren't.
So I've been tuning in and out. I didn't hear everything that he said.
There's the part that they must be like they're lying, most likely.
Just like, yeah, just He's just a cool dude.
He is a cool dude, actually. Even if we disagree or anything, I don't I have anything against you guys. Actually, like I'm just here, man. Honestly, happy to be here.
Hey, here you go. Sims, look in the side chat. I just posted something.
The Church of what?
Yeah.
Huh? They did, huh?
Yeah.
Did they just invest on it, or like how did it came about?
I don't know how it came about, man. For whatever reason, that was the route that they decided.
Heliocentrism.
I think they saw how powerful the propaganda was in World War II, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah.
They already had a country completely engulfed in patriotism because of what happened in Pearl Harbor. And then we win World War II, and then now it's on to newer and bigger and better things. Did you see what Logical Observations posted? That's the tombstone.
I'm reading the pictures.
That's the tombstone for the founder of NASA.
Damn, there's a lot of stuff, man.
You can make it emotional if you want to, right? You can make up lots of different reasons. Hello. What's up, Laura? Laura.
Oh yeah, about that. What do you guys think is in Antarctica? Like what does it exist at all? Are they hiding something over there? I heard some people said that they're hiding something over there.
Could be. I don't know. I've never been.
Huh.
People go there though. A lot more people have been to Antarctica than have been to space. Apparently, the only people that have ever been to space are all Freemasons.
This is interesting. Have you guys seen this anime called Orb? That it came out pretty recently.
No.
Talks about. I don't think you guys watch anime, right?
Some people do. I don't.
Okay. That's fair.
So the image I posted, right? The claim the Earth is a ball in space. The PSYOP. They show you pictures of a disk floating in space. But the truth is, water just measures flat.
I think even if I wasn't told that it was round, I guess I would just say I didn't know. right? Because like again, I just use my logic and like if the world is like really fucking big, like really big, and I'm so small, then in my logic I will be like, oh, so it makes sense that everything looks flat to me since I'm really small. But if everybody says the same thing that it is round since like I was a kid, so I'll be like,
that was the only option you were ever taught.
I was leaning more into the round one, right? I never question it. Not saying that I'm a flat earther now, though. But now I have, like I
You're
said,
a flat earther, you just don't know it.
Huh?
Said you're a flat earther, you just don't know
it. What the fuck? You never know. Maybe I am.
You're like 30% sure.
I don't know.
Do you know nobody's ever seen a full orbit?
If a what?
Ever. A full orbit.
Orbit.
Yeah, like when something goes around something else.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
We see things move across the sky. And then even like, I think what they say, the orbit of Mercury is like 88 years. But nobody's ever seen it from beginning to end.
I mean, the closest thing that I would relate that to is, I don't know if you like when I was a kid, I used to have like two magnets that, like, of course, like if you put them in front of each other, they're gonna like fucking pull each other. But like if you flip them, then they like they don't. They just there's like a force in the middle that doesn't let them fucking get close to each other. You know what I mean? So like, if I use my logic, I'll be like, if there's like something like that's in the middle that's pushing.
It's not gravity.
Huh?
It's not gravity.
Oh no, I know it's not. That's why I say like the only thing that I could relate that to, that I've seen with my own eyes, and I tried it, is that.
Yeah.
What is that? If you think this is a reflection of light, so you will know. Huh. That if I remember correctly, that's like the moon reflecting the light of the sun, though, right? That's why it looks so fucking like light up, no?
You see how those balls have a hot spot on them,
Yeah,
right?
I had the highlight. Yeah.
But when we look at the moon, it's evenly distributed with the light all the way across the surface. There's no hot spot. Remember the image I showed you before, where I asked you to tell me which object is a sphere, and you said all of them.
They do look like they have depth. That they are round.
Looks like it. Yeah, looks like it.
That moon could very well be a picture too. It's flat. Man, what the fuck, bro?
Here's one for astronomy. Hold on. This is my favorite astronomy one. And then this one.
Huh.
So funny. You ever watch Star Trek? The original series?
No, I only watched a remake. Like it's a new, like the reboot. Not the OG one.
So Star Trek, the original one, the very first one with Captain Kirk, started in 1966, ended in 1969, was all about outer space. The last episode ended June 2nd, 1969. 38 days later, we landed on the moon. Predictive programming.
Huh.
And then after they landed on the moon, they said, 5 more years, we're going to put hotels on the moon and everybody can go to the moon. And just keep saying more years.
That's what Elon Musk wants to do.
He just said that recently, right? He said, he said, I've changed my focus. This is what he just tweeted out not too long ago. I've changed my focus from Mars to the moon. I plan to have a fully operational base on the moon within 10 years.
Huh.
But in 10 years, he'll just say 10 more years. It'll always be 10 more years. They're always going to kick the can down the road. They're always going to put the carrot in front of the donkey and lead the donkey. And guess what? You're the jackass.
I guess so. Damn it.
Weird, right? It's like you ever read the book Animal Farm?
When I was a kid, yeah, it's cool.
You remember you remember the basic storyline, right?
Yeah, the animals like they fought the owners and kind of like that, and to be free and stuff like that. I think it was a long time ago, something like that.
So it's kind of like that in a lot of weird ways, right? Here you go. I got one for you. This is one of my favorites. So this was a tweet.
What the fuck?
This was a tweet on Twitter. I took a screenshot of the tweet, and then I saved the image. If you look to the second image, I saved that image from the tweet, so that way it could be in its full size. And then I zoomed in on the image and took a screenshot of the image. And if you look, the moon over the Earth has a green shadow, almost like it was photoshopped in.
It does, yeah. Wait, is that picture? Is it? Can I find him? Can I find that if I go and look on the Twitter?
All you gotta do is go to NASA and then find that tweet from March 28, 2022.
Damn, that's a.
Just type in the word moon and Mars. Just type in the word moon and Mars and search their profile. I'm sure you'll find it.
Let's see.
I forgot to show you this. This is my favorite Elon tweet. This is Elon trolling hard, dude. Here you go. Somebody posted Logical Observer.
In a glass dome. What the fuck?
Yeah. Look how flat the Earth looks, too. By the way,
there's some curvature there a little bit on the edges.
But you see the rocket, right?
Yeah, I do.
Who took the picture?
Drone, maybe?
They're in space, bro. Interesting.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. Okay. You doing something now, bro? Okay, I see you. Okay. Hey, let me see this. It is
Here,
weird though. Like how did he take that picture?
You want to see it? Right. Here's a video shot of I think the last landing on the moon. This is what they claim is real footage from NASA. It's loading. Sorry. I hate that things take forever. Come on, load, bro. There you go. The GIF that I just posted, that's official NASA video of them landing on the moon.
Oh, come on.
In fact, you're gonna like this even better. This next one I post is them leaving the moon.
It looks so shit too. It looks edited, by the way. Like, is that what the fuck? It looks so fake.
This is their official video of them leaving the moon. Now here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Who filmed that?
One of those like little rovers that they have in like in each planet.
So they claim that it was on a tripod, and then when they lifted up, it tilted upward to watch them taking off. So here's even the weirder thing, right? How did they get the footage from the camera back to Earth if they left the camera? Hey, what's up, Hackle Dog? Hang on a second.
They have been doing those type like that type of things, right? Like even like a long time ago, like being able to take pictures, like satellites and shit like that, and then send them back. Now, like they do that now a lot.
This was in 1972, man.
Yeah, man. I have no idea, actually.
Let's see. So have you ever seen this image before? That I just posted right here.
No, I haven't. Solar eclipse, sun, moon, Earth line up with the moon in the middle. Full shadow, umbra, penumbra.
Do you see those lines between the sun, the moon, and the Earth?
I do, yeah.
I'm going to show you this. What do you think about this right here?
What is that? What am I looking at?
That's the sigil of Lucifer.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? You are right. It's like the goat. Like what? I didn't know Lucifer had a sigil. What the fuck?
Yeah. This one's cool. I don't know. Let's see. Here's one. All the ancient religions knew the Earth was flat and enclosed. Every single one of them. And then NASA comes along and changes it.
So
every ancient religion, they all spoke different languages. None of them supposedly communicated with each other, but yet they all somehow had the same interpretation of what Earth should look like.
This type of shit is interesting. Now this is, Sumerian, African, Slavic. I mean, yeah, this does got my interest now. Australian? What the hell is that? What is that religion about? Is a guy hugging the world or something like that?
Gosh darn it. The Maori from New Zealand and Australia.
Huh.
Here's a cool one. These images were taken of at the top of Mount Everest during a sunrise or a sunset,
Yeah.
and the tip of the mountain extends above the horizon. That was always a weird one. Not that that has anything to do with flat Earth. It's just an anomaly that I find amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the order. It's actually more than this, but here's the 6 major orders, which led up to the fake moon landing. So in 1946, they discovered an ice wall, and this is in their documents. This isn't us saying that there's an ice wall. This is the U.S. Navy saying that there was an ice wall in the south. And so in 1946, they discovered that, and they created Operation High Jump. And because these cliffs were like 300-400 feet high, and so they wanted to get on top of them. So that's why they called it Operation High Jump. And then they go down there and they do missions. Maybe they found something down there, so now they create Operation Deep Freeze, where they go back to truly investigate what's going on in Antarctica. So while they're investigating Antarctica, NASA decided to do NASA.
What is the second one? Discovery of the firmament. Operation Fishbowl.
No, that's Operation Deep Freeze.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My bad.
And then 1958, NASA was formed. A year later, all of a sudden, like 30 countries decide that Antarctica is off limits to the rest of the world. So they create the Antarctic Treaty. 1962, they go out to the Pacific Ocean as far away from all land as possible, and they start shooting the most powerful bombs that they can shoot up into the sky, and they're hitting a barrier in the sky. They actually have video recording. And then in 1969 was the first landing on the moon.
What is the firmament? Is that the ice wall?
No, so the Bible describes something called rakia, right? And the word rakia means vault, right? He created a vault and he separated the waters from the waters. That's what the Bible describes it as, right? He used a physical barrier to create the waters from the waters. And then, so the firmament is mentioned in the Gregorian version of the Bible, right? As this like firm barrier that separates the waters above from the waters below. And so that's what gives us our containment. What it is, we don't know. Like in the Bible, it says that it's hammered out and is as smooth as glass. but it's hammered out like copper or bronze. So, I mean, that's the way he describes it. I couldn't tell you what it looks like. Honestly, I don't even make claims to the Bible. I just think that we end up discovering that the Bible was right.
Okay.
Like the more we
That makes
discover
sense.
science, the more we know that the Bible is right. Like I give you an example, right? Have you ever seen the picture of a match lit on fire, and then someone holds a flashlight behind it, and you see no shadow where the fire is?
I heard something along the lines of that.
Right. And God is described as being all light, and in him there is no shadow, there is no darkness, right?
Yeah.
And so by definition, in light there is no darkness. Because that is truth.
Wow, this is a lot to take in.
Here's one. Here's a good one. When they landed on the moon and took a picture of the buggy, where's the dirt tracks to match the tire? In fact, how did they fit the buggy on the rocket ship?
Oh my god. Maybe they put them together on the moon. They had the pieces and shit, and put them together.
How did the tires have air pressure? They're in the vacuum of space.
They're non-pneumatic tires.
Here's a silly one. How about this one right here? This isn't flat Earth per se, but just to make you think about like the world that we live in a little bit, right?
Helios. Lucifera.
The most offensive part about the moon buggy is that they cost $30+ million each.
That's funny. Let's see.
Just like the cost of 1,000 cars at that time. 100,000 cars at that time.
You'll like this one. This one was funny too. The top French scientist admits the photo he tweeted about of a space telescope image. That one was pretty
that does look fake as fuck. What the fuck?
It passed, man. Fucking newspapers were writing about it all over the world.
This what the fuck, bro? This is star, supposedly a star, quote unquote, in front of the moon. What the fuck?
Yeah. Did you say dinosaurs are real?
I mean, you know what I'm gonna say, but like,
You're like
now, from everything I've
98%.
seen, what the fuck? That's funny. Honestly, I never thought of that. Actually, like, how did they reproduce themselves? Like, what did they do? Well, I'll be back. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
You're good, man.
No.
Hello. What's up, man? Guess we left.
did they do it? How many times did they do it?
Enough until it matched what they thought it would on
20, 50? Oh, okay.
They did it till it matched. You mean like the frickin' South Pole pendulum? Oh, it's going the wrong way. Try again. Oh, it's going 2 times too fast. Try again. Oh, it's just right. The frickin' Goldilocks frickin' version of science. Someone's been sleeping in my bed. This experiment is just right.
It's kind of like the Walter Bislin slider.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look! Turns out there was exactly this much refraction on that day because now there's no hidden height if I slide it to here, so there was this much refraction on the day. Debunked, flat Earth.
Dude, listen. I just take like when they say it's a simulator. No, dude, it's not a simulator. That's a graphics program. Right, that will distort the 3D world, right? So you can just distort it with the sliders. We're just going to distort the geometry because that's all it does, right? It just distorts the size of the ball that is part of the 3D geometry. That's all it does. It doesn't actually calculate any refraction, right? It just does the effective radius, and it just makes the ball bigger. Doesn't do anything else. Doesn't simulate anything.
And it actually says on his website that when you slide it to 1, it means that there's so much refraction that the radius would be so big that the Earth would just look flat. And you have to slide it to 1, or close enough to 1, for most of the observations.
And his if you click the flat Earth checkbox, that is the 3D element that's in that is a giant disk. I don't know if anybody's tried to compare his flat Earth disk checkbox to the giant frickin' globe that looks flat. Have you ever? I mean, I could do it right now, I guess. Just compared to see if it looks the same, like the flat Earth versus flat globe.
See, DJ took out Perfect Storm from a band forever.
He asked for it.
Yeah, he was asking for it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he was ban evading today. That guy's just so dishonest and ridiculous. We got enough content out of that guy. I think he just comes in, kind of takes over the chat, and just spurgs out constantly. It's just like incoherent.
Is that the piano player? The one that plays the piano?
No, he's Goldberg Jesus. He's trying to bring everybody back to Gold Jesus or something. Like he's like literally he said he's in here to save people from flat Earth.
So yeah, that guy, Storm, yet another person afflicted with anti-flat Earth derangement syndrome. It's a terrible affliction of the psyche where you are basically locked and so strongly emotionally disturbed by the very reality of flat earthers, especially their arguments and refutations, and especially chastisements against their reprehensible behavior, where you just are locked in being convinced of the notion that no matter what we say, we're wrong, and that you get to talk to us in the most unjustly hostile and disrespectful ways that you're in the mood to talk to us in any given moment, just on a whim. Anti-flat Earth derangement syndrome.
Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin'
I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You could switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it. Mhm.
Yes. And you can switch it to pass fail. And then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh, rest
Is this why we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space, dude. It's just meant to get people to ask the question: how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because at this point, everyone should.
How is it a troll question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. The question itself is kind of a
There's
dumb
no
question.
vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
Like it's
in the goal
like
model.
Vacuum, yeah. Like a vacuum is though is kind of arbitrary. Like what we call a.
And why do we use? What is we using the word for?
It's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space?
This is like
vacuum?
you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you go up a mountain or something like that, that like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is that?
And if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, like you just have like a gradient.
Okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
It does it. Well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to zero. It doesn't ever get to
So
zero.
it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some point.
No, the gradient stops. It stops being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
But you know how gradients work, right? You start with some number, and then you have some other number, and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
This is the problem with making that silly argument that if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to zero. Or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that container boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out.
Into what?
Into nothing. There's just
nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
Yeah, there doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think
but then it wouldn't be a vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was one molecule in a fucking light year of space, That's still a That's still a not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there. What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing.
Well, who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Yeah, great, and that proves that space exists, because
no, it doesn't prove it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about, okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and thinner and
that's
thinner.
Descriptive. That's great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really it never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation or do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say a speculation from my own experience, yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth. There's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional like points of information that you have.
Yeah.
Like it's not just only this one thing that you have, like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a fucking idiot.
The major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. I can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber, and the gravity of the Earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen, but that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, and it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, it's easy to talk about, right? That, hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great. That's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep you guys really need to get this, and this is why you guys constantly get smashed by us, dude. To be honest, is because science is empirical, and you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical when you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in, or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to, but your position is it never stops, it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically.
It goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down.
Forever?
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to.
It does matter because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it does. It doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis.
Why
Rusty
would
P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does not have to be a barrier.
What's the evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so you know wind, for example?
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
One gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
What happens? Yeah.
Yeah,
wind.
the high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, it can all depend,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity.
Yeah, real life.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think is like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought? Oh, we can't figure this shit out, but...
They didn't figure out gravity, okay? There's two values. There's little g and big G, right? Little g we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little g in there predicting fucking gas molecules are taking parabolic arcs, falling back to Earth.
It doesn't have to.
Like, how do you create gas pressure? You just appeal to gravity.
Yeah, so what?
So say we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Mm-hmm.
What makes it come back down? What if it's at a 45-degree angle? Does it take a parabolic arc and fall back to Earth?
Can have depends on the energy that it has.
Okay, but at some point, right, it'll fall back to Earth, right? It doesn't have, but at some point though, it'll fall back to Earth, right? If gravity's affecting it.
Correct.
And it's not going to fuck off into the vacuum. The gravity is going to do thermodynamics. Now, this isn't in any theory of gas. This can't be demonstrated in a lab or any experiment. Like I said, Rusty, you can say stuff. You can say, yeah, gravity is what causes the gas pressure. But science is empirical. That is a hypothesis. Gravity creates gas pressure. Demonstrate your hypothesis is true in some fucking experiment. This is why you guys fail, because it always comes down to science is empirical. It's based upon tests of the natural world, in the natural world. And when we go do this test, what do you want to know what's going to happen? Your hypothesis will be falsified.
That's so, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't the
Get
same
a vacuum
thing apply
chamber,
to you?
put gas inside of it, measure gas pressure at the bottom and not at the top.
Okay.
You know that's stupid. You know that would never happen.
No, you don't. No, because you don't have to do that.
How are you
This
going
is
to
like
demonstrate? How are you going to demonstrate gravity creates gas pressure?
You take a sample. You measure gas pressure at the ground, at sea level, for example.
That doesn't give you the cause.
No, you don't have. You don't have to measure the cause. Like, no people other than fucking flat earthers.
And how do we know it's
can do
causing the
that.
gas pressure then?
You can derive information based on evidence.
Yeah,
No,
our
like, you
evidence is gas pressure, 15 pounds per square inch at sea level, some other value at the top of a mountain. How do we know what caused the difference?
Again, you can derive information from things you observe or measure. Like, it's if you like what?
Yeah,
what okay,
right. We
like,
have
okay, wait.
information. We have a bunch of data. We're taking the data and we're trying to interpret it and see what the data says and what it means.
Yes,
Okay.
okay,
We
let's-
know we've measured a pressure difference. We want to know why is there a pressure difference? Okay. What causes there to be a pressure difference?
Okay,
What
so-
experiment can we do to see if things falling is the same cause as the gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. So let's put it to the flat Earth side, maybe.
Oh no
and
no
say-
no 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 no
No?
no 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 no
There's
no
no point?
no no
can't
Rusty,
do it?
no.
You can't do it?
Stop.
Okay.
No, I'm being nice, dude. I freaking lucky I'm not screaming at you. Bro, you said gravity creates things falling. That was your demonstration. Your analogy.
That's not
Hey, if I
claim.
drop something that
Claim.
falls, that's what's creating gas pressure. The same thing that I dropped the freaking bowling ball, the same thing that made that happen creates the gas pressure. How do you know that?
That is a claim that I make, that when we see things falling and that we have a great pressure gradient in the atmosphere, that is a claim that I make. Okay, there's
You
gravity.
don't even know what causes the first one. How are you going to know that whatever causes that is the same thing that causes the second one?
Yeah, no, that is my claim, right? That's what I'm claiming. Now, if we have like a debate about whether the Earth is flat with the flat Earth model and stuff like that,
What
and
flat
I'm
Earth
making
model?
the claim, it doesn't matter the flat. I'm making the claim that gravity is what's causing that. Now, if we are putting the two models side by side, like in a fucking Tekken universe versus shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, what causes this thing to happen, what we see in real life, whether the Earth is flat or not? What's causing things to fall down on the flat Earth? Or
Nobody
to
knows why
produce-
things fall, Rusty. Do you understand? You can say why all you want. Nobody knows why.
Okay, so
do you think you know
can't,
why?
You can't make any
Neither
claims.
can you. You can claim you know why, but you don't. Because I can ask you one simple question. What was the experiment that determined the causal mechanism of a falling object? And you can't tell me one. Nobody can tell me one.
Yeah, I can tell you one.
Oh, okay. Tell me the causal mechanism of a falling object. Go for it.
You take an object, you let go of it, drops down to the ground.
Okay.
That's an experiment that you can make.
That's the effect. We want to know why.
Okay.
You just gave us the observed natural phenomenon.
Oh,
We want the
okay.
cause of it.
Yeah.
You gave us a dependent variable. We want the independent variable, Rusty. The cause.
Things of like things that have mass, right? Objects that have mass attract each other. Is that enough? Probably not. Next thing would be
because
you have a
what that I want, because you're sitting here saying we like X causes Y. You don't have evidence for X causes Y. Okay. You're just saying, I could just say the same thing you'd have, and same thing I could say, well, it's magic freaking fairies with rubber bands that cause things to fall. I'd have the same evidence you do. Nothing.
Okay, so the entire world is just
Who
fucking
cares what the
bumps
entire
out.
world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't care what the entire world thinks.
Yeah.
If everybody
but-
agreed there was magic fucking elf rubber bands, would you be in here fighting for that?
Oh.
And I'd be, The whole world thinks it's magic helps with rubber bands. It's got to be true. The whole world thinks it. The whole world thinks a lot of stupid things. I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob thinks.
I understand that, but it's like the level of evidence that you require is impossible.
It's not. No. It's a simple experiment.
It's not, apparently.
Yeah, because it's a shit theory. It's not even a theory.
What experiment would
Look,
you?
it is so in science, the scientific method determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, you have independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable. Your dependent variable is your observed natural phenomenon. Now, we've known for fucking 200 years how to do the scientific method and figure out when we see a natural phenomenon, if we can isolate the independent variable to figure it, we can even quantify it and come up with a law of nature, right? You don't have that for gravity. It's a shit idea. That's why they're still fighting about it. Is Einstein right? Is Newton right? What about quantum fucking quantum emergent gravity? And this is why there's 70 freaking theories of gravity, right? Because it's fundamentally a shit idea.
What experiment would you consider to prove it to your specifications?
Look, what do you mean prove what?
Gravity.
The cause?
Yeah, the cause.
The same thing that follows the scientific method. You isolate an independent variable and manipulate it, and that would manipulate the effect.
So what would you propose to prove that?
A scientific method experiment, dude?
Yeah, but how would you do it?
Okay, let's say, okay, I'll tell you. So, say your independent variable is mass. Mass causes gravity, whatever the fuck mass is. Another poorly defined fucking thing. So let's say it's mass. Mass causes things to fall. Okay, so we can manipulate, that's our independent variable. So we'll take two different masses. Take a mass that's fucking 100 kilograms. We'll take one that's 1,000,000 kilograms. We drop them both. We see which one falls faster. Right? We manipulated. We want to change the effect. We want to manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. That's how we figure out what the cause is. As long as we've eliminated all the other possible confounding variables, we can definitely say, hey, this causes that. Right? So this test, if you do this test, what you'll find is, irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
What the cause is, though.
So your cause, mass, can't be the cause. Because it had no effect on it had no manipulation of the independent variable, had no effect on the dependent variable.
It can still be the cause, but
how can it be the cause if manipulating it doesn't change it?
Yeah, no, it can still be an indicator of different masses, for example, like fall at a different rate or something.
Rusty,
like that,
let me use an analogy. You want to go on the date, there's a whole bunch of girls, and they're all saying no. And they say, if you change one thing, we'll all go on a date with you. So you change your hairstyle, and they all say no. Now you know that's not the cause of them not going on a date. You change your shoes, they say no. Well, that's not the cause. Then you change your cologne, and then they all go on dates with you. Now you know what causes them not to go on a date with you. You smelled. Okay, it wasn't your shoes, it wasn't your hair, it was your frickin' cologne. Okay, you understand? So if I manipulate mass and it doesn't change the effect, and I still get something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that's not the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the point.
Yeah. So mass can't be the cause. So you asked me to tell you how to do it. We're going to drop two different masses. We'll drop two different weights. So we use, weight, mass. We'll drop fucking two different densities. Oh shit, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Different densities fall at different rates. Shit. But we got a confounding variable. We got the fucking air that surrounds it. Okay. Let's fucking old dude. Fucking beat me to it. How'd you know where I was going, old dude? So this experiment in here is in a vacuum chamber, and they use different elements. So this is called Bremen Drop Tower. It's 5 stories. Okay, they have a vacuum chamber. They put this shit in a capsule and drop it in the vacuum chamber. Now they have, and this dude did an experiment and then got kicked out. He's German. He put all these different elements. They're all the same mass, as in, you know, whatever, and whatever that means. And he dropped them, but they didn't all fall at the same rate in the vacuum chamber. So what this tells you is that mass, even though it's the same, if you do a carefully controlled experiment, there's some other variable that manipulates the rate of fall, that manipulates G.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is gravity is fucking unknown, dude. It's just an unknown.
I don't know. Like what you just said is like that's what we understand as gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but
like it's like
the understanding is
unknown shit.
It's more like, yeah, it's an understanding that's more like a kid's story. Like they tell people, like, we understand this, but they really don't.
Yeah, well, like like generally people understand that when we come to
In a descriptive way,
like,
we understand it. Like we know, like we can make formulas and predict what happens. Like we shoot a cannon, right? Based upon, you know, formulas, we know where the cannonball is going to land, right? Using little g. But like I said earlier, that's known empirically. We don't need a theory of gravity to make those predictions. We don't need to know why any of that happens.
Of course. You can figure it out. Like cavemen can figure shit out.
Yeah, you could actually just feed the data into an AI, and the AI could figure out where the fucking cannonball is going to land without knowing anything about Newton's laws, right? So,
I mean, yeah, you gotta put the numbers in, but it's not about like the fact that.
Well, yeah, you could shoot like a trillion cannonballs, right, and just punch in the numbers of different the different configurations of the cannon and the cannonball and the distances and where it lands and all that shit, right? You feed it into the AI and fucking you like once it's done being trained, you go, okay, I shot a cannon, it was tilted at 45 degrees, and the cannonball is gonna, you know, it's got this much gunpowder, the cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer. But it wouldn't need to use Newton's laws to figure any of that shit out, right?
So no, because a trebuchet can launch a stone 90 kilos for 300 fucking meters, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna bust that fucking wall, that castle.
I want to see a human trebuchet, dude. I want to see a fucking launch a human being. But
bro, we had one right next to my next village or whatever. They had a fucking trebuchet. They shot shit from it. Damn, that shit goes far. But again, you don't have to you don't have to know anything about like gravity or what like we have today. Of course, you can like look at a stone flying a certain distance based on your trebuchet or your catapult.
Yeah,
but it's like if there is like things that you can derive from that information about like how far things fly.
My only point is that you don't need to know the causal mechanism. Like saying, hey, we understand gravity, but that's two different, like, it's a very poor idea. That's all I'm saying. This is why Newton freaking didn't believe it, because it's the idea itself is poor. It's conflated. Like I said, big G and little g. There's the so-called universal law of gravitation, where, you know, two masses pull each other, but then there's little g. In the real world, we do everything with little g. We're not doing fucking GM1 M2 divided by R fucking squared calculations. We're just calculating little g. So, which is, like I said, is known empirically. So when we jump from that and start saying causes, this causes why? Hey, air pressure, that's caused by gravity. Okay. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean the fucking big G or the little g gravity? Oh, the little g gravity. Okay. Where's the evidence that fucking little g makes shit like gases fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? There's no evidence of any of that shit, or that gas can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can change. Think of how crazy it is to say that shit. That gravity would have to be, or little g would have to be able to do things like heat up matter and change the phases of matter and turn things from solid to liquid and liquid to fucking gas and like all sorts of shit.
Yeah, man,
If you had a gravity dial, right, and started manipulating your gravity dial, that fucking things would matter would change phase. Because it has to be able to do because the gas, it's a thermodynamic state. You understand? It's a state of matter. So that thermodynamic state has a certain behavior. And saying gravity can overcome its intrinsic fucking behavior of a gas, of what it does, saying, hey, gravity just stops it from doing what it normally does. There's no evidence of that. And that's a freaking tall claim, man.
Yeah, okay, like you don't have to go to this like specific level of shit, right? Like
I think we do for this, yeah. It's saying they're fucking got machines fucking floating around fucking a million miles away.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have like pretty much with all science, you don't go to the absolute base level of why things happen, right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but at some point, it's like you like as a normal person, you basically can't understand what's happening, right?
Yeah, I understand, but like what we have here, Rusty, is on one hand we have the laws of thermodynamics, which have no known violations, and in fact, if you look at what's been written by scientists in the literature, Einstein said out of the 3 freaking legs of a stool of physics, thermodynamics is one of the legs, and if you took it out, the whole thing would collapse. Fucking Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that supposedly confirmed his theory, his eclipse theory of fucking bending light. He said anyone that theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics is condemned to the greatest humiliation. So like it's like things like that on one hand. So that's what they say on one hand. And then they say gravity violates the laws of thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that actually incorporates gravity into it. You can look all through the textbooks. You can ask ChatGPT. You can look wherever you want, but there's no actual testable thermodynamic theory that has ever survived any laboratory experiment. So, like, we have a bunch of hypotheticals. The whole idea that gravity can create gas pressure and alter the thermodynamic behavior of gas is a hypothesis. That hypothesis has no evidence. They'll say things like, well, it happens on Earth, obviously, because it's obvious. There's this outer space thing, and we have gas pressure gradient, so blah, 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 right? No, it's not obvious. You have to be able to demonstrate in science your central claims through experiment. You just don't get a freebie of like, we can't test it, so we get to assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the word gravity or whatever. Like, you can use whatever word you want. But
yeah, I agree.
What like, if we go from like a base perspective, like let's say we are back in a fucking cave era or whatever, we don't have any like tools to measure it appropriately. Let's say we go up a mountain and we kind of we can feel it's getting harder and harder to breathe the further up the mountain you go.
You're right, just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you
why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence there's this thing called outer space vacuum?
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever, or does it stop?
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
you
stop.
Right back to the same thing is what causes the gas to stop, right? What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No,
you're right back at the starting point.
No, that's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like, it doesn't stop. or whatever. Like it doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word stop has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion because that's not what the vacuum of
it
space
does.
is.
I'm trying to explain why it means something. Because then we're just quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's the point?
I'm trying to tell you it's impossible.
Well, okay. So what's the point? What are we even arguing about? Like,
do you think it exists?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, that then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around the ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced.
Yeah,
and that I can
right.
think about also because I have a brain that I can think about and say, okay, if I go higher.
So it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
Mm-hmm. No,
Trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, from this specific point of argument, if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what would that tell you?
When does this stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never, ever.
It never stops getting thinner.
Ask me a question and ask us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe. It gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us a question.
Okay. I mean, this alone, I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and not.
This was your evidence.
Included. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain. It gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you know.
Okay, so let me ask it like this: what was the point of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? What was the point?
The point
what does that tell us?
Discussion that we had before about the
what Jedi's asking you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want to say
this is okay. Hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever,
no, they don't.
Right?
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, you admitted, is that is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So, where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? How does it go down? At what rate? How do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in? Right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists.
We don't really do that. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, like you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you Okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? Like it's
we're
if you
extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact? Like,
yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we got 15 pounds per square inch of sea level. We got freaking 10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, like it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm gonna ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also the thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it
Is
was
the temperature equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature.
Oh, it's called thermodynamics. We're not doing thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, like, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or like a glass thing, like a.
Is this container static?
What do you call it? What do you call it? Like the firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
in your imaginary container.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay, so it'd be like the Earth then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now, within the laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic system must be closed.
Someone hot micing? Or am I going crazy right now?
What the hell's going on?
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
Yeah, he was muted. Yep, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yep. It doesn't have to be closed, though.
Yeah, it does. Or the gas would expand into another available volume if that available volume was vacuous and available space. If the gas is not contained, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to expand because of the energy that's held within the gas is given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas in.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to like live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you if you like right now, of course, like the sun is putting
the sun.
energy.
No, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
We're
I
talking
understand
about
that.
how
Yeah.
it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have
no.
You don't even have to like refer to
so
gravity
you said,
because
no,
you
we're not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
It does what?
I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause?
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tyre, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not the container. In that case, like it's the same.
Again, listen. Force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a, I mean, I can
is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my little experiment.
If I say that gravity creates a gradient and someone
then you can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that in an experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like,
yeah, you can't do an experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
no,
right?
that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's an experiment towards some.
No, it's not an experiment. It's the observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and okay, what we can use a different word than gravity.
It's not an experiment yet. It's not even a hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the phenomena.
And
we agree. And what causes that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I asked you 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Down. Yeah, so like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
But no, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to cause, even though you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you stumble over any more words?
No, at some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then
it's not whether we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
you don't have the evidence. Yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Look, this is how it works. And they showed you, they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. You're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
A concept. All right, like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence?
You accept.
But you can, first off, you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
Oh God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some weird loop, dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes, circular reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behaviour of rocks. We're talking about the behaviour of gases. So in your analogy or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying, like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying, like, it's like, if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing, the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any. You don't have to, like, what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion.
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay, so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place, then. Not being as we're not coming to any conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go, again, like, if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation, and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that, like, for like I mean,
getting further away from where the gas is produced.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Hold on, you're gaining altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, fucking dynamics. Yeah. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what, like, could you like draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared to the base of the mountain, at the same time, probably be like colder. right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like
Not
throughout the year, shit changes.
All the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah. The amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad
again,
why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how different temperatures of gases are going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I gotta fucking
feel like I'm educating you. You're caveman. You're asking what conclusions we reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. Haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I don't have to do it. It's just that gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the kinetic theory of gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a GMP equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be. And I haven't even said anything about it.
Gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that. You're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? Doesn't logically follow that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, the gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay, if you think that,
it's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it.
Right now.
Explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You
said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Great gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary. Now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire, or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there's gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes that?
Existing around it.
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container. Fuck.
But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're saying
so brainwashed you can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. We
have just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah, right? We're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tire. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container,
then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
no, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it won't be obvious to you that there was a container unless we demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to need demonstration.
Oh my God.
Actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just
my God, you're broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure.
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then you got upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You brought
so
it up.
The gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was your point?
There's no point.
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not making any sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
stop him.
We don't...
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up...
You said you didn't want to bring up gravity.
Yes.
So what was the point of us being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To demonstrate there isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't exist.
You're making a claim it's caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again, I
Yeah,
said
someone else talked to me.
no. You you did it again. Like I said, we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the like
You brought
overall.
up 2 examples: one, a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to
Yes.
breathe, and then you brought up there's gas
That was-
surrounding us.
Mhm.
At no
I
point
did.
in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially
Oh, you do
said
now.
because you bring it all you bring it up all the
Stop
way, like
tripping
all the
over your
time.
fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like,
Yeah,
please, I'm
alright.
begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence.
Yeah, and the same thing that who was it? Person before me that left. So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate, or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Jedi. Yep. Yeah. He like Jedi. Yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean, it seemed like he was just
like I told you,
deflecting.
this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like I was trying to say that okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity. We
Why are
don't
you
use
adjusting what
that.
I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with him, but
Talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I'll just look around at reality. It's not specific to gravity, but
you looked around at reality and you concluded that there's no container for the earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made when I was a kid.
I just want to know where you get the idea that somehow gas pressure is the way you think it is for the reason you think it is.
Could you form a conclusive question, please?
And I just want to know why you think gravity, that gas pressure is the way it is for the reason you think it is. And you can't tell me the reason. You're actually trying to reject your own reasoning. You're trying to throw gravity under the bus and say, hey, let's not use that word.
Okay,
so there's no other mechanism you can point to say, hey, we have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that's actually kind of what it is. It's the best explanation that I have for how if you want to say gas pressure, of course, but everything around the Earth, like how the physics work, kind of. Yeah, gravity is
We're
kind of
giving you the physics. They don't work.
Well, they kind of give the best explanation.
But the best explanation has no evidence. So if that's the best explanation, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. If your best explanation has no supporting evidence, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, there hasn't been any other big explanation or big evidence thing that has been coming out that explains the word any differently. So
that
what am I going to believe
gas
in?
pressure gradient.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient.
Here's one.
Pretty conclusive.
That gases are created on the surface of the Earth. And what you have is diffusion, the diffusing of gases from the surface, and that's why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Okay, haven't really experienced that. That things.
What are you talking about? It would be exactly like what you experience now.
If gases are being expulsed from the Earth.
Not only that, but they're being created on the surface of the Earth, as in, because of thermodynamic processes, chemical reactions, things like that, gases are created on the surface of the Earth. Right? So when you have so what happens when you have a chemical reaction that turns some group of molecules into some other group of molecules, and then it emits a gas? That gas pressure in that region goes up, right? But then the gas diffuses into the surrounding area. And you will have a gas pressure gradient from the point of the chemical reaction going out radially from there.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, there's your explanation.
All right, I mean,
and funny,
I wasn't asking
this is what
how gases
this is what the Chinese thought way back in the day. They had a name for it. It was called the air wind or something like that.
Yeah, but do you think that we live in an enclosed space?
Yeah.
So
you have to. And that's what we've been trying to tell you for 2 hours now, is that we have to. It's not opinion.
Yeah, but
like opinion. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. It's a law of nature. It's not an opinion. It's not what I think. I go, hey, what does the second law predict? It predicts this. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not a law that applies to your worldview.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the second law right now. You're not. You're making up your own bullshit.
No, if you would be in an enclosed space, at some point the energy would increase more and more and more, and you would just fucking die because it's getting hotter and hotter.
Because temperature radiates infrared radiation, so the energy would. So, for instance, if you take a blowtorch and you heat up poker, it doesn't heat up forever. It'll reach a certain level of equilibrium where it stops heating up. Right? 500 degrees Celsius, whatever it is. It'll reach an equilibrium.
Yeah,
but the Earth is a system that is in constant flux. It is dynamic. It's never going to reach equilibrium, probably not in your lifetime at least. And it radiates heat through electromagnetic radiation. So it's never going to the temperature's not going to go up and up and up forever.
Well, if it's, I mean, in real life, as if you are a glober, of course, that makes sense. But if you are if you think that the Earth is enclosed in I don't know, like a dome or something like that, then that whole system doesn't make fucking sense.
Is that like your argument? Your counter argument to what I said was, if you're a flat earther, that whole argument doesn't make sense. That's your counter argument.
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a dome or whatever,
yeah, it don't make fucking sense. That's your argument. Great argument. It don't make sense. Great argument.
It doesn't make, scientifically, it doesn't make sense. Yes.
I just told you why it doesn't make sense. I gave you the reason.
Okay, so where is the energy going again?
It's being radiated. Radiated. What is radiation? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, so go on.
And it's being radiated away from the Earth.
From the Earth. Away from the Earth. Okay.
Away from the Earth. Like the electromagnetic radiation. So
yeah, I understand that.
You have a closed system, bro. Okay, you have closed systems and open systems. Okay,
what is the Earth?
In a closed system, energy can pass, but matter can't. In an open system, matter and energy passes. Okay, so we're in a closed system, as in the energy can pass, but the matter can't.
All right.
Now, do you understand? So we can emit radiation. We can take in radiation. We take in radiation from the sun. We emit radiation. It's called radiative cooling, in fact.
Yeah, but again, like if you would be able to...
Okay, you're going to tell me that we're not using physics now?
No, but if you have like a...
Is that physics, dude? Yes or no? Is that the common modern version of physics, of thermodynamics?
I'm saying about physics, though. There's no fucking
thermodynamics.
Yes, I understand that.
How can heat transfer? There's 3 ways. Can you tell me the ways?
What?
There's 3 ways for heat to transfer. Can you tell me the ways?
Right now, radiation probably is one of them.
Radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Anything with a temperature emits radiation.
I gotta go.
All right.
We're gonna wait.
I'll see you later.
5 minutes.
It was very convenient.
But you guys really think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, because it observes and measures that way. That's the way we see it, and that's the way we use it and measure it. So nobody's demonstrated ever that the surface of water is curving at a continuous rate, which would mean it's curving around to become a ball. When we measure it, it's just showing no deviation from horizontal. Didn't like that one. It's like, nah, it's too much for me. Water.
If you would go back to planes, like, would it be like an accurate experiment to do if we had like a plane that flies a circle around like the Arctic Circle? And then...
what would that prove?
You take like flight data and look at the speed that it traveled and stuff and the time that it took to do that. And then you do the same thing around the Antarctic Circle and would take the time and the speed that it took and stuff like that, just that you have an equivalent speed or something like that, and then wouldn't that prove something if the plane
No, with 2 planes going in a circle, change the fact that the surface is not curved?
No, the time that it takes them to circumvent that circle. Like,
you're presuming that Antarctica in this case is
I'm not
somehow...
presuming.
Yes, you are. Like,
no.
Yes, because we don't have a map that has Antarctica as an outer circle, so there could be Antarctica as an island, and then you would get a similar amount of time circling it.
But it wouldn't be going around an island, it would be going around the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah,
which is like
an
a line
island.
of
A
longitude.
circle around a spot.
But it's not about the island, it's about the circle that you take. Not that you're circling an island, it's just that in the Arctic, it just happens that there is the Arctic in the center of that circle. Special lines of longitude.
Yeah, the point is, if you're going in a circle, and if that circle is equally big, all you figured out is that circle is equally big. You didn't figure out if that circle conformed to your sphere, and if that southern part, or the magnetic south, is actually the bottom of a globe, and you're going around the bottom of a globe. You could just be going around the circle of an island.
But you're doing it along lines of longitude. So if the Earth would be flat, we'd know that Antarctica is basically at the outside of it. And then at least it's south of the equator. So it would immediately take way longer for a plane to go around that line of longitude.
Yeah, no, that's again presuming a map. Like, you're presuming the map there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think that the Earth is flat, it would make geometrical sense.
It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. No, stop. It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. That's how it measures. So if it measures flat, it's not a globe. And so it doesn't matter if you fly in circles that are equally big in two locations. That doesn't mean the Earth suddenly becomes curved and the measurement's curved. It doesn't change.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, in your model, it doesn't have to be curved, but you could try to.
Yeah, but you're assuming that Antarctica is going to be on the outside of. Are you talking about an AE map?
Yeah, that's kind of the model that was presented to me.
Yeah, no, we don't describe to that model. That's a globe projection.
Okay, but still, if do you still think that?
Okay, but still, no. You got to understand.
We don't have to talk about
we're not making the claim that you're trying to falsify here. Our claim is the surface isn't curved, and you talking about going in circles in some places doesn't change the fact that the surface isn't curved. You get that?
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't get it.
It's just because because you don't really have like a model that is like explainable to visualize.
Yeah, we don't claim a model because we haven't gone out and measured the whole world and created a model. What we have done is gone out and measured the surface of water, and the water isn't curving according to the globe. And so either the globe is so much bigger that we live on a tiny flat spot on it, or the Earth is flat. There's two options for you.
Hey. How do you explain that there's day and night?
The sun moves.
It has to be a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
No. The sun moves. Just like you observe, the sun moves.
The sun is much larger than the Earth.
No, it's not.
Is it?
Planet.
Is it? How do you know that?
You don't know that?
Affairs. In order for you to make an assumption like that, you need to measure the Earth and then the sun. You can't measure either. Have you ever measured either for yourself, Fairs?
No, I didn't.
Fairs? You haven't. Okay. So it's an assumption that you're talking on, and it's not a fact, right? Unless you have evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away and
right.
A couple 100,000 miles in diameter.
We see the sun as a circle, right? And the moon.
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at here. Sure. I mean, it looks round. Sure.
Why not the Earth's sphere as they are?
Because the Earth is not in the sky. You don't see the Earth in the sky. You see circles of light.
So you see
the Earth is not a circle of light. To us, it's the ground you live on.
I understand you, but
I mean, I also see clouds in the sky, but I don't think that the Earth is a cloud shape.
Yeah, I see birds in the sky. I don't think Earth is a bird shape either. This is incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, this is true. Ferris, have you got any experiments for measuring the shape of the Earth? Or the Sun? I mean, I don't know why we're talking about it, but I mean, it's the Flat Earth Discord. Let's talk about the Earth. How can you measure the Earth?
No,
if you're claiming for it to be a sphere, how are you measuring sphericity, curvature?
Well, you could do long distance measurements and see if there's a drop over distance. Because if it's a globe, you've got a claimed radius, so that radius should be in place.
Spoiler alert, there's no curvature.
Yeah, basically.
If can't measure either, then you can't say the sun or moon is bigger or smaller. If the Earth is flat, why do those in the southern hemisphere see the crooks? What is crooks? And the northern
I think he's
hemisphere
talking about
flowers.
the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross is crux, and where the stars rotate around a central star. It's different in the Southern Hemisphere than the Northern Hemisphere. Why is that if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you see different parts of the sky. The sky is something we don't know how operates. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't really matter how the sky operates. It's a non sequitur to the Earth.
No, it's not a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur for you to dismiss it. The issue is when you go to the Southern Hemisphere, the stars rotate around a central star, and the Northern Hemisphere.
That's what it appears like. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't matter that the sky appears to rotate however you like. That's just appearances. That is not the measurement of the Earth. And so when the Earth isn't measured curved, it's not curved. It's very simple, buddy.
Interrupting doesn't prove anything. It just means you don't like the answer, so you overtalk.
Yeah, your incoherent denial of your non sequitur doesn't change the fact that it's a non sequitur.
Can you explain?
Those two things are not related.
Explain it from the flat Earth model. Why the difference? Go ahead.
I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain everything. I don't need to explain
Flat Earth is not a model.
Yeah.
If it's flat, that phenomena would not be real. If it's
that's just your belief. That's called
your
appeal to incredulity.
So
you don't believe it could work unless it's a sphere. Stop over-talking me.
Provide an answer.
I don't need to provide an answer because I don't have a replacement cosmology for you. The sky works the way the sky works. The ground lacks the curvature required for your explanation of how the sky works to work. So your explanation has been falsified at its base.
Explain, then your model is insufficient.
Yeah,
so why don't you try and answer the issue?
Buddy, we've already falsified. We already falsified your model. So we're not claiming a replacement model. We're showing you where your model is falsified. It's very simple. You don't need to be dumb about this.
Let's see, your next question should be, how did you do this? Not, I demand an explanation. Yeah, flat Earth is not a model.
If there's a dome and you have a moon suspended in the upper central area of the dome, then people...
Bro, why don't you ask us our position instead of assuming it?
Then I'm just trying to lay it out so you guys can then address it.
No, you're just assuming our position instead of asking us for our position. That's called a straw man fallacy.
If you're on the opposite sides of the disk, why do you see the same side of the moon?
What disk?
Flat Earth model. Why would you?
Yeah, we don't have a flat Earth disk for you. So why are you creating the straw man? What's wrong
with you? Are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther?
Hey, listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you one last time and get it through your thick head. Flat Earth is not a model.
It's not a reality?
It's not a cosmological model, bro.
anything that exists can be modified.
Model is
or
not
modeled.
reality. You're making a classic error.
Okay. Yeah, you guys.
Models are not reality. Reality is reality. Models are wrong. Models are approximations of reality and not correct.
Is the Earth flat or not flat?
It's measured flat.
Is it not? Is it flat or not flat? I didn't say if it was measured. I asked you, is it flat or is it not flat?
It's measured that way, yes.
It's also measured as being spherical.
Where? Show us, dumbass.
Hey, look. Why do you speak so derogatorily? Why are you doing that?
Because you're a dumbass who cannot listen to a word that's being said, and you have to interrupt and talk over. And then when things have been explained to you explicitly, you straw man and don't actually account for anything that anybody else has said. So you're proving you're a bad faith actor who doesn't actually want to take part in this conversation.
Well, he's made a claim. You've made a claim that it's measured spherical. So can you show that? Start there.
You made the claim that a model is not a representation of reality. Demonstrate that. You went first.
That's very
Go
easy.
ahead and do it.
No models are representations of reality. This is a common aphorism within science that models are wrong because they are not accurate representations of reality. Okay. That's a reification fallacy.
Does the flat idea, the idea that the Earth is flat or the idea that the Earth is a sphere, which one better represents reality?
The Earth is measured flat. The sphere is falsified. So, of course, the flat Earth represents better reality than the globe because the globe is proven false. It's so simple.
Okay, so then explain Polaris.
One sec.
Explain Polaris and Crux.
1 sec, bro. No, we're not explaining anything in the sky. Listen, bro.
Okay, if you can't,
what we're not doing
means your system's falsified.
Listen, just
you can't
relax and listen to what I'm about to say. Listen to what I'm about to say. Give me a chance. So what we're not doing is coming up with an idea and then going out into reality to see if there's anything that matches that bias. We're allowing reality. We're allowing reality itself to tell us what it is through observation and measurement.
Yeah.
Directly.
You're not falsifying anything by looking into the sky and saying this doesn't match with your imagination of how the Earth works. Because that's not what we're claiming. We're just showing you falsifications of how your beliefs don't work.
Okay. Crux and Polaris falsify the flat Earth model.
They don't. They falsify your straw man. That's called a straw man fallacy because you are not capable of addressing what we're actually saying.
You said the Earth is measured as being flat. That means you then presume that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, then explain Polaris and Crux.
I don't need to explain it because the measurements prove themselves.
So you can't explain it.
I didn't claim to explain it. I don't claim to have a replacement cosmology.
You're defeated. Your argument's defeated.
No, it's not defeated because you're not actually addressing my argument. You're running away to the sky and claiming, you need to prove everything. That's a Sisyphean task. You're asking me to prove everything when your beliefs have been fundamentally falsified. That is just incoherent. That's a red herring from you not having any evidence of your beliefs.
You won't even believe the facts.
What facts? You don't have any.
There'd be no need to believe facts. They contradict each other. Those two words, belief and fact.
You just have beliefs. We have measurements, which are facts. That's the difference. You believe your beliefs are facts, but you have nothing to back them up.
So if anybody has any questions or, would like to discuss the name on the door. It's very good cop, I guess. So no, it is. Yeah, I guess. I mean, hey, it's okay.
I got one.
You got one?
Like,
What's up, STP?
Can you post the video again where you measure the Earth is flat?
Sure. I mean, we can post many different experiments and tests that we've done to prove that the Earth is flat. Could we get a GIF of the? I mean, we can use lasers. We can use physical landmarks to depict distance.
There was like one laser test that apparently took like refraction and stuff into account. That's the one that I wanted.
Okay, if anyone knows what he's talking about, drop it in the chat.
I mean, so one of the flat Earth, it was like a month ago or something, where someone posted a video in the chat, but I forgot to grab it.
Oh, okay.
About that.
Well,
here's Dr. John D. He's a PhD in spectral photometry, and so he understands refraction. He went out and tested it in many different days. He offered anybody to come out and join him, and he tested it specifically during the times when refraction should have been the least, and when the refraction should have been upwards. And so during those times, you should not be able to see beyond the geometric horizon. That should be impossible. And so he was a globe believer, PhD at that, and he wanted to debunk us. So that's why he put those constraints. He went to try to find the conditions required to debunk us. But when he did so, turns out we're correct, and the globers are just retarded. They never actually check these things. They just assume them because they want to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I was just asking for the video. Thank you.
Right. So, have you given that video a quick watch? Rusty P?
45 minutes long.
Yeah, I know. I just watched the first.
I'm doing it at 2x speed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, did you watch the first part, the previous peer-to-peer observation? Did you see the different factors that he took into account? So, in some instances, it was a little bit too foggy.
I gotta watch it again. I skipped a little bit forward.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the previous or the observation where it's 23rd of February 2019?
And if you want to learn more about this, I can send you my optical framework where I, instead of going in circular reasoning, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then looking and seeing that you see too far, assuming refraction covers the gap to make it a globe, circular reasoning, you go in a full circle. I start with basically taking all of the optical constraints and constraining it down into an optical framework, and then seeing what's left. If there's any geometry left after you constrain all of the optics involved, you're looking at perspective collapse, where when you look out, you see the ground appear to ramp up. Even you're on the globe, you're supposed to be falling down. You're still seeing it ramp up. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway.
How I can?
Sorry. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway, you know it's flat.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah. You can ask the question.
Can I ask you about flat Earth?
Yes.
Why is flat Earth?
It's because it's measured flat, and
because it has to be.
All of the supposed evidence for the globe Earth is actually either fallacies or misconceptions. It doesn't have any validity to it, and so the globe is just a belief system, not actually what you experience. You live in the world, you experience the world as flat and stationary. That's how you operate in it. That's how we build everything in it. That's how everything works. But then you believe it's a globe beyond that. That's a belief system like a religion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So back to what I was talking about, perspective collapse. And so when you look down a flat engineered hallway, the ceiling and the floor are equal distance away from each other, it's flat. But when you look down the hallway, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to collapse down, the walls collapse together into this vanishing point. This is the vanishing point of your vision caused by the diffraction limit of your eye. And so this is how optics work. We have a limit to our vision based on this diffraction limit, how big the aperture of your eye is. And so that's the limit of our vision, the horizon. However, that gets modified slightly by refraction. And the Globers want to believe that refraction allows you to see forever beyond the globe, but that doesn't actually work. That if that were happening, we would have effects. We would be able to quantify how much refraction is happening because of that, and we would see separation of wavelengths as a consequence. We don't see that. We see the inverse. That when we see further, the less refraction. When we see less, there's more refraction. That means refraction is causing ray loss, which means bottom of objects, those rays from the bottom of the objects are actually curving slightly down.
Hello guys, how are you?
I thought talking. Once those rays hit the surface, you lose the bottom of the object and it's unrecoverable. Compared to if you look with your eyes, you can see 3 miles away. That's because the diffraction limit of your eye, you can calculate it based on that, see how far you see based on that. But if you use a bigger aperture camera, long distance camera, you can actually see boats that should have disappeared behind Earth curvature far beyond what your eyes can see. So things that disappear to your eyes can be visible in the high-powered optics. And that's because of the diffraction limit. But when those rays get lost at the bottom, you still can't recover those rays, even with better optics. And when you see conditions where there's very low refraction, we can see very, very far, like in the case with the black swan image. We can see that we can no longer distinctly distinguish the horizon because we're hitting the extinction limit of light in air. And so the horizon starts fading into this band, and you kind of need to turn up the contrast to see where the horizon is. I'll show you an image.
I know the black swan. The thing is, though, like, doesn't refraction work both ways? So it can refract downwards or upwards?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you. When it refracts downwards, you lose the bottom of objects. Or we have the refractive effects called stooping and towering. Stooping is when an object gets compressed down and it becomes smaller. And so once it becomes too small for your eyes to discern, it becomes practically invisible. It gets compressed down into the horizon line. And so towering is the opposite effect when light refracts upwards and you get the image stretched upwards and you get a band of like distortion. That's towering.
It's like a superior and inferior mirage, right?
No, those are different things. Those are when there's actually a layer that allows basically the reflection of the ray so that you can see an inverted image in the sky or in the ground where there should be no such image.
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage when it's underneath. Yeah. When it's above, it's a superior mirage.
Yeah, if you can see things that should be hidden behind the horizon, it's a superior one.
No,
it's an inferior one. You can see basically like the sky being
superior mirage is when you see an object in the air, like a ship, that's inverted, so it's upside down. It's a reflected image of the ship. That's a superior mirage. An inferior mirage is when you see the object reflected underneath the image. What you're trying, to articulate is the claim of looming. They claim that objects can loom across the Earth curvature, and you can see projected images of things. However, in my optical framework, I address all of this. Looming is when the sky is being reflected, but the object is not, because of the curvature of the rays when they're hitting the temperature gradient. And so it looks like the object is flying, but what's actually happening is the surface is reflecting the sky, making the object appear to be flying, but the object is not. And so we can show this, just like with when I told you earlier, different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so if things are being refracted, we can look in different wavelengths and see this wavelength refracts less than this wavelength. So if we are seeing this because there's more refraction, the wavelength that has a more effect with refraction will show us more. The wavelength that has less effect with refraction will show us less. However, when we actually test this in reality, we find that wavelengths that supposedly have less refraction actually allow us to see further with the horizon. And so that's telling us that what's actually limiting how far we see is partially refraction, because things that refract less allow us to see further. Things that refract more are not allowing us to see further. So the globe is not being hidden by light allowing us to see around the globe, making it appear flat. It is actually flat, and light actually refracts, and that is causing the illusion that makes people assume the Earth is a globe when it says isn't actually a globe.
So what do you guys think? What's your opinion about what's out there? I mean, around us, you know?
I got cows and shit like that around me.
You think it's just terrain, endless forever?
Nope, we have air pressure, so it doesn't go on forever unless there's a million of these places like us, and we're all underneath the same thing or in the same place. That's the only way it could go on forever in your mind.
Because I see this life as I think it's the creator's experiment. So I think it's something to do with this place that we call Earth. So I'm not sure. So that's why I don't tend to believe it goes on forever.
I say it's like a horse race, and then once the race is over, they clean up the track and they straighten it all out. That's why they flood this place a bunch of times, because there's like something going on and they're betting on it.
Oh, what about the rising sea level?
Oh, that's not true.
You know, well, you know the Black
Sea, not true,
for
though.
example.
Yeah, it's not true.
Yeah, how are you going to prove? You have to prove that, and you haven't even proven that to yourself. So you're just believing here. No, we don't accept that, what they tell us. Difficult to validate.
There is proof of a massive flood. It's not accepted, but there is proof.
Everybody accepts there's a flood. They're digging buildings out still. How could there not have been a flood?
I'm gonna send you a video about this flood.
Yeah, you're talking about rising sea level, you said. I don't accept that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have that, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't know what to ask you, actually. Look in the chat, this is about the flood thing. Very interesting, I promise you. But this is not to do with rising sea level. I feel like I want to ask you something, but I don't know what.
Have you seen all the pictures where they show the sea level at a certain location in like the early 1900s and then recently? And it looks exactly the same. There's a lot of comparison photos like that. But there are also some places that seem like they're sinking a little bit as well.
Excuse me for eating. Today at work was out of the ordinary day, let's say. So now I'm coping with some KFC, which I never do, but
Where are you? Where are you in the world? Europe? Middle East?
Yeah, Europe.
Europe. Okay.
Yeah. Don't eat fast food, by the way. It's very bad, trust me.
You can't say anything if you're eating KFC about health advice.
Well,
I don't think there's been a time where I ate KFC and then felt really good about myself afterward. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's
so that tastes so freaking good, but then the aftermath.
But I never eat KFC. This was an exception.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I used to eat a lot of fast food, and I lost a lot of weight, and that's why I know I had some issues. But
Mark J just posted a cool image, which I'm gonna pinch.
Yeah, I see. No, it's like the Black Sea. If you look at it, you can see it had an original shape where it was deeper. You can clearly see.
It's not an ocean, is it?
It's not an ocean, but it's connected.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not an ocean, is it?
No.
Right.
Do you believe in asteroids? That some asteroids hit the Earth sometimes.
No.
Not in the mainstream explanation for what they are and where they come from and that kind of thing. Definitely.
Yeah, and then you got your comets and your meteorites. I've never touched one of those. No, you know.
Whatever they're called, I don't know.
I have no acceptance of any of that stuff at all at this point. None, zero. And it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, by the way.
Just rocks falling from the sky. I've seen one video of that.
No, I don't accept that rocks are falling from the sky. I don't accept that at all. I think they're man-made events. That's my feeling. I don't believe that the Creator created the Earth.
Saw that movie. Yeah, there's no such thing as sky rocks falling.
Yeah, it's just no
okay, what
way,
about
Jose, man.
that video, the Russian video, you know, where the guy...
Yeah, it's a Russian video. I know the one you're talking about. Again, it's just, fakery. That's what that is. It's fraudulent. Or they could have put up a weapon and it exploded. That's all that was. It's just very clever. Hollywood.
Exactly, Jin. Well, yeah, not even that necessarily. I can't remember the exact details, but it was found out later on that they were testing some kind of new type of weapon or something like that, something along those lines.
Yeah,
just around the time that happened.
In the Tunguska, where it landed, it does look like a nuclear bomb. But,
or just a bomb of some kind or something like that.
Not nuclear, but some kind of
You know
bomb.
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
and it had that blast. That's why it leveled the land where they fired it off at. Simple, man.
Yeah. But But I'm asking because so I'm convinced there was what's the word? Huge cataclysm. There was a huge flood that they keep talking about in many cultures, and I'm trying to understand what caused it. And there is evidence of that in Africa and in Middle East. But so I don't know if there was like a comet or something that hit in the Mediterranean Sea.
No, it was done on purpose.
It was something else that it could have been.
No, it was done on purpose. Yeah, it was done on purpose. And they did, and it happened so quickly. That's how everything, lots of things turned into stone that were actually alive.
Back then, how intentionally? With what?
Yeah, you keep the mud temperature the same as the air temperature for about a year, and everything underneath it'll start turning into stone because they'll just start turning the minerals. They'll start turning into stone.
Okay, but what about the flood? The water flood? I mean, sorry, but how does this connect with that?
I don't think anyone knows for sure.
Then it's unflooded, and then everybody starts digging out those buildings again. Then they move into them and say, look, it was founded in 1853.
Okay, another thing that I think might have happened is when the the Gibraltar Strait, when Spain, what we call Spain, right, and north of Morocco split because they used to be together because continent split. When they split, the water from the Atlantic Ocean started going inside Mediterranean Sea, which Mediterranean Sea used to be a lot smaller in the area where it's visibly deeper and darker on the map. So when this water started coming in, I think this is what caused this massive flood in north of Africa and Middle East. That's why they talk about in the Bible, also in Islam and other stories, other cultures. I think that's probably what happened.
Well, okay, so if you have cultures all over the earth describing the same event, then it cannot be local. It is the entire earth that was flooded. And that's what we have as evidence that the flood was worldwide. So what causes that? I don't know. The texts give stories about it. It's up to you whether or not you think they're plausible. But I mean, as far as the Bible is concerned, it says the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of heaven opened, meaning that you had water coming in from both the bottom and the top, filling up the contained environment. And then the waters receded, meaning at some point somebody must have pulled the plug, it drained out, and now we have the sea level that we have today.
Interesting. The places where I hear being talked about the most is from Islam and Christianity, from these areas where I think this event took place. But because it happened here and it was so devastating, I'm sure the story will have spread throughout the world. Because
I'm not talking about the story. I'm talking about the evidence. The evidence is that the entire earth was covered with a lot of water, and that a lot of silt and a lot of material and a lot of sand and a lot of trenches were dug, a lot of rain fell, and it was a lot of water, and that's everywhere, all over the earth.
Interesting. I have seen a video where there were what are they called? These shells, I think they're called, from the ocean, from snails, from snails on top of a mountain.
Yes, and I've seen this with my own eyes. So I've been at an elevation of somewhere around 8,000 feet, and up on the top of a mountain, I found these seashells for myself.
It could just be that these rocks from the mountain were at sea level a long time ago. But
well, if the sea level was higher, that's fine, but that means that water was at least at 8,000 feet.
No, I mean that the mountain was smaller to the point where there was
so
no
the mountain
back then.
okay, yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not possible, but either way, that mountain was covered with water at some point.
But then there are some these seashells, snail shells, whatever. Some of them are inside rocks. So if it takes so much for a mountain to rise up, then I guess by that time these shells, I guess they wouldn't just remain on the surface. They would just like fall, going, all over the place under the rocks, stuff like that. I'm not sure. So yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I was elk hunting in Colorado and I found these seashells. So it's interesting, could the mountain itself have been at a lower elevation at one time? Sure, that's possible. But no matter what, it was covered with water. So whether the water was 8,000 feet high or the mountain was 8,000 feet lower or whatever you want to call it, this is a worldwide event.
Have you seen the place where they think that they found Noah's Ark?
Yeah, in the mountains of Ararat, whatever, which I think today is like a modern day Constantinople or Istanbul, or kind of in that area, or Nepal, kind of. So
no, it's in Turkey, I think, or Syria or Turkey.
Okay. Well, whatever they think they found, it'd be fascinating to see what it is they think they found.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, it's in Turkey, Mount Ararat. But in the beginning, and always, for me, this seemed weird and ridiculous. But I just heard that apparently they scanned the area, and the scan looks like it has some type of iron and materials inside it.
Well, that's probably not Noah's Ark then, because Noah was only working with wood, as far as we know.
But honestly, to me, this doesn't look like Noah's Ark. I mean, it just looks like rocks, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's probably just rocks.
Probably a ship. Probably a petrified ship. Yeah. Could be. Not an ark. It could be a petrified ship.
You're saying that wood can become petrified? I didn't know about that.
Everything can become petrified.
From what?
I told you how you do it. Go look up how to petrify something, and you'll see. You put it in mud for, I think it's 86 degrees, and air temperature above it needs to be 86 degrees, and it needs to be that way for, 6 months. And that's how they turned a tank into stone. There was a tank that got stuck in the mud. I forget where year. Anyway, they went back to get it. It was just a rock in the shape of a tank.
Oh yeah, petrified wood. I heard of that.
Yeah, that's what the NASA astronauts gifted.
I know.
As, yeah, the moon rock to the Netherlands that turned out to be petrified wood.
And the guy said it's not it's not the rock from the moon, right?
That's right.
And then they were like, "Oh, okay, never mind this guy then. Don't listen to him." No, I mean, I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. It could be flat. Just the fact that people are interested in this subject, to me already tells me there's a huge possibility. But I'm open to believe that the Earth is flat. But I've always, not always, but since then, Since before, sorry, even before this being interested in this subject, I've already found out that the moon landing was fake.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people that believe that the Earth's a globe know that the moon landing was fake, right? It's not necessarily a flat Earth proof or anything like that. But when we go out and actually test for curvature and don't find any over huge distances, then the Earth can't possibly be a globe. That's what's been done. It's been validated that there's no curvature over large bodies of water, like 40 kilometer distances, for example, that would have to have over 400 foot of curvature. Right? There's no curvature
hold on.
at all.
I have a screenshot here. I think I deleted it. It was from Facebook Reel, from that guy, I don't know, Sterling, whatever his name is, and he posted some pictures where you could like see a curve. There's like a line of these tall electricity towers going above the sea or ocean, and you could see like them like forming like a curvature.
Yeah,
these towers.
That's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Okay, we've got footage on different days of that same place with the same power lines where we can zoom in all the way across and see that they're completely flat, and we can actually see the buildings 30 miles away on the other side of the lake. It's called Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, that what we're seeing in that picture is called an inferior mirage. It causes things to look like they're doing exactly what you're seeing in that image. It's just a rare atmospheric effect that can happen, and we can replicate the same thing on a flat floor inside a house. Okay, I could show you a demonstration where you see the exact same thing.
Please show me.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Actually, just give me a second. I'll be like, 30 seconds. I'll have it ready. So what he does in this one, it's just done inside on his flat floor in his house. And he puts some blocks. He lines up some blocks across the floor. Just a second. All right, here it is. So he lines up some blocks across the floor, and he puts the camera down close to the surface of the floor. Okay, and then all he does is manipulate the temperatures in the room, the temperature and the humidity. And then all of a sudden, it looks like the row of blocks starts to curve, just like you see in that Lake Pontchartrain image. Right?
Did you post something?
Yeah, I'm just about to paste it now.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, so this person does hundreds of these at-home tests. Right? It's called a YouTube channel called Skyfree. Really good channel. Okay, and what you'll see is that he set up some blocks across the floor. And on the other side of the floor as well, he puts a red light as well. Okay, so before he manipulates the temperature in the room, you can see the red light. And then once he manipulates the temperature, you'll see the red light actually looks like it disappears behind an apparent horizon that just gets created from him manipulating the temperature gradient in the room. It looks the same as what we see in the Pontchartrain image. Now, also, if you have a closer look at that Lake Pontchartrain image where it looks like they're curving, you'll see obvious signs of miraging, right? You can see a mirroring effect, and I'll show you an example of that right now, like a close-up. And also, there wouldn't be that much curvature like that even if the Earth were a globe, right? That would mean that it would be like a tiny Earth.
That's a good argument, actually.
Yeah. You would never see curvature like that. Like that would just be like a little tiny mini globe. Look, here's another example someone did just on their flat floor with cans, just showing it's the same type of effect. And Here's another image that shows a inferior mirage over a flat bridge, and it looks exactly the same as what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, okay.
Okay, the next one that I'm posting, this is a side view of the same thing. The same lake, the same thing. Now, when we look at it from the side, when we can't have that miraging effect from the side. So we look at it from the side and we see a perfectly straight line.
Louisiana, yeah.
Yep. So here, the side view one just kills it completely. But here's another one. Okay, so here's a close up. It's like zoomed in, and you can see the mirroring effect. It's a miraging effect. Now I'll show you the same thing happening on a flat bridge. And Drace just posted one as well, where it shows like on a normal day where you don't have that mirage taking place, we can see just straight across like normal. And then the one I posted underneath, what you'll notice is when the camera gets pushed down closer to the ground, right, it's looking through like a gradient of heat. And it looks, you have a look at the left railing on the bridge. As he puts the camera down lower to the ground, you'll see that the left railing on the bridge goes from looking straight.
It's about heat?
Yeah, it's about like the way that the light travels back to the optic. So when you have really hot air down lower and cooler air above it, the light will always deviate towards the cooler air because cooler air is more dense. Okay, so it will deviate a little bit towards the cooler air because it has a higher refractive index, and it's going to make things in the distance look like they're sinking down, like they're displaced downward.
This sounds more relaxing. That if the Earth is flat, it just sounds more relaxing.
Yeah, it's definitely a globe spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different directions through space, or a nice stationary Earth. Much more relaxing, indeed. Great point.
And it sounds more realistic, actually.
Yeah, it matches exactly. Like what they've done is they've replaced everyone's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. Like we experience that water, a large body of water needs to have a container and that it's flat on the surface when it's at rest. Whereas they've convinced people that it just looks flat, but really it's curving. And they tell people that...
Actually, just now, right at this second, it's the first time I understand this point about the water. That, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't just stay like that, like stick. But then I don't know.
Well, this is what we can do, and this is what we have done. We can go test for the curvature. Now, if you have let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Okay, it's 10 miles across the lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and you're standing on the other side of the lake, right? This is just a hypothetical. Okay, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see you on the other side, because if we calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance, there's about 22 meters of curvature over that distance, if the Earth were a globe. Okay, that's 66 feet is about 22 meters approximately, something like that. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in. Say I'm 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. I zoom in across the lake. I shouldn't be able to see you unless you were over 66 foot tall. Like let's say you were 70 foot tall. I would just be able to see your head or something like that, like a little, right? That's like more than a 6-story building.
The island?
Well, no island, just a lake, like a 10-mile lake, just with water. I'm on one side of the lake. You're 10 miles away on the other side of the lake, just standing on the shoreline. And the only thing that's in between us is water.
Do you know about this guy from Hawaii? This flat earther.
I've seen some observations from Hawaii where he can see things that he shouldn't be able to see if the Earth were a globe from a long distance.
Yeah, he films the Oahu Island. You know that video?
Yeah, I've seen the video, yep. I think Jin CBR1 shares that video.
I don't know if he was zooming in. I don't remember. If I haven't seen his other videos. But he should make a video, because that's the perfect location. He should buy a better camera and make a video zooming in. Just curious to see. I'm curious to see what kind of, like, how like I just want to see something at sea level on the other island, like a human or something, or a store or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I'll show you. I can show you one right now.
Sure.
Right, I'll show you a good observation that's done over the ocean. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so the person that's doing this observation is a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John D, and he has a PhD in spectrometry. Okay, it's got another name as well, spectrophotometry or something like that. Anyway, he went out originally to try to debunk flat Earth by doing long-distance observations and laser tests.
I love those.
And he actually became a flat earther in the process because he was able to see huge distances. Now, this is one of his tests that he did. So just a second, I'll just bring it up. Yeah, definitely. Because he's a professional when it comes to optics and things like that. So anyway.
I'm a truther, man. I'm a truther. That's the thing about me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what our channel's all about, is just, you know, truth. Showing people, hey, have a look at this information and use your own logic and common sense and analyze it critically and come to your own conclusions. Okay, so here is an observation. Okay, so he set his camera up on the shoreline at the beach. Right, this is in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice, clear and calm day. And he sets his camera up at 1 meter high on a tripod.
How far away are these things?
Okay, so these things are windmills, like a windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm.
Mm-hmm.
And the closest windmill is 8 miles away. And the furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away.
What is this thing in the back? Looks like a building or
That's a ship. It's a boat. Yeah, there's a boat out there. And he tracks the boat as well on the shipping radar, on the ship tracking radar. And that boat's about 14 miles away, 12 point something nautical miles. So that's about just over 14 miles away. But anyway, concentrate on
that ship is 40 miles away?
14 miles away. So I'll show you some information about the ship. Yeah, we can focus on the ship, actually. It's 12.1 nautical miles, which is 13.9 miles. And it's actually called the Shetland Trader. So he looked up the ship. So I'll just post a few screenshots of the marine tracking, just so you can see the path of the ship and where it was. Okay, so the height of the ship above the water is approximately 7.2 meters. Here's some screenshots.
Can you repeat the last thing? Sorry.
Yeah, so the height of the ship, the deck of the ship, is 7.2 meters above the surface of the water.
How many meters?
7.2.
So the top of the ship is 72 meters.
7.2.
7.2 meters, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at how much it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I'll just explain what it says on the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so it says eye height, 1 meter. So that's the height from the camera. Okay, and the target distance is 22.3 kilometers, which is 13.9 miles.
Just 10 kilometers, please.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool. So the camera height's 1 meter high.
Yeah.
The boat's 22 kilometers away.
So that the camera is 1 meter plus the height of the person, or just that 1 meter?
No. Just he's got it on a tripod. Yeah, he's got it on a tripod, and it's 1 meter above
so 1 meter from sea level. Okay.
That's right. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat? It says Earth curvature calculator. Yeah. So on the right hand side is the measurements on the calculation with metric.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says the target hidden height should be 27 meters. Okay, so that boat the boat would have to be 28 meters tall, and then you would just be able to see the top 1 meter of the boat sticking out from behind the horizon.
How tall is the entire boat?
The entire boat is about 7.6. Can you see the graphic? Right, there's a picture of the boat there. I'll just post a couple of pictures of the boat. Some more information about the boat. Yeah, this is the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader.
23 feet.
Yeah, it's got it in meters as well.
So 27 meters is this? Is the height?
That's how much. No, 27 meters is how much that boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. If the boat was like 30 meters high, then you would just be able to see the little top of the boat, right? Like the top couple of meters of the boat sticking out over the horizon. But we can see the whole boat, basically. It's a little bit blurry, but we can see the whole boat.
Yeah, what about this reflection thing this guy is saying?
Refraction. Yeah, we can.
Refraction.
Refraction. Okay, so we have an extremely clear day, and we have minimal refraction on that day because we can see everything perfectly clear. So we know we don't have any crazy effects going on. Okay, so
what is this refraction thing?
Refraction is when the light deviates a little bit when you have a temperature gradient.
And it just conveniently makes things look like it's
So when you've got like people that try to debate against flat Earth, they'll just kind of say refraction makes the Earth look flat, basically.
Because someone said the same thing for the Oahu Island, which is 90 miles away.
Yeah, it's the only thing they can say. So they think that they've got like a magic word that they can say, which most of them don't really understand much about. Okay, and they think that because they say the word refraction, therefore they say that the light's bending, and that's what just makes the Earth look flat in all of these observations. Like anyone can go and do these observations. Okay, and every time you do them, you can see so much further than you would be able to see on a globe. And some of these people that try to debate against flat Earth, like for a hobby or whatever they're doing it for, they don't have an explanation for it, so they have to come up with something. So they'll say that the way that the light's bending is just making all of the water look flat. They'll say, this is what they're saying. Really, that boat isn't there. Okay, really, that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and it's not visible. It's geometrically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. But because of refraction, it just makes everything look completely flat, and all of a sudden you can see the boat. So if you were to like shoot that boat with a sniper rifle or something like that, right? They say that the bullet wouldn't even hit the boat; it would go straight through it because it's not really there. They say it's just an illusion that we can see the boat. It's the dumbest thing. It really is.
Oh yeah, by the way. Oh yeah. I was gonna look up how far away can snipers shoot. But yeah,
that was just a hypothetical. That was just a hypothetical. It's like four miles is the longest shot. It wasn't a literal statement. It was just an imaginary. Like if you
but maybe
shot it with a missile. Let's say you used a cannon or something that could shoot that far, a ballistic missile. They say that it would just go straight through the boat because that boat's not really there. They say really that boat's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but this is the problem. Okay.
They say that the bullet is going above the curvature if you also shoot that far, or yeah, like a rocket. If someone shot a rocket, they're going to say that the rocket goes.
If they this is what they're saying. This is just just a hypothetical example. Let's say somehow you were able to shoot a laser or something, whatever, a missile, a laser at the boat that we can clearly see. They're saying that boat's not really there. It's just an illusion. Really, that boat's not there at all. It's just refracted up, and it's not really there. It's just an illusion.
So what about an actual laser experiment? I heard there was one or something.
Yeah, sure. So
do you have some proof of that?
Yeah, we've got tons of laser experiments that have been done, but I'll show you.
Show me the furthest one.
Yeah, I'll show you one of the furthest ones right now. So just give me a second, or give me like 15 seconds. I just got to pull up the information about it. So I'll tell you a little bit about it while I'm just finding this. Okay, so this is a group called FE Corps, and it stands for Field Engineers Corps. It's a bunch of field engineers from Europe, and they got together and they spent about 1,000 hours and about $30,000 building an extremely high-tech, high-powered laser beam. Okay, extremely high-powered laser. Mm-hmm. So, and they did a test. Well, they did a whole range of tests, but the longest test they did was 40 kilometers over a lake in Europe. All right, so just a second. I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so what they did was they set the laser up at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the lake. And then they had a target 40 kilometers away on the other side of the lake that was also 1.5 meters height. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to shoot that laser across the lake and hit the target, because there would be a huge amount of Earth curvature over that distance. Right, just a second, I'll just pull up the test. Okay, so they recorded all of this. So we've got a 1-hour video where they go over all 5 of the laser tests they did.
How far away is the target?
40 kilometers away.
Okay.
Just a second.
And they're saying that how fast they're saying you should stop seeing something on the other side after the curvature. How short? Just 4 miles or when?
Well, what they're doing is they're setting up the laser level. So that means that if you picture a ball, okay, picture a globe, and then the laser sitting on top of the globe, and the laser's level, like it's horizontal, and it's going to shoot the laser beam straight out. Okay, so the ground underneath, right?
After how many miles the globals are saying this should happen? How many miles?
Okay, so this is how it should work. If you had a target that was about 90 meters high, and on the other side of the lake, 90 meters high, then the laser would hit the target 90 meters up in the air if the Earth was a globe. Because
so
there should be about
at the tallest point.
No, so if hold on a second. I've got some diagrams and stuff, so I've just pulled up the test here. So it's easier if I explain it with.
No. Like if you have a target, that's 1 meter tall.
Yep.
After how many miles do you stop seeing this target completely? If it was a globe, according to what they're saying.
Oh, okay. It's 1.5 meters high, so you would stop seeing it at about 2.5 miles, about 3.5 kilometers away, something like that.
Only 3 kilometers, you stop seeing it completely?
Yeah, that's where the horizon would be. That's where, you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond the horizon. Yep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So if you're 6 foot tall, this is what they say. If you're 6 foot tall,
anybody knows this is not true. Anybody knows this is not true.
Yeah, it's exactly. It just exists in mathematical form, right? In reality, it doesn't work because we can shoot a laser over 40 kilometers and hit the target.
Okay. That's
all right. So here's the test. Yeah, got it here. All right, I'll just post it. It's probably something you can go over in more detail, like later on, because it's an hour-long video. And there's also a Google Drive link, and they have a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the details for the test. But they hit the target on all 5 of the tests. Okay,
I remember this video, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. So there's like 90 meters of missing curvature. I'll just put some diagrams, just so you can. The diagrams have the numbers written down.
Tell me in this video where I should click to see the test or the light hitting a target. What minute?
Well, they do 5 different tests, so it depends which test you want to look at. I recommend probably
all of them.
Watching the whole. Yeah. What? Yeah. I probably recommend watching all of them. But it's this is one of the more technical tests because this is a team of engineers and they get into extreme technical detail about everything because they want to cover all bases, if you know what I mean. There's other laser tests that are more simple to follow along with if it's the first one that you're going to be looking at.
Well, they're explaining a lot of stuff, but I want to see the result because obviously not gonna watch 1 hour right now.
Yeah, the result is that they hit their target at 1.5 meter height, 40 kilometers away. If the Earth were a globe, that target should have been hidden behind 90 meters.
But why does it bend like that at minute 13:25? At 13:25, it rotates up in the air. Why? What is this?
Let me have a look.
13:24. Oh, I see. It's like a reflection.
Yeah. I think that they're trying to like. I think they're testing the equipment and that kind of thing, making sure they're leveling it properly.
No, it's something to do with the water. Look at the other stuff in the picture. All the lights are like a mirror. I don't know. It's like a, I don't know, water reflection, I guess, or something.
Yeah, what he's showing there is.
They're pointing in the water.
The laser is being pointed at an inferior mirage, and when it hits the mirage, the laser is deflected upwards, and you see a reflection of the laser.
Oh yeah, I can see now in the night picture. Yeah, I can see now. Okay. So this here at 13:25, 13:31. This is the result right here. This is when they're hitting the target.
No, this is a 50-minute video. The test at 13 minutes was them just doing a test, setting it up, and the conditions for the test weren't good that day because there was an inferior mirage.
Okay.
So they continue the thing, and that's why it takes 50 minutes because it's they documented the whole process.
You guys really want me to watch the whole video, huh?
You don't have to do it right now. You can do it some other time.
So yeah, this is kind of what it comes down to. There's tons and tons of these laser tests that people have done in all different weather conditions, different locations, all over the Earth. Okay, and they're hitting their target consistently, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking the laser from hitting the target in all of these, but the laser's always hitting the target then when we're doing the observations, we shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing in the distance because it should be hidden behind the horizon. It should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't. Okay, and the globe earthers don't have any tests that show the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's also not what we want. You said earlier before DJ or whatever. I don't remember who was talking before that. Do we want you to watch this video? No, I don't want or need you to do anything. This is about what do you want? Will this video land for you? Will these observations and these tests work? If not, just tell us up front. Say, hey guys, it doesn't matter what's shown in this video. It won't change my mind either way. It's not evidence. It's completely irrelevant. So we know to move on to another observation, another measurement, another practical demonstration. Rather than just like barking up the wrong tree to get that squirrel, let's just move on because there's something else might land.
So Elio, I've got one more really good long distance observation, which also has a laser test in it, if you want me to present it quickly. This is probably one of my favorite ones.
Just give me a second. I'm watching the moment where they say they hit the target.
Yeah, sure, I'll go for it, man.
But I'm not understanding what they're showing here.
Yeah, that's why you'd have to sit down and watch the whole thing from start to finish, so you know what point they're up to, and so they can explain what they're doing step by step.
There should just be one person at the end filming the impact. You know?
There is. But it is one of the more technical laser tests, so it's one of those ones that you have to sort of sit down and pay a lot of attention to the whole video because it's like step by step. And they're doing 5 different laser tests in the video, so you got to make sure you're understanding which one they're doing at which point. That's why I was suggesting a different one. I probably should have shown you a different one. I can show you a different one that's much easier to follow along with. It's way less technical. They're just shooting a laser over a 21-mile lake and hitting the target. Simple as that.
Let's see.
Right. They also do a really good observation as well. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. It's just uploading. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and what he's doing is he's zooming across a 21-mile section of the lake. 33-kilometer section of the lake. Okay, Logical Observations just posted the full video to it. But don't worry about clicking that just yet, because I'll just show you some screenshots out of the video. Some clips out of it. Because it's much easier than watching the whole video. But save the video for later. Okay, this is the camera that he was using here. It's a Nikon P1000. It's one of the most powerful zoom cameras that you can get. Can you see the picture of the camera? Elio.
Picture of the camera, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that camera is set up at 5-foot height, which is 1.5 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so here's a picture from like Google Maps, just showing you where he's standing and showing you where he's going to be looking across to. So you can see a yellow line. That camera is right at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in to see if he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake that's taking some footage so we can see what it looks like where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so this is what it looks like 21 miles away over on the other side of the lake. Can you see the picture of the shoreline there?
This is the picture zoomed in?
No. This is his friend that's on the other side of the lake where he's going to be zooming into. I just want to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So when he zooms in, you can see what it looks like over there. Okay, take note of the big giant beach on the other side, and then we can see a big giant white tower in the background. Just take note of that because...
This tower, yeah?
Yep. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the zoom footage. All right, so here's a screenshot of the tower and the beach shoreline from the camera that I posted the picture of. Okay, so this is from 21 miles away. And he did it during the daytime, and then he did it again during the nighttime, because quite often the globe earthers will say, oh, you need to repeat these at nighttime where there's less refraction. Okay, so he repeated it at nighttime, and once again you can see that it looks exactly the same. In fact, it's even maybe a little bit more distinct because we've got the lights as a reference. Okay, so just a moment.
And that's how many kilometers?
33.
Wow.
34 kilometers away. So over that distance, there should be 293 foot
I'm gonna
of
save
curvature.
this video.
Yeah, it's a really good video. So over that distance, there should be 100 meters of curvature.
Bro.
All right, now have a look at these pictures. All right, so here's a close-up of the beach and the tower again. Just a second, it's just uploading. Sorry, my internet sucks. Okay, so this is just a close-up of the beach and the shoreline and the tower. Now, this next image is the zoom footage, just a screenshot from the zoom footage. So what you'll notice is that we can see everything pretty much just the same. We can see the bottom of the tower. We can see the shoreline below the bottom of the tower. We can even see the lights reflecting off the surface of the water.
What about the previous image, the one during the daytime? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, the daytime one? That's just a close-up. That's just a close-up.
Okay.
Yes, just so you can see what it looks like from close-up. Okay, so over
From
that
the guy
distance,
who was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so that beach should be hidden behind 80 meters, just over 80 meters of curvature.
And this last one in the nighttime?
Yeah, that's from where that camera's set up, 33 kilometers away.
33 kilometers.
Yep.
And what are these things at the bottom? These are houses or what?
Yeah, it's like a mining
buildings.
Yeah, it's like a little mining
They're at sea level, yeah.
You know what I mean? No. This isn't at sea level. This is over the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Oh, it's look.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the tower?
No, the buildings. They're.
Oh, yeah. It's not really buildings. It's kind of like.
They're not on a hill or something.
No, I'll show you exactly what it looks like. I got some more pictures of it here.
No, like I'm saying, like they are down, so it's good.
Yeah, here's a few more pictures.
Yeah.
All right. So this is just some random pictures I found on Google, just so you can see. Oh, Overfences just put the Earth curvature calculator screenshot in the side chat. Eye height level
Honestly,
over fences. Oh, eye height level. Yeah, you got that right. So the horizon, right? This is what it's really about. So the horizon should be at 4.3 miles away. Sorry, kilometers. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. Anything beyond it should just be visible beyond the horizon. You know, if something's hidden behind the horizon, you would just see the horizon, which is the line where the sky and the ground meets. And then the tower, the beach, everything else. The beach should be completely hidden, and you should just be able to see some of the tower sticking out over the top of the horizon. Now, this is how far away the horizon should be. Right? I did a diagram, and I drew the black line across it. Okay, so that's at 4.37 kilometers, which is 2.7 miles. Okay, that's where the horizon should be. So that's the maximum distance.
What's this thing in the far left? That's where the buildings are. What?
Of which image are you talking about? Sorry.
This last one.
Oh, the last one.
I don't understand what this line is supposed to mean. I understand what
the black
horizon
line
is, but
the black line. Yeah, so that's where the horizon should be. Okay, so when he's looking out, so hold on a second, I'll just post another.
Oh, I mean, where is he in this picture? Taking.
Oh, he's at the bottom of the yellow line. That's where the camera's set up.
Taking a picture towards
the
in the picture.
towards the other side of the lake. Here we go. Look, this is just to show you.
At the top of the image.
Yeah. Have a look at this one. This one will explain it just fine.
Oh yeah, I understand.
So he's shooting right across that distance, but the horizon, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away, which is where the black line is.
I mean, even if it was a globe, it's ridiculous that that's where they're saying that the horizon should be. I feel like even if Earth was a globe, the horizon should be like somewhere like, I don't know, 100 kilometers or something.
Most people think that. Yeah, most people don't realize how much curvature there should be over a pretty small distance. Usually when we say that there's 22 meters of curvature over just 10 miles, which is 16 kilometers, sorry, 22 meters of curvature over 16 kilometers, they're like, that can't be right. And then they go look it up and it's like, yep, you can go look it up.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. It happened to me too. I was like, that doesn't sound right, you know,
it sounds
because
like low effort, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Low effort.
No, the horizon is never. It's never at that distance ever. Like I've never seen one observation in the last 8 years of looking into this where the horizon's even close to that. We can always see the horizon like at least 5 times or 10 times further away or more. Then, you know, in this observation, you can't even see a horizon at all over the whole 21-mile lake. It's just flat water over the lake.
Well, I never thought I was going to become a flat earther.
Yeah, me neither. None of us did, bro. Every single one of us thought it was ridiculous.
When it comes to 9/11 or moon landing, from the beginning I said, yeah, this is probably fake. But with flat earth, it's been years and years of, I thought it's ridiculous. But here we are. But you know, this camera, from this experience, is it like one of the most sophisticated cameras, you know?
It's a Nikon P1000. It's a Nikon P1000. They cost about $1,000, $1,200, and they have 125x optical zoom, which is far beyond what any other consumer grade camera will have. So it can zoom in like really, really, really far.
They should put this camera over the Oahu Island in.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Well, we have observations from all sorts of different places. We've got hundreds of these observations, and some people, what they do is they upgrade the camera and they fit it with infrared. So that means that it cuts through all of the haze and refraction and things like that, so you can see even further. So people are doing footage with the infrared cameras, and they're able to see even further than without it. And people are taking these types of cameras up on planes, and they're able to see things that are 1,000 miles away, that should be hidden by miles of curvature. There's a guy called Jay Tolan. He takes about $15,000 worth of camera gear up on a plane, and he does observations, and he can see things that you shouldn't be able to see by such a huge amount. It's crazy. And he uses like infrared.
Now I regret that I didn't pay attention when I flew with the airplane, I didn't pay attention to look over the window to notice
Earth's flat from an airplane too.
Because I remember it goes inside the clouds and then it flies over the clouds. So before it touches the clouds, I should have paid attention to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a ton of flights, and you just see a completely flat horizon from any trip that I've ever been on. I've flown over Alaska at 40,000 feet, and you just see a completely flat horizon. Now, that's not proof that the Earth's flat, because apparently, even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. It just further backs up that we all experience the Earth as a flat plane, right? Even people that believe it's a globe still experience it as flat and stationary. They just believe that it's a globe because that's what they got told while they were growing up. And then they've been shown pictures by NASA and things like that. And they see it in the movies and TV shows and all that sort of thing. So they just kind of have a belief system that the Earth's a globe. It's kind of like a tradition. It gets passed down.
So who's doing this? Is it like an occult or one world government, something?
Well, I think it's kind of like a tradition. It's kind of like information that's passed on as true. And most people are not going out and doing the testing. Most people are just taking it for granted that it's already confirmed. It's already been confirmed in the past sometime that the Earth's a globe. But once you start digging into how the Earth actually is proposed to have been like that it's a globe, you'll start finding it is actually cult leaders, like mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of the cult of Pythagoras, but he's the first person that's credited with saying that the Earth's a globe, right? And he didn't go out and measure the Earth or do any calculations or anything like that. They worshipped spheres. They thought the spheres were the most divine shape and that the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason. So
what about all this so-called science? I mean,
yeah, there isn't any.
Looks like it's
math. It's calculations. It's calculations that are based on assumptions. Like if you go onto Google right now and you type in who measured the Earth, who first measured the Earth to be a globe, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy that they can't even prove existed at all. And there's no writings left at all of him. They'll say that what he did, Eratosthenes, is he calculated the circumference of the Earth by measuring a shadow angle. Okay, he pre-assumed that the Earth's a globe, and then he made a few other assumptions, and he did some calculations based off those assumptions, and he just calculated that the Earth's a globe. And he's the one that's credited with calculating the circumference value of 40,000 kilometers for the globe. But it's a myth, right?
Let me add to it, because it's logically fallacious. It's circular reasoning, like you said. They pre-assume the Earth is a ball, and the shadows would look like this on a ball, and then the shadows look like this. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. We still do this today. We have children going through doing this fallacious exercise over and over again. However, the Chinese also did this during the Ming Dynasty, but they started with the assumption if the Earth is flat and the sunlight acts like this, the shadows would look like this. We see the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is flat. Circular reasoning doesn't become logical regardless of who uses it for whatever purpose.
Wait, this video is interesting. Let's see.
So guys, like basically you think like in the Cold War, the space war was like fake. It was like just a big
yeah, it was propaganda put on by NASA, and ironically 3 months ago Trump named them a spy agency instead of a space agency. Now they have a new classification as an intelligence agency. Now they're a spy agency. What do you think of that? So all the way back then, they were putting out the propaganda, and everybody fell for it. See?
If you look into Project Paperclip, you'll see that America recruited Nazis after the fall of Germany, and most of them went to NASA and the rest to the CIA. The Russians also got their share of Nazis, and those Nazis ended up heading up their fake space program.
I mean, that's what intelligences are. They are just spies. They've always been that way, even in medieval times.
That's what you get. That's what you get for your information nowadays. So you can listen to them, or you can listen to yourself and know the Earth is flat. And since you know it's flat, you'll be able to tell when anybody's lying to you in the future.
But I'm just saying that the country where the intelligences are, their own country calls them intelligence, but for the other countries, they're actually spies or assassins or saboteurs. But my point is, they've always been that way. That's what. Yeah. That's what ninjas were. Ninjas were basically just what the CIA is today. Or saboteurs. Every country calls them something else, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, well, I come from Vikings. We didn't have that shit.
Vikings. I'm sure Vikings may have some spies or assassins.
No. Like weak men, no likey. And I come from a country as well that we don't have an army nor a spy agency.
Do you guys believe that the Earth have an edge?
Wait, what country is that?
Extra quiet today, Trace.
Yeah, I'm probably not speaking directly into the mic. I'm sorry.
What country doesn't have?
I'm from
an
Iceland.
army, bro? Oh, Iceland. Oh, I mean Ireland. Yeah.
Just quickly to respond to the guy that asked about the edge. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming an edge. And we absolutely don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in the heliocentric idea of outer space. Okay, so we're not making claims to whether there would be an edge or not, or anything like that. What we're talking about is when we measure the actual surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature over very vast distances, in where there would have to be curvature if the Earth were a globe. Yeah. It's not like flat is not a shape. It's a descriptive term for a surface, especially in this context. So they tell us that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. Okay, but when we measure the surface of the water over large distances, there's no curvature. And that's repeated over and over again in all different locations, completely validating that there's no curvature present. So if there's no curvature, then you can't have a globe.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got a ton of tests, laser tests, infrared footage, long distance observations, mirror tests, all sorts of different tests that we're showing people. It's like, hey, check out this information, have a look at the tests. And the good thing is people can go and replicate these tests themselves, so they don't have to have faith or trust or anything like that. It can be something that can be obtained as actual knowledge, like a measurement. You can know for sure that there's no curvature.
I'm grateful for this discussion tonight. I've heard very interesting things. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no worries, man. I appreciate having someone here like that.
It's 3 in 2 days, by the way, DJ.
What was that?
No, a lot of people are like in the position that you're in. When they're shown this information, a lot of people are waking up to the truth, basically.
I mean, for me, like I said, doesn't bother me. nothing what people think. I mean, it's I have no problem with accepting that it's flat, so don't really care. Like, the thing is, people are just afraid and scared. So I'm not like that because I'm actually passionate by truth, especially hidden truth. Conspiracy theories. I'm passionate by.
Most people really care what other people think, and that's actually the tactic, or one of the best tactics that they've used against Flat Earth, is not to try to address our actual arguments, but try to make it that it's socially unpopular to believe in this, and that Flat Earthers are just tinfoil hat wearing morons. Okay, so people won't even want to get involved in it because they're scared of being ridiculed.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scared. Yeah.
So it's a smart form of propaganda that they actually use to try to keep things like this away from people.
That's why I say that people are afraid.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid. Like all the people can laugh at me and say I'm a flat earther. It really doesn't bother me, you know. It's just zero effect on me.
It's changing a lot. It's changed a lot. Quite often, people are much more. Like, people have heard about it. A lot of people are much more accepting of it. And people that you wouldn't even know are flat earthers, you'll find out, oh shit, I didn't realize he was a flat earther. And then you mention it. They're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. I've looked into it. But a lot of people don't talk about it, with their friends and family.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistakes people do when they realize this is they get sometimes overzealous with it, and they start trying to push it too hard, and that can push people away. But anything can do that. You get too into veganism, you get too into carnivore, you get too into workout, you get too into chess. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're super passionate about something, and if you don't know how to rein in that passion a little bit so that other people feel comfortable, you can push them away. And
too much
can kind of inspire passion in people because there's a lot of stuff to discover. The world opened up, and there's a lot of unknowns that are interesting to look at.
But I've always been, what's the word?
Truth seeker?
Maybe outsider, truth seeker for sure, but maybe outsider, the black sheep, like I've always been different than others, not just for the sake of it, but I've noticed, like, when people, I don't know what example to give you. When there's a joke and everyone laughs, but you feel like you want to put a different type of reaction, right, to that joke, like with an emoji reaction, for example. I've always been that way because I like to express myself truly, the way I truly am. I've always been different, and
yeah, sounds like you don't easily go with the flow and like to find your own path.
Yeah.
That's a valuable person to have in society, because otherwise, if everybody were following the same path, everybody would be like a lemming running off a cliff.
I know all the change starts from one person. I am that person. I believe it. I'm not afraid to say, hey guys, this is wrong. And I have done it in real life. In a large social group, I have done it. Not afraid to do that. Because I really don't care if people say I'm wrong or I'm weird or crazy. I have no problem. I've been used to that my entire life. It's who I am. You see, this is the type of people who learn about these things, at least at this stage, when it's not mainstream. This subject, for example.
Most people that mock and ridicule Flat Earth and defend the globe, they really don't they don't know anything about the globe anyway. They don't know any of the basics, and they don't know the Flat Earth arguments. They, in their heads, have pictured a flat disk floating in space, and they think Flat Earthers are a bunch of crazy people, like I explained before. thinking crazy things that's just propaganda, like Australia doesn't exist and things like that. They think flat earthers actually claim these crazy things, which they don't. And quite often when they come in here to try to debate with us, they get a rude shock because we can expose really quickly that they don't really know anything about the globe and they don't know anything about our arguments either. So they kind of have no ammunition and they don't realize that until they've already come in and engaged with us. So then usually they'll turn to like mocking and ridicule, or they'll just run away, fight or flight basically. But yeah, it happens every day in here.
Yeah, time. Excuse me. Time solves everything, and I would say that time is a powerful thing because, for example, like people have believed that the Earth it's a globe their entire life, and when they hear that some people believe it's flat, this concept is so ridiculous that they find it ridiculous. They find it ridiculous, and so they start to believe these people must be crazy. How can they believe such a ridiculous thing, such a concept that's so hard to imagine, And so that's why they start laughing and stuff like that. I think it's ridiculous. That happened to me as well. But then, after the funny stuff goes away, and it's been 5 years, 7 years since you heard about these things, and then you're like, okay, but these people are still talking. They keep talking about it. They're still going. Okay. So okay, let's hear what they have to say. Like you can laugh about it, but then if people are still talking about it, after a long time, you're like, okay, let's see what they have to say. Like you see people insisting. They're like, hold on. Is there actually something there?
Yeah, it's funny that they do have trouble imagining it, even though it's exactly what they experience every day of their life. Quite often when they come in, they'll say, oh, we're too small to see the curvature of the Earth because the Earth's so big. And then we'll say, oh, so you experience it as flat then? And they'll be like, oh, no. I'm like, but you just said that you're too small to see the curvature of the Earth. So therefore you experience it in your basic reality as flat. And they cannot, their ego or their subconscious or something like that will not let them, even say that it could be flat. Even though they just admitted that by saying that, oh, we're so small and it's so big, so we experience it as flat. And you say, so you experience it as flat. They're like, well, no. It's kind of crazy. And same with the motion of the Earth. Okay, so we'll say, do you experience the Earth as your base reality as motionless? They'll be like, yes, because it's so big and we're so small, we can't feel the motion. So you experience a motionless Earth. No. It's kind of crazy. Like nearly everyone's kind of like that. Everything that we're claiming is exactly what everyone just experiences, right? Water needs a container. It's flat on the surface. The Earth, we experience it as stationary. These kind of things. It's just
they tell you their true experiences, and then you're saying, oh, so that means this thing, and then they're saying, oh, that must imply another globe. So of course, then they become defensive because of fear.
Yeah, definitely. Here's another crazy one. We'll say we see the sun move across the sky. The sun moves across the sky. On a globe, when you're watching a sunset, this is what they're telling you is actually happening. They're saying that sun's not even moving from your perspective, and you're spinning backwards away from the sun, faster than the speed of sound, faster than a 9mm bullet. Right? And it just makes it appear like the sun's setting. Whereas the flat earther will just say, yeah, the sun's moving across the sky. They've put everything backwards Everything that is common sense, they've told you cannot trust your senses. You need to trust what we're telling you, and all your senses are wrong.
Yeah, and I mean this is according to the. Give me a second. According to the globe model, they're saying that there is this gravitational field, or what's it called? This atmosphere, right? And the Earth is spinning fast.
Yep.
And going fast, but somehow the trees and everything are not flying away, or the wind is not pushing them super hard. And they're saying it's because of this atmosphere, which is like a protection field. But if that was the case, I would expect to see some type of like millions of clouds, like levels of clouds, or level of some type of stuff, not necessarily clouds, or something, some type of like roof stuff that would make it seem like there was this atmosphere protection against the wind, the speed of the planet is going in the universe. But if it's flat and the sun is just clear and the clouds are just chilling, right? That makes more sense. Because the planet is not traveling
some days
super hard. That makes more sense now.
Exactly. It's just we have wind because of pressure systems, because we have temperature differences, and it causes pressure systems. And sometimes we'll have wind going easterly. The next day you might wake up and then the wind's going westerly, and then you might have a southwesterly, and it's just depending on what's happening with the pressure systems. Meanwhile, we can balance rocks. Have you seen those people that balance rocks? They're balancing, like, making the craziest rock sculptures by balancing all these rocks on top of each other really high. And meanwhile, they tell us that the globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And that whole system.
How did they even measure these things?
It's all theoretical, conceptual. That's what it is. It's a theoretical concept, a mathematical concept, whatever you want to call it. It exists in like mathematical formulas and things like that, not in reality. There's a ton of assumptions baked in to what they're telling us.
Yeah.
It all starts with the R value, the radius value. It's baked into all of the math behind the globe, and that's the radius value. That's what we can. That's the easiest thing for us to go out and test in reality, because it means that the curvature would have to be there, right? These long distance observations and laser tests, they also debunk gravity, as gravity is explained in the globe model. Okay, because the gravity dictates that that everything is being pulled towards the center of the globe, towards the center of mass. That means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate for gravity to exist. If the water's not curving, that means that gravity isn't possible, because if gravity is real, it has to be curving at that specific rate. It must be. So everything's going to come back to those prerequisites, or those pre-requirements for the Earth to be a globe, which is the curvature. It's the bendy water that they show us in the NASA pictures.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just so happens that the one thing that would actually confirm all their claims is impossible. It doesn't exist and returns a nil result. And they just conveniently have all these excuses why that is, right? Giant paper mache made, and you just can poke holes, it just falls apart.
Would be flat. Are you a Christian, DJ?
I'm not really religious. I don't really follow any particular religions. I do research into Christianity and that kind of thing. My wife's a Christian and my mom's a Christian. But yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm learning about things. That's not something that I really use when I'm talking about like this topic. I'd rather empiricism.
You seem very open-minded.
DJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are there any other planets?
Yeah, Earth's, like when you say other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet, and
yeah. So
what
just
we're
wondering, like, is Earth the only one surface like that is flat, or are there any other planets that are also flat, or
like
the moon? We believe in other planets at all?
Yeah. So this is. Let me explain it, because most people, when they hear about flat Earth, their whole life they've been taught this globe model where you have a big giant vacuum of space, and then you've got all of these big round planets and suns and things like that, and that we're on one of those planets. And when they hear about flat Earth, they try to replace the globe planet with a flat disk or something like that. That's not what we claim. We can't try to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You could probably think of the Earth more like the floor, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that we've been fed a big giant story about our whole life, about this light that you can see up here. This is Mars, and it's X distance away, and it's in a vacuum, and it's made out of this and that. And then this other one is Uranus, and on Uranus it rains diamonds and blah, blah, blah. Like, they'll tell us a big story about all of the lights that we can see in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, but we can't really confirm any of that. It exists more as a model. Okay,
what about
but we all see
telescopes?
Yeah, we can zoom in on them, and what we see, even through the best quality telescopes, let's use Mars as an example, we see a little blurry red, round-looking circle in the sky, but we can't really confirm exactly what medium it's in, what size it is, what it's made out of, etc. We've been fed a story about it, but we can't really confirm the specifics about it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to speculate or make a bunch of assumptions about. So we don't try to explain things that we can't empirically validate. This is the logic that I would use. I would say that if you can measure your floor flat, right, it doesn't matter what's going on above your floor. It's not going to make the floor start to curve. So if we're more about testing the actual surface of the Earth, and then whatever's going on up in the sky that we can't actually empirically get to test, we try not to speculate about it. I mean, it's fun to speculate, but we don't know for sure.
Okay. Then,
but you could pretend. Question. I mean, you could, in the heliocentric worldview, where they tell you that it is impossible for things to be flat. That kind of runs in contradiction with their own model, because they say anything is possible. Like, you've got Asgard out there. You got Star Commander. Thor. You got Middle Earth. All these globalist fan fiction. Terry Pratchett, Discworld. You got Dark City, the movie graphic novel. So for you to say, hey, my understanding of the heliocentric model is that all things must be balls, that's a very poor read and misunderstanding of what they're trying to present.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. The question is, why do they need it? Why do they need the whole complete lie about the globe and about the round form of the Earth? Why do they need that? What is the purpose of the lies?
I don't think most people are lying, to be honest. I think it's more tradition at this point, or something that's taught at university as fact that doesn't have any empirical evidence behind the foundations of it. Most people that are teaching you that the Earth's a globe, like scientists, professors, that kind of thing, they're just regurgitating the information that they've memorized from the textbooks that they had to memorize at university to get their degrees. And most of them have probably never even questioned that core mathematics and whatnot behind the globe.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that there were people in space, right? So they're aligned. Everyone who've been in space, they're aligned, right?
So they're lying about that. Then.
No, I knew that the moon landing was fake before I even started learning about flat Earth. It's clearly fake.
Yeah, you kind of know they're lying because they said so. I told
Look up the guy Bert Sibrel. Bert Sibrel. This is the best guy about the moon landing and all these things.
Bart Sibrel, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Bart Sibrel, an interesting character because he doesn't really like flat earthers. So it's a good source to use because he's not a flat earther. He thinks flat earthers are CIA without exception. He thinks a modern flat earth movement is brought to by the CIA.
Yeah, he thinks that because every people like he's met. How can I say this?
But I mean, we don't need to go into it.
He's frustrated because
hold on.
He wants to be taken seriously.
We don't go into that because you don't need flat Earth to discuss how Richard Nixon in the 1960s faked that stuff. That can be fully contained within the globe worldview.
So he believes the Earth is a globe. So he's frustrated because people believe he's a flat earther. That's his frustration.
Right. It's like Ken Hovind. He wants to be taken seriously about his stance on evolution and all those things, right? And then that's why he poo-poos flat Earth as well.
Yeah, there's also a chance he may have been fed poor flat Earth arguments by someone as well, and just got his whole perception of it completely skewed from the start.
Yeah, and that's why he concludes that therefore it must be CIA to mess with him or something.
Well, he might have interacted with some guy who gave him the impression, and that's what he's basing it on. But he's stereotype judging everyone as that. But
yeah,
I mean,
anyway,
I can understand.
He hasn't looked into it.
I can understand. He has a lot of good argumentation and has built a lot of work on debunking the moon landings, and you kind of don't want to taint your legacy if you've done so much work if flat Earth turns out to be wrong. So, like, I understand him not wanting to spend too much work on that and going off onto a tangent into this aspect, and I respect him being in his own field, if you will, of research. I don't want to force anybody to accept the truth. They will just come to it when he finally sees information from a source he'll accept.
Well, that's the thing. All these people that are talking about other conspiracy theories, or people who are talking about anarchy, because I'm into that. All these people, because the subjects they are talking about are already hard to digest, or hard to accept, or seem controversial, they don't need this flat earth stuff. It's gonna make it even more difficult to get the word across for them. You know, so that's the reason why.
I mean, why not push the boundaries though? Well, why stop at that, right?
Me, for example, I would push the boundaries, but Sibrel is, I mean, I guess he's trying to make a living out of this, and it's just, in the eyes of the people, this will make him seem ridiculous and stuff like that, because that's people's perception.
That's what I said. He wants to be taken seriously, and generally there's a stigma attached to flat Earth, which involves us just being crazy conspiracy theory. That's just outlandish, right?
He's trying to get the moon landing hoax understood by the general public, and he doesn't want any kind of negative bias to prevent them from being able to see his evidence. So he's trying to present it in the best way possible. Kind of like how we kind of like to just talk about flat Earth, so we can present the arguments and just the arguments, and people won't get hung up over their bias of like, I am vegan, or I'm a carnivore, or I'm this, or I'm that. We just want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, we experience something similar within our community, right, where we have people wanting to talk about ice walls and, you know, the outer ponds and that sort of thing, right, and domes and, you know, a specific cosmological model, right, and then, you know, and we're disattached from that to a large degree, right, and that we kind of don't want that stigma attached to us about what we're talking about pure geometry. Right, and what can be empirically demonstrated, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't.
It's a similar thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't like blame Bart Sibrel for not going into flat Earth. Like, it would be cool if he went into it because he does good research. But I'm fine with him doing the research that we can use.
Yeah, and I think about him is because he's talking about moon landing. The thing is, already when people are saying that the moon landing was fake, other people just automatically assume you're a flat earther. So that's why he had to say, he had like this strong reaction.
Well, they shouldn't do that because people were talking about the moon landing being fake the day it happened. People were rolling their eyes like, this is Richard Nixon. God, what's next? What, like, really, dude? So they don't need flat. This is it's kind of like a red herring. Because I first found out about it by questioning the Apollo program. I was on the server that had, this is years ago, as a Facebook page about the moon mission being fake, and they started calling me a flat earther, like a flurman, a flat earth vermin, if you question the Apollo program. And eventually, after hanging out on the page long enough, I realized they were a bunch of neo-Nazis. They want to dehumanize anybody who was shit-talking the Apollo program, because in their worldview, they saw the Apollo program as a righteous vindication of World War II Germany. So when you come there and say, hey, I think the Apollo program's fake, what they actually hear is something completely different. That you're like shit-talking like their perfect world, their utopia.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what people hear when you start talking about we didn't go to the moon. They're not hearing, like, when you say the Earth is flat or we didn't go to the moon. What they're hearing you say is God didn't bless America with a moon mission. That America was, make America great again. That high watermark of American exceptionalism, the Apollo program, that never happened. America was never great. That's what they're actually hearing. They're not listening to the data about, like, where's the telemetry data, where's the blueprints for the lunar rover, all that stuff, all the evidence about how the Apollo program was faked. They're not hearing any of it. It's going right over their head. They just hear you say over and over again that God didn't bless America. That God, America is not the shining beacon on the hill. America is not 60 years ahead of all other nations.
It's more than America.
Really
it's the whole world. It's all of humanity took a giant leap for mankind. And that's why it's so personal to all of them, because we're the most advanced right now. We could go to outer space. Don't take that dream away from me.
Yeah. My question is, what is all this money that NASA's taking? What are they doing with all this money?
Yeah, you saw the Apollo program virtually ushered in the Minuteman missile, the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's what it was. The whole kit and caboodle was a weapons program, which this because Eisenhower, the guy who signed it into law, NASA signed NASA into law, he says, hey, I tried to stop, I'm paraphrasing, I tried to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Now it's on you guys to do it. You have to stop the military-industrial complex. I failed. Then his vice president, Richard Nixon, runs for president. And for one of the first times only in all of U.S. history, a vice president doesn't endorse his own, or his president doesn't endorse his own vice president. So thank God, Nixon loses to Kennedy. And it prevents what was going to happen. But then Kennedy's assassinated. And Richard Nixon wins anyway. And then you get the Apollo program. And then you get weapons of mass destruction on a global scale. That's where that money went. That money went directly into developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. You know this too because all the countries that boast space programs, all 7 of them, all have exactly the same military capability. Intercontinental missiles. There isn't not one single, it's 1-for-1 correlation. So they're all in on it. They go, well, hey, you can't tell your populace that your space program's fake because I'll tell your populace that it's fake too. They're all in on it. They know that they want this spending, they want this military spending, they want to hide it from their populace, and they all kind of do a wink and a nod behind closed doors and pretend like they're boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity, and they're not.
Well, it's weird because I remain with the impression that Bart Cyber believed that China's and Russia's, or both, space programs are actually real, unlike the US or something like that.
Yeah, I really don't know.
He believes.
I stopped watching Bart Sabel when he started weaponizing the YouTube reporting system. It would go through, flat Earth channels and just mass report for copyright infringement. At that point, I checked out. If you're going to weaponize victimhood like that and pretend like, it's nothing. The guy's worthless.
That's not
useless at that point. Like he became the enemy. He thought the CIA would love to shut down flat Earth, and there he is doing CIA's work for them, while claiming we're the ones who are CIA. The guy lost the plot. It's quite embarrassing, but really it goes to show you that we don't need to talk about the moon mission. Let the globalists hash it out. They can sit there and argue about who got to the moon first and whose Sky Daddy blessed which space program. Here in this channel, we talk about the Earth, the surface of the Earth. All the rest of that stuff is peripheral content that really kind of leads to nowhere, like a bridge to nowhere. Because if they faked it or if they didn't fake it, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured, observable, and practically used as flat. Government today could come out and say, we faked it. And give reasons why. Say we're stuck in a Cold War, we had to develop weapons and all of it. Complete like Bill Clinton's book, like in his memoir about one of the things he came the president, and he looked at all the data and the information for the Apollo program, and he was stunned by the lack of content there showing that there was an Apollo program at all. And he said he had a kooky neighbor that, I can't remember the neighbor's name, but he used to talk about that the moon mission was fake, and he's like, what a kook. And he's like, wow, but now as president and having full access to all the classified information, he didn't see anything there that really convinced him it ever happened at all.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I know this is besides the subject, but just yes or no, do you think the 9/11 was a controlled demolition or not?
Yeah, that's another peripheral topic. You don't need flat Earth for that topic. The conspiracy type stuff. There's going to be people there's going to be people who think all kinds of things about it. And it doesn't match. It won't match. You could go down the list of flat earthers and it'll probably match the same swath of anybody. Like if you were to say and just go through a swath of all people, of people in the globe side, or just a general population, and just say, hey, I got some questions about 9/11. That's
no. That's not what I mean. I was just curious if you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to the topic. It'd be the same thing asking me like, hey, do you believe pineapple belongs on pizza? And I could give you the answer, but it would be the same probative value.
No, I just wanted to, because I sense this feeling that you guys are like me,
Yeah, I would say there's probably nobody like you. You're like unique in the world. You're one of a kind.
It's true. But I guess I was just curious about your guys' way of thinking. if you came to the same conclusions, how similar we are, basically.
Yeah, you got people on the globe side who also think that it was a conspiracy theory. So you don't need that topic, this topic. Yeah. So it doesn't match. It's one of those things where it won't work. You'd be like, you're like, hey, how many people here speak English or something like that? It wouldn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work. That question, that line of questioning doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's either a bridge to nowhere or an abrupt dead end that you have to turn around and go back the way you came. It's like,
topic of the room is the shape of the Earth, whether it's flat or not. Typically, people believe the Earth is a sphere. So if you don't have a question, we're going to ask, do you have a measurement of the curvature of the Earth to verify the claim that's been made?
So you think Earth is flat?
I know it. It's measured that way.
Oh, you know it?
Yes. I know how tall I am, just like you know how tall you are, because we've both measured our own height.
So how tall is Earth?
I don't know.
Interesting.
I wasn't talking about the height. I was talking about the surface texture. Flat. Because if it was a sphere, it would have a curvature to it.
Okay, where are you right now? Like which country?
America.
America, like. If you had a telescope, like I'm here in Turkey, like can you see me?
No.
If the world is flat?
No. Why would you?
I mean, if world is flat, like you can see me from that far away.
If you were able to see me and I was able to see you, then we could look at our own hands and see, like, the DNA within each cell of our hands. Can you see the DNA in your hands?
Not really.
Okay, so then why would you think that you could see thousands of miles away?
But I'm telling you, like, if I give you a telescope, like...
You have an idea in your head, and you're trying to say that, well, if it doesn't conform to the idea I have in my head, then it must not be true. So I'm getting you to verify whether or not it's possible to see thousands of miles away.
I mean, I can see DNA with a microscope.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so they teach me wrong then, because I study in med school.
Okay.
So it's all lie.
Why is all of it a lie if we're talking about the shape of the Earth and now we're trying to talk about whether or not you can see DNA?
I mean, you say you can see it.
Yeah.
No. You said you could see it. You said I should be able to see you from Turkey. That's thousands of miles away from me. The angular size of you and I compared to the distance, you would be smaller than the DNA on my hand. You don't see thousands of miles away. If you could just zoom in with your eyes and see me 1,000 miles away, you should be able to zoom in and see the DNA within your hands. You don't see that.
I mean, so I don't have to be like 3,000 miles away.
Is an asinine idea. If we could see thousands of miles away, there's no reason for us to have telescopes or microscopes.
Okay, forget about thousands of miles. Like you can't even see like 100 miles from you.
Depends what you're looking at.
Because there's a cloud.
Excuse me. It depends what you're looking at. You can see things like mountains from hundreds of miles away because they've got a large angular size. You're not going to be able to see you 100 miles away because you're really, really small. It all depends on the angular size of the object and the distance to the object, whether you can see it or not.
I'm talking about sea level.
Yeah, I know. You can see mountains from sea level.
No. Mountains are not from sea level.
Sorry, no, you can't see mountains from sea level.
Bro.
Silly.
I'm talking about two objects in the sea level, not mountains.
Okay, so how big are the objects?
Like one meter.
Okay, and at what distance?
200 miles.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to resolve something that's 1 meter tall at that distance. The angular size is too small. You understand things with distance appear to you to get smaller, right?
They are smaller, but you can't see them.
Yeah, until eventually they're too small for you to see. Because the distance is so far.
There's a lot of experiments and videos.
Now, you need to address what I just said, not experiments and videos. I'm trying to help you agree as to how we see things with distance appear to get smaller, don't they?
I mean, yeah, it's basic knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. So why are we struggling to have this conversation? If it's basic knowledge, I'm pointing out the basic knowledge to you.
I mean, I'm not saying to you, like,
it's
look
the
at
angle thing he's confused on.
Eyes.
Hey, kitty cat. Let's just say I'm holding a book standing in front of you. From the top of the book to your eye is a straight line. From the bottom of the book to your eye is another straight line. They generate an angle. Now, as I walk backwards, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller as I get further away. Now, when that angle gets down to 0.02, 0.04, 2.
0.02.
Thank you. When that angle gets down to 0.02, you can't resolve that image. That means the lens in your eye can't focus on it and tell what it is. Okay? So that's what's happening.
I'm not saying, like, look at with your bare eyes. You can use tools.
You can indeed.
And we do.
Okay, so when you use tools, like, you can still... You still can't see it?
Yeah. So this is where we started as flat earthers, making long distance observations with tools. With the tools that we use, we can see more than we're supposed to if the surface was curved.
Anyways, man, I gotta go. See you later.
Okay, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Reposting from the globe. The globe is not flat. I mean, the globe is not round.
Well, which way are you going to go, mate?
Oh, wait. Let me toss up a coin.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fail. Hey, NWH, maybe you could just measure it.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Oh, no one talk. Why?
I'm sleeping.
Hello. What's the shape of the Earth?
Oh, no. What about you? Do you know the shape of the Earth?
I think it's a sphere. Almost.
Okay. Do you believe that because that's what you were taught growing up, or you've actually checked?
I haven't checked. Yeah, I just believe it.
Right. Yeah, so we were also believing that, but when we actually went out and checked to make sure that that it is actually matching up with reality, it turns out that we cannot find any curvature.
Okay.
So if we calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we check for that curvature, it's never there. And at this point, thousands of tests have been done, and we can never detect any curvature. So this is something that we're bringing to people's attention.
Like where on the land there's some terrain. Like it's not completely spherical.
Right. So we would be checking over level ground, level surfaces like that of a body of water, frozen lake, body of water, lake, ocean, that kind of thing.
But it has to be a long distance.
Right. So we can calculate over a long distance how much curvature there would have to be if the Earth were a globe.
Yes.
So if we use an Earth curvature calculator, for example, we can calculate that over a certain distance, there would have to be X amount of curvature.
Yeah, but how do you measure that?
Well, we check for the byproducts of the curvature. Okay, so the byproducts of the curvature would be the horizon. Okay, a horizon would be at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. And then anything that goes beyond the horizon would start to become hidden or obstructed behind the horizon. So that would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Right. So when we go out and check for that, we check for those byproducts. They're not there. There's no curvature over these distances where there must be curvature if the Earth were a globe.
I haven't checked. I don't know. I don't really care. Like it does not really affect my life.
Right, because you already experienced the Earth as flat anyway, so it's not going to change anything because you're already experiencing it as a flat, stationary Earth, but you have a belief that it's actually not what it seems, that it's a globe. The only thing that would change is your knowledge, maybe some other things depending on someone's personal situation, but yeah, I get what you mean.
So if one day I build rockets, maybe it's gonna be useful to know that, but for the moment I don't care.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, so you could build a rocket, but you're only allowed to send up a rocket above a certain height. I mean, up to around a certain height, which isn't very high. So there's laws against how high an amateur can send up a rocket.
Well, I mean, if I work in engineering.
Yeah, if you work in engineering, you're still an amateur, right? If you wanted to build a rocket, so you could do a test for yourself.
Not just a test, just if one day, like I want to be an engineer, so maybe I can work in planes and stuff, or I don't know, for sure.
Well, if you work with aerospace engineering, then you'd be required to treat the Earth as flat and stationary when you design the aircraft.
For planes, maybe.
Yeah.
For planes, like it's different. Like the road you take.
Right, you treat the Earth as flat and stationary when you design an aircraft. And when you fly an aircraft.
When you fly the aircraft, you have to take into account that the Earth will be a sphere.
No, that's not correct, actually. Actually, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary, just like the plane is treated as flat and stationary when they design the plane. Because planes are designed to fly over a flat plane, essentially. Okay, there's lots of pilots that are flat earthers as well. This is the thing. You might use a spherical coordinate system, right, when they're plotting out their flight corridors or something like that.
Yes.
But that's just a coordinate system, right? That's just a coordinate system based off the sky for navigation. But essentially, planes are taking flight corridors, kind of like highways for the sky.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's not really something that proves anything, but planes don't really prove that the Earth's a globe or flat. You just treat the Earth as flat and stationary, though, when you use a plane. I mean, it could be argued as proof of a flat Earth, but I mean, I wouldn't go down that path personally, because there are people that genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe that are pilots, as well as people that genuinely believe the Earth is flat that are also pilots.
Yes.
Yeah. But the main thing is, anyone can go and test for the curvature over the surface of the Earth. I mean, over the surface of the water, which is most of the Earth is covered in water. And if that curvature's not there, then whatever's happening above that flat surface is happening above a flat surface. And that curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. It's not possible to have a globe and to not have curvature, right? Because gravity, all that kind of thing, right? The gravity would dictate that it must be curving at a certain rate, because everything would be getting pulled towards the center of mass. That means the water would have to be curving.
Yes. Yeah, maybe it can be tested if I go to the sea.
Yep. Yeah, this has been done many, many times now. And we can't find any curvature. I mean, we've got people trying to debunk flat Earth. They also can't find any curvature.
Okay.
For example, if you have a look in the side chat, right, this is a guy named Dr. John Dee who went and tried to debunk flat Earth originally. Now he does observations. And this guy's got a PhD in optics. He's a very smart. Now he's looking out at a windmill farm that is 11 miles out into the ocean.
Yes.
Okay, and he can see the entirety of the windmills touching the water. Now, if we check how much curvature there should be over this distance, right, we've got a distance to the object, 11.2 miles. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second with your question. Just a moment. Right, so the eye height level is 1 meter or 3.5 feet.
Yes.
Okay, that means the horizon should be at 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers. And the bottom of the windmill, right, the bottom portion should be hidden behind the horizon and obstructed by 52 feet, which is 16 meters. Right, and that's not happening. That curvature's not there. Gravity would dictate that that curvature must be there if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, if it's a globe, then it's to curvature.
Yeah, it would have to be there. In fact, we can even see a boat off in the distance when he zooms in. You can see a little boat off behind the windmill. Right, that's actually a very big boat. And that's 14 miles away, which is, I think that's 22 kilometers away. And we can see the whole boat. That boat shouldn't be visible at all. That should be hidden behind 27 meters of curvature. So this is what we this is what we're seeing when we go out and actually make observations in the real world. We're testing the globe claims, and it's not matching reality.
Okay.
I think Zay wanted to introduce himself and say hello. Welcome, Zay.
Yes. That's my
Welcome.
nickname. So first I'm going to introduce myself. Yeah, and excuse the background noise.
I can't hear anything.
My name is Mohammed Bin Laden 53rd. Sorry. And I work for Emirates. So basically I got a personal mission of recreating 9/11. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so look, when we go out and test the Earth, it's not measuring as a globe. And we all experience it as flat and stationary to begin with. Okay, that's what we experience. We see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon. We see flat water. We would argue that to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. And I don't think that's a crazy suggestion. I think that's common sense. Whereas on the globe,
if the Earth is flat, then there needs to be a container. Yes.
Yes.
But if it's a globe, no.
Well, yeah, if it's a globe, then you need some magical force, like gravity, to hold all of the water to the outside of the globe.
Yes.
But in reality, water needs a container. Okay, so the low spot in the ground, that's where the water will gather. Okay, so if you want to have a large body of water, right, you need to have a container of some kind. You need to have a pool or bucket or bathtub or something like that, right? And if you remove the container, let's say I'm holding a bucket of water and magically I click my fingers and the bucket disappears. Okay, the water's going to go everywhere and it's going to find the low spot in the land, right? It's going to try to seek its own level. So it's going to go down, 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 down. It's going to find the low spot in the land and it's going to sit in a puddle. It's going to form a puddle. Okay, and that puddle is the new container. Now the surface of the water above the puddle, right, over the puddle, it's going to be a flat surface because of the viscosity, the density of the water. It's going to collapse on itself because it's a fluid. That's what fluids do. It's a liquid. It's going to collapse on itself and it's going to conform to the shape of the container. And then the surface is going to collapse on itself and it's going to form a flat surface across the top. So much so that you could see your reflection in the surface like a perfect mirror. Now we can scale that up to a pond or a lake or a sea, right? Or an ocean. And it's the same concept, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container. And the surface...
The small body of water, if the Earth is a globe, then it's not really flat. It's a bit curved too.
It would be a little bit curved, yep. Yeah. It would look flat. It would look pretty flat. But once you start scaling that up, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be. So there's quite a lot more than what people think. When I first started looking into this, someone asked me how much curvature do you think there would be over 20 miles of water? And I didn't know. And they said, "I'll take a guess." And I said, "Oh, maybe a few inches or something," because the Earth is so big that, there would be just a tiny little bit, right? But actually, over 20 miles, there's actually 266 foot of curvature. Basically 81 meters of curvature. That's kind of like a skyscraper building height. That's it's like a 26-story building of curvature over that distance.
I haven't calculated this. I don't know, maybe. But
So you can calculate it if you want to check, right? You could go on, even you can just go and ask Google, or you can go on university websites, that kind of thing, and you can check.
Yes.
So it's very easy as well. It's 8 inches per mile squared, right? That formula works just fine over short distances to calculate exactly how much curvature there would be over a certain distance. 10 miles is 66 feet. 20 miles is 266 feet, and then it keeps getting exponentially more as you get over longer distances. 1,000 miles, 6,666 feet. Sorry, that's just 100 miles. 100 miles is 6,666 feet of curvature.
Yeah, I speak in metric, but like I'm on calculator.
Yeah. What's that? So you can go into Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you'll find a bunch of calculators.
That's what I did.
Oh yeah, exactly. So you can put in the so that screenshot that I put in there, that's just from an Earth curvature calculator. You can change it to metric as well. So you put in 18 miles, observer height 1 meter. It'll tell you the distance is 3.4 kilometers, and then it will say object obscured part will be 16 meters. If you want to do it in metric. So 16 meters, that's like a 5-story building. So the bottom 5 stories of the windmill, the furthest windmill that you can see on the right-hand side, that's 11.2 miles away. So that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a 5-story building. The horizon, essentially. You know what the horizon is, right?
No. I mean, what do you mean by horizon?
Like this, when you look out into the distance at the ocean,
yes,
it's the furthest distance where you'll see a line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Oh yeah, yes, okay.
Yeah, horizon line. And on a globe, that would be because of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but in reality, and according to the actual definition, the horizon is just the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. And it's a product of perspective. So yeah, that's like, we can test, like, if you're, I mean, when I was at school, I remember them teaching me, if you're 6 foot tall, okay, 1.8 meters tall, and you're standing at the beach or any large body of water, the horizon would be at 3 miles, which is about 5 kilometers away.
Yes.
But when we go out and we check in reality, we can see the horizon 20 kilometers away, 30 kilometers away. It depends on the weather conditions, really. Never do we see the horizon where it should be on a globe. And the horizon, things that go beyond the horizon should become hidden behind the horizon, physically hidden behind the horizon, kind of like if you had a hallway and the hallway was curved. Okay, and then your friend walked away down the curved hallway, and they're going to disappear behind the curvature of the hallway, right? You can't see them anymore. They're physically obstructed. They would be gone from your sight. Same thing would happen. Same thing would happen with the globe.
Like the windmills, I don't know how they are installed.
Well, they just dig them into the ground, right? And then they stick out of the water. It's just buried in the sand, you know.
Yeah, but are they buried in exactly the same depth?
Well, it doesn't matter because what we're concentrating on is how much of the windmill is visible above the surface of the water. Okay, so it doesn't matter if the water is 50 meters deep or 1 meter deep, right? 1,000 meters deep, right? What we're looking for is what's hidden, right? Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Maybe one is just shorter than the other.
Well, it doesn't matter how high they are, right? The windmills are just distance markers, right? So they could just be 1 foot high. Okay, if they were just 1 foot high, let's say it wasn't a distance marker. Let's just say it was a canoe or a buoy or something like that, or a swimmer. Okay, if that was the case, they should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Right, but we can see the bottom of the windmill. Okay, we can see where the windmill actually touches with the water.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So the reason that he did it with the windmills is because if he didn't have a distance marker, then you wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. Okay, you could see the horizon, and it could be 3 miles away, or it could be 20 miles away, and there's no way to know. So that's why he did it when you have a distance marker, and that way he knows that, okay, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. But because we have the distance marker, we have the windmill at 18 kilometers away. Okay, we can confirm that the horizon is actually way, way, way beyond where it would have to be if the Earth is a globe. All right, so I'm just going to put a diagram in the side chat here. So this is what a horizon has to be on a globe. Okay, I'll just read it out quickly. See the diagram? Yeah, just a basic diagram. It's not to scale, but it's to give you a general idea. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line, right? The horizon.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Like that the items, they will be cut.
Right. So, the next thing to do is to repeat this test on a different day. Okay, so he went and he did it on a different day, and he even lowered the camera height from 1 meter, and he lowered it down to 60 centimeters and did it again. And when he did it again, he could see the same thing, right? There was no horizon at the distance that it should be, and there was no curvature present. Okay, so here's the comparative observation on a different day. The top one is from 3.5 foot height, and then the bottom one, or maybe it's the other way around. The top one's from 2 foot height, and 3.5 foot height, which is 1 meter. Okay, so once again, we can see the whole platforms. Now, I'll just show you a close-up of what the what the windmill towers look like. So you can see what they look like from close-up. Right, so here's a couple of pictures in the side chat. So when it's low tide, we can see the black section at the bottom of the platform.
Yes.
Because when I guess the salt water corrodes the yellow paint off or something like that. So he's doing the observation at low tide. And when he zooms in, we can see that bottom section of the oil platforms very clearly. Right, so what you need to remember is, that curvature, it has to be there. If the Earth's a globe, it must be there.
Yes.
If gravity is real, it's would be pulling everything towards the center of the globe. There's no exceptions to that.
Yes.
So the conclusion would be that, okay, this is something that needs to be taken seriously and something that needs to be considered and maybe repeated again and again. And that's what's been done. We've repeated this in different locations. We've done it over giant lakes. We've done it over frozen lakes. We've done it over salt lakes. We've done it over different places in the ocean. It's also been done by teams of engineers using high-powered lasers. Instead of just making an observation, they'll shoot a laser over the surface of the water over a large distance. Okay, and then so basically they'll set up the laser at 1 meter height, for example, right? So they'll set up the laser at 1 meter height. They'll make sure the laser's horizontal, and then they'll calculate the distance across a lake. Let's say we have 40 kilometers across the lake. and then they'll set up another target 40 kilometers away that's 1 meter above the surface. Then they'll shoot the laser across the surface of the water and aim at the target on the other side of the body of water. And if the laser hits the target, then
there's a problem.
Yeah, then there's no curvature. So we would calculate how much curvature there should be over 90 kilometers, and there's a lot of curvature over that distance. So if the Earth was a globe, then the laser at point B, right? The laser should not hit the target. You should be able to see that laser for 90 meters up in the air.
Yes. It's like higher or it hits the water.
Right. If you pointed it directly at the target, then so you would have to calculate how many degrees you would have to tilt the laser downward to account for the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so if you would have to point it straight at the target. Okay, and if you were doing it that way, the laser wouldn't be horizontal. You would be pointing it slightly downward, right? And then if the Earth's a globe, the laser beam would hit the water so from 1 meter height, the horizon would be 3.4 kilometers away. So that when you get to 3.4 kilometers, the laser would just hit the water, and then it wouldn't be seen at all from point B where the target is. All right, but if you make the laser horizontal, then you picture yourself as standing on top of the globe, basically, right? That's how they tell us that we should picture ourselves because of gravity. You would be standing at the top of the globe from your perspective. Okay, and then if you made the laser horizontal, okay, then it would.
Then it shoot very high up.
Yeah, it would be higher and higher the further that you go along the distance. All right, so I'm just going to post a laser test, right? So this test was actually done over 40 kilometers distance. This was done by a team of field engineers called Field Engineers Core Group, and they actually custom built a $30,000 laser, extremely high powered, high precision laser. And they set the laser up at 1.5 meters height, and they had a target at 1.5 meters height, 40 kilometers away. And they did 5 different tests actually, but 40 kilometers was the longest test. Okay, so they made an hour-long documentary showing the process of building the laser and doing the test. And they also have a 100-plus page PDF document where they show all of the technical specifications. What's that? Right, so
what did they shoot the laser at? You know what I mean?
So this is done in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was done at Lake Balaton and Lake Isle. I think that's the names of the lakes that they did. But they show you their location, they show you their coordinates, they show you everything, the whole setup.
It's like explaining how the Earth would be flat, right?
Well, it's testing for the curvature, yeah. I wouldn't say that they're trying to... Yeah, they're just testing. They're saying, okay, over this distance, we can calculate that there would be X amount of curvature, and let's test it. Let's test to see if it's actually there. And they do 5 different tests, and they can't detect any curvature. The laser hits the target every time. So it's not just a little bit off, but there's no curvature at all. And what I was saying to the other guy was, if gravity is real, okay, then it would have to be curving at a certain rate, because gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of the globe, towards the center of mass. So that
even
curvature...
light itself. Would gravity be sort of pulling light, or? Well,
not really. They don't say that the amount that gravity would make the light deviate over this distance would be less than less than a millimeter, like nothing that you would bother taking into consideration if gravity were real. Okay, but it would be making the water curve. And the water would have to curve, right? Just because of the size that they tell us of the globe, right? They tell us the radius value, 6,371 kilometers. That, in combination with gravity, that water has to be curving at a certain rate. So even according to the mainstream literature, they would tell you that, like any body of water that's 40 kilometers across has to be curving at roughly X amount. I could tell you the exact amount.
I heard... I heard once the flat Earth explanation of the tides moving is like it's still related to the moon because water's like diamagnetic or something like that, and the moon is meant to be this ball of plasma or something.
Yeah, if I was to speculate about the cause of the tides, I would say it probably does correlate with the sun and the moon. And the electromagnetic
the moon at least,
field,
right.
Well, probably both. I mean, because I'm not sure though. Like, it would require a bunch of speculation and a bunch of assumptions. I mean, because we can't really validate exactly how things that are way up in the sky work that we can't really get to test.
I don't understand. Like, people think gravity moves the tides. I mean, if it can move all that water. Like, if the moon can move all that water just moving about, sometimes quite vigorously, like, why don't we fucking feel it or nothing?
Yeah. Well, look. I mean, think about this as well. They tell you that when the moon passes over you, it pulls the water up, and that's what creates high tide. But we have 2 high tides per day. Okay, if I go to the beach, there's high tide, and then there's high tide again that same day. 2 high tides in one day, 2 low tides in one day. But the moon only passes over you one time. Okay, and the time that the moon passes over you has nothing to do with the time that it's high tide either. It's not like the high tide just comes when the moon passes over you. That doesn't happen. You can have 2 high tides happening in one day on the other side of the earth at the exact same time that the moon's above you. Really? So even Yep.
But okay, I'm just I'm going so away from
you're heading off?
the audio. Yeah. I'm leaving the channel. Bye. Have a good
you're
day.
heading off. All right, man. I appreciate your conversation. Have a good day.
Any like round earthers come in?
Yeah, lots of crazy stuff with the tides, man. It's hard, it's hard to explain because there's some places in the ocean where there's no tides at all. There's multiple places that are just don't have any tides, 0 tides. And then there's other places that have 50-foot change in the tides. Yeah, tidal nodes make no sense, and the globe explanation
you mean like
for
in
tides.
The sort of tropics, they don't have tides or something like that?
Well, some places do, some places don't. Like, so some places around the Caribbean that have no tides at all, and then there's other random locations that have no tides. Like, if you have a look at a tidal node chart, it will show you all the places that have no tides. There's no real uniformity to it, if you know what I mean. It's it's super random, just like how the electromagnetic field is also very random once you have a look at a chart of how that works. Lots of unknowns, lots of mysteries, but we can confirm that the water's not curving, so whatever's happening is happening on a flat surface.
Yeah, it's very interesting about the tides because I don't know. I guess it's something that needs to be looked into.
Yeah, I agree. The globe side tries to have explanations for everything, but they
it's
fall
always.
short.
I noticed it's always gravity. They're like, oh, gravity. It's gravity there.
Yeah, it's kind of like a band-aid to patch up all the holes in the logic in the globe model. Just gravity, or if we can zoom too far, they'll just say refraction. So gravity. How can we have upside down? How can we have upside down people in Australia? How can we have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe? How can we have gas pressure and water inside a space vacuum? Gravity, 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 gravity. What's gravity? They say, we have no idea what gravity is. We don't know. We can. You just have to have it. If you want the globe to be a thing. And you ask them what is it, and they're like, next question. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, you know that thing about how in the southern hemisphere the water sort of turns like when it's going down the drain different to the northern hemisphere, right?
That's kind of like a myth that's been debunked, even according to the mainstream. You can there's tons of videos.
I heard it being true, but a lot of round earthers will say it, right? They'll explain that. I mean, how do you explain it on a fucking round Earth? Like, if there's no up or down in space, or gravity's fucking...
Yeah, they don't really use that argument anymore. If someone uses that argument, it means they haven't really looked into it. Or they heard it on TV, or they heard it on some silly article or something like that. But if you look into it, it's actually a scam that people do at border location, equatorial locations, where it's just like a scam. So they'll set up a tub and they'll move to one side of the equator, and then they'll get a crowd around them, and then they'll pour the water a certain way into the tub that makes it circulate a certain way. So when they let the plug out, it makes a whirlpool in a certain way, and then they'll move it across to the other side of the equator, just a few meters away. And then they'll pour the water in the opposite way. So it has a slight motion. It already has a slight turning motion. And then they'll pull the plug out and it looks like it's going the other way. And then they'll put it where they think the equator is, right where the equator is. And then they'll do another trick where they pour the water in a different way, and they'll let it sit for a bit so it's not moving at all. And then they'll let the plug out and it just goes straight down. It doesn't turn in a certain way. It's just a scam. It's a scam to scam tourists. And people, there's tons of videos where people will show their house, right? They'll have two different bathrooms in their house, and they'll say, oh, look, in this toilet, it spins clockwise, and in the other toilet downstairs, it spins counterclockwise. It's just to do with the design of certain sinks and certain toilets and things like that. It's got nothing to do. It doesn't happen because the Earth's a globe. But you can look into that.
I remember looking it up once, and it said it wasn't a myth, but I look it up now, it says it is one. So that's like...
Even everyone in the comments sections will be like, yeah, this is just a scam. Even globe earthers and everyone now everyone most people know that's a scam now.
Well, not like scamming out of like someone's money, but scam as in like...
Well, it's a scam. The people that do it on the borders, I mean, on the equator tourist sites, they're the ones that are doing the scam, because that's when most people hear about it. People try to show tests that show it going the opposite ways at the equator, and they're scammers, right? They're scamming tourists. I mean, they're showing people a fake test, and then they want to get... Yeah, people give them donations because they've performed, right? It's kind of like a busker, right? They're performing, they're doing a magic trick, and then they put out a hat, right? And the tourists will be like, oh, wow, that was amazing. And they'll put $5 in or something, you know. That it's a scam because what they're doing is dishonest. And then people are donating money voluntarily because they've just been given a service, in a way, entertainment. It's the same as a magic show, right? People are tricked, right? The person's lying. They didn't really pull a rabbit out of their hat that was not there before. Okay, and then people give them money because they got entertained. It's the same kind of thing. It's even more deceptive than that because people know magicians are just doing tricks, whereas they think that this person is actually doing something that is due to the curvature of the Earth, which is not true.
Or is everyone else in here just sort of like listening?
Yeah. We got 2 YouTube bots recording at the moment. Most people are listening. You know, some people listen to this like a podcast while they do their work as well. And if anyone else has any questions, then jump in. But yeah, there's people coming and going all day.
I'm gonna go out for a fag right now, and then be back in a moment.
Yeah, all right, man. Catch you.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
No, I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about gravity once. He called it the he said that you can explain how it affects things like, you know, newtons and whatnot, but when you explain what it actually is, it's like kind of impossible. He called it something like bullshit, like the curvature of space-time. Something Albert Einstein, I think, came up with. And it just... fucking silly, really. Curvature of space-time.
Yeah,
thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's a mathematical concept, basically.
Mm.
Like the curvature of space-time fabric. Like, come on.
Yeah, curvature of space-time. I've never heard such fucking nonsense in my life.
Did you hear the little clip I played just a minute ago?
No.
Yeah, I'll play it one more time. Funny, because I thought you heard that because you came in and said exactly kind of what I just played. Listen, I'll play it one more time.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Oh my god, no, that's so weird that I came in and said that.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
I guess I saw the thumbnail there, What is Gravity? I just thought about it. I've definitely heard that clip before, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to have a globe, you have to have some magical force, basically, or pseudo force, right? Because Newton said gravity is a force, and then Newton was replaced in 1915 by Einstein. And then they say, oh no, gravity is not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. But to have a globe, right, and the outer space fantasy, you have to have some magic, right? And gravity is part of that magic to make all of the things that don't make any sense logically work.
Einstein was a plagiarist and a fraud.
Yeah, there's
and
a lot
he also was a warmonger. Jewish also.
And an inbreeder as well. Married his first cousin.
Yeah, they all... Because I heard this the other day. All Ashkenazi Jews are related to up to only 30 generations ago. I mean, that is like... That's fucking crazy, isn't it? The amount of inbreeding with that is quite wild.
Quite wild indeed.
It's probably why they all look like sort of fucked up. I mean,
There's an interesting quote in the side chat that Obvious just posted from Newton. Basically saying that he didn't want gravity attributed to him and that nobody that's not batshit crazy should believe it.
it's a bit like Charles Darwin when he said evolution, like the human eye can't be explained with evolution or something. And he said, evolution was a load of shit. Quite similar.
Yep.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up, mate?
What is this chat about?
Earth, I'm pretty sure. The Earth being flat.
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Yeah, I just look outside. Seems fucking flat to me.
Yeah, long distance laser tests. Long distance laser tests, long distance observations. No proof that it's a globe in the first place. And like Eddie said, we experience it as flat and stationary. Okay, but when we actually go and test over the surface of water, okay, it's not curving. Water requires a container. Large bodies of water at rest are not curving over the surface area.
I mean, it's just as simple as just fucking looking at the ocean and being like, just looks flat, doesn't it?
Well, it does. That would be a baseline, right? That would be a starting point. Because the globe earthers will just say that because it's so big and we're so small, that's the reason it looks flat. But then we've gone out and actually tested for the curvature and validated that, yeah, it is what we observe it as. It's not curving. Because if it was curving, then you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance based off the height of the observer, and then you would have to have curvature over distance, which would mean things that go beyond the horizon become obstructed behind the horizon. And that doesn't happen, as it should if the Earth were a globe.
I saw Flat Earth Dave's video of the sun setting or something. Because it's meant to get smaller, sort of moves away, something like that. And quite an interesting video. Typically,
look, they're pretty convincing videos. They're pretty convincing when Flat Earth Dave shows that happening, but here we like to even analyze Flat Earth arguments and make sure that misleading arguments are being addressed. And when it comes to the sun appearing to shrink as it moves away, most often when you're seeing that happen, it's due to the sensor on the camera picking up a lot more light when the sun's higher in the sky, and it overloads the sensor and it makes it look like it's really big. It's kind of like a glare effect. There's a particular word for it. I forget exactly what it is, but there's a particular effect with the sensor of the camera. If you use a solar filter, it doesn't do that. It doesn't change drastically. It does change a little bit, but it doesn't change drastically, right? If we use a filter, that negates that glare effect that happens. And most often you'll notice that if you rewatch the footage, you'll notice that it's very blown out, right? Just due to the glare. And what happens as the sun moves further away?
Is that as the sun's rising, right? The glare happens. Right?
Well, when it's higher in the sky, there's less atmosphere blocking the intensity of the light. When the sun moves further away and gets lower in the sky due to perspective, you're looking through much more air, much more atmosphere. It's quite dense over distance. That's why it turns red as well, because the blue wavelengths can't push all the way back to your eyes. That gets absorbed and scattered by the atmosphere. So as it moves away, the atmosphere kind of acts like a natural solar filter, right? That's why you can look at the sun when it's setting, but you can't look at the sun with your naked eyes when it's up in the sky because you're kind of looking through a natural filter, which is the air, the atmo. But yeah, if you use a solar filter,
you can look at the sun when it's up there. I think it's called sun gazing, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's if someone's not an expert.
I do it for hours at a time.
I think some Globers came up with sun gazing to see how many dumb flat earthers would try it out and burn their eyes out.
I've done it, and it works because a lot of people, their eyes they're not used to the light, so they have to wear sunglasses and whatnot.
Dude, the sun changes luminosity by 23,000 times between the moment it is just above the horizon and the moment it's at its zenith, the highest point in the sky. So of course you're going to get a glare, right on the camera that you're using, or just on your own eyeball. When you watch the sunset, you're going to see the glare shrink because its apparent brightness shrinks so much that the sensors on the camera and the cones and rods on the back of your eyeball are not being overwhelmed as much. You don't have as much of that brightness bleeding over across the entire surface because the luminosity's diminishing so rapidly and so dramatically. Which is why, like DJ was saying, hey, if you take out a solar filter and look at it, the sun's apparent size does change. It is variable, but it's not variable necessarily with sunrises and sunsets. And it's variable to about 1/20th or 1/30th of the average width of the solar diameter and angular size too. So it's really not that much, and enough to claim that perspective causes it to appear to diminish in size. That's a load of crap. But I mean, you can burn out your eyes if you try sun gazing. Absolutely do. I mean, go just look at the Mayo Clinic, right? Look at all the cases.
I know people that end up starving themselves when they're sun gaze because they think they don't need food because when you do it, your stomach feels full. I don't know why. I'm sure there's some sort of explanation, but
yeah, if I was starving and then my eyes were burning out, I'd forget I was hungry for a minute.
I mean, it's this weird thing, your stomach feels full. It's not like you have pain in your eyes and you're forgetting that you're hungry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, there could be something to it, but I mean, here we definitely can't recommend people look at the sun. I recommend people don't look at the sun. Yeah, but people can get better. People can adapt to being able to look at the sun for longer over periods of time. But it's
also nice because once your eyes get used to it, you can look around without squinting when it's really bright.
Gosh. There's no actual getting used to it, dude. What you may get used to is how close you can get to actually burning your eyes out and getting blinded by it. But it's not like it's going to strengthen your eyes against the resilience against the sun's harmful effects. You can't train your eye to get strong against the sun.
I don't think the sun has harmful effects. I think it's very healing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, especially sunbathing as well. Incredibly important.
If you take your camera and point it at the sun, you'll burn out the sensor.
Maybe.
Absolutely. It creates dead pixels.
Yeah, but it's important for bone health as well, like vitamin D and things like that.
Yeah, it's a good thing you don't have to stare at the sun or shine the sun on your asshole like some flat earthers claim to do.
Yeah, it's best to sunbathe naked, especially get it to the balls if you can. Healthy sperm,
Dude, are you? You're funny.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm obviously not joking. You should.
It's probably true. It's true to some extent, man. The sun's great for you.
You should sunbathe.
Spread your cheeks and shine it in your asshole, right?
No. You don't have to do that. That's fucking
And you drink your pee at the same time.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on those flat earthers
That's
too.
for people. That's for like vegans that are sort of mineral deficient, so they drink their own piss. That's why Hindus do it also, because they're vegetarian.
Yeah, they also have that shit throwing party too every year.
Yeah, they fucking eat literal cow shit and drink it and bathe in it. Those people are
Sounds really enlightened.
They're quite nasty. Freaks of nature, I would say. If vegans drinking their own piss, they're fucking, you know, it probably needs some sort of fucking intervention or something like that. You know what I mean? No, moon gazing as well. It's quite nice to do because it's quite the moonlight is quite soothing, especially when it's a full moon.
Ooh. Hello.
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 You Indian, bro?
Anti-globalist. Yeah. Goodbye.
What's up, dude? Hello and goodbye.
He said anti-globalist. Goodbye.
Yep. Goodbye.
Hey, you guys know Eric Dubai, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he went like. I guess he sort of got misled, like with that vegan shit. Like, he just went absolutely fucking bonkers. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think he might
he's a
drink his own
long-term.
piss.
He's like a long-time vegan. He's been a
Yeah,
vegan
nasty.
forever. Yeah, it's not for me. That's for sure.
I was vegan for 2 years, and I still have like fucked up bones from it.
Yeah, I go on. Well, my wife, pushes me to go on these sort of cleanses sometimes where you're just eating fruits and vegetables and stuff for a couple of weeks.
Oh,
And you're hungry all the time, man. You eat a giant plate of broccoli and beans and shit for breakfast. And then an hour later, you're freaking starving hungry again. And you got to eat another giant meal. And then, it gets frustrating, right? But if you eat like a nice balanced meal or like a plate of meat with, a balanced amount of
Started eating raw
other
meat
foods,
also,
you feel
like
full.
grass.
You're not hungry anymore. It's like
I would say you feel
most of the day.
satiated, not full.
Well,
you
yeah,
get a
yeah,
lot of
exactly.
people that say like, "Oh, I'm so full, man."
Yeah, not full. I
when
know
they
what you
stuff
mean.
their-
You feel like you've eaten and you don't need to eat again. It's not. You don't feel hungry anymore.
Yeah. Satiated.
Satiated. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe I fucking fell into that bullshit. But I feel like if I didn't go vegan, I wouldn't have found out about all this other stuff. So, you know. And also, all that fiber as well will really fucking destroy your stomach and just make you fart and shit all day. And also make you very constipated.
Yeah, your gut biome turns into a brewery and starts fermenting, and that's why people get distended bellies.
Yeah, we get a massive gut from all the fiber. Also, kidney stones from the the oxalates and whatnot in spinach or whatever it's called. I'm not sure. I started getting my milk from this farm down the road that doesn't pasteurize the milk, so you just drink it like sort of straight out of the tit. And it goes into the carton. Very delicious. Once in the UK, it's legal to sell it. I know for other places it can be like quite hard to come by. Like in a lot of states and Canada and Australia as well, they banned selling it. Oh yeah, California. I think that's like you sell that shit in like Whole Foods or something. The raw milk. $20 a gallon is fucking absurd. It's like I think over here it's like £2 per litre. So it's quite cheap.
What's that? What did you say? Hun?
I think some just Chinese guys said some fucking bing bong bang or something and just left.
Mhm.
Ballerina Pachuchina. Allô, salam.
الو
Allô, salam. الو
سلام لاباس
فين لاباس بخير عليك هانيه
بخير كلشي مزيان الحمد لله
الحمد
وانت
لله الحمد لله لاباس اش
كتعرفي
كتعاودي
داير سيف لاباس عليك
لاباس عليه هابو مخنفس بركي تخنفس
مزيان شويه بدي نطراس
انا غندي
راه ما مشاش في الصباح
اه بخوسه تجي تهضر مع ماماك ولا
خاصهاش ديما
الو
الو حبيبي ديالي لاباس عليك
لاباس عليك
قول لاباس الحمد لله
لاباس
كي
الحمد
لاباس
لله
عليك كلشي بخير
مالك قصتك فادي
لا مشيت ديك طبي برات
برات وشنو فين وعدتك
كلشي مزيان
عندك شي حاجه تما نشوف بلاتي دور رجلك دور رجلك نشوف
هذيك اللي النقطة
هاد النقطه شنو دجاجه ديدي
So the Earth is flat or round?
So someone asked me in chat, why do stars get lower in the sky when you go further away from them? Well, why do they get lower in angle? I guess angle from what? The horizon angle and change. Well, you know, when you move around, objects that are stationary may shift in their angular position. Whether it's a house they're driving by or an airplane maybe that's flying over you, someone from an airplane would watch you get further away and change in angular height, size. I mean, it seems to be a pretty fundamental question. Like, why is it when you get further or closer to objects that they scale in size and position? You know, but what about the stars? What the stars fundamentally are, I don't think anyone knows. Right? You can point instruments at them and pick up spectral information. That doesn't mean you know what they are. Like, I don't get it. Why is it when you move closer underneath an object, it appears to get higher overhead? It's almost like the answer was in the question itself, right? How far can one see through the atmosphere? Well, that depends on a lot of things, doesn't it? I told him to go ask his globe friends. That's got to be Rich Evans again. About the only thing these guys are good for is baiting us into answering stupid questions. So we sound stupid, so I don't even know why I bothered. If Earth is a globe, how come you can't see a flat Earth? These guys are idiots. Yeah, so what's going on? I feel like I need to wash my brain. Like my brain needs to get rinsed off after reading all this stupidity in text chat. It's making me dumber just looking at it. maybe this is a new troll tactic. Like maybe this is where they're going with this. Is we're just going to ask the dumbest freaking questions we can come up with and see if flat earthers will waste time with it. We'll ask dumb questions with loaded preconceptions, and we'll see if they waste time. We'll just tie them up in knots because, hey, I mean, it's better than them actually being productive with somebody who cares. Welcome to the feedback chamber. Interesting that his membership date and join date is September 25th, 25. Like the same day he created an account, he joined the server. I wonder if this guy's got a rap sheet here. Let me see. Oh yeah, shocker. Okay, shocker. Let's plug in that user ID. Check this out. Messages. Scroll, 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 scroll. T-Dub from 2 months ago. Hey, Flat Fiend, DM me your original account name. We want to know who it is we're talking to. You're obviously on an alt. 2 months ago. Hey, I got a better idea. Get on your mic, Flat Fiend. Up, and he was text muted 2 months ago. And he was banned 2 months ago for 39.59 minutes for being a troll. Has it been 39.59 minutes?
Guess that was me.
Maybe it's our old friend Gunslinger.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, it has been about 39.59 minutes. Boy was just waiting for his account to get unbanned so he can come back. How about that? Yeah, it might be Gumslanger.
Leandro, you're hot micing a little bit there, buddy.
Oh, and he's been permanently text muted. Excellent. Excellent. Yep. That's how to deal with that. Those are the dumbest questions I've seen. Like the dude who's asking a formula to prove if you're seeing something the right way. Hey, I'm not sure I'm seeing this correctly. I'm going to have to use a mathematical formula to confirm that I actually see it. Hey, I measured my couch to be about 4.5 feet long. I actually need a formula and a model of the couch to compare this with, so I know that I'm correct.
That would be pretty dishonest. It's almost like they want reality to be a computer simulation. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
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 We are women. We are free.
Hello?
You know,
What do you say? We are women, we are free?
Who said? Anyway, Flying Truth. Do you have a small conversation with me, please?
This is an open panel. I mean, we can all have a conversation with you.
Oh, okay.
Camel.
Okay, as because we are in Flat Earth Discord, so shortly, can anyone just shortly give me the or why Earth is flat?
Yeah, well, it begins with your experience. You don't know what a globe should be because you've never seen the curvature of the Earth, you've never felt it spin, and nobody's been able to measure the globe surface. So, beginning with that, the question is how do you know that Earth is a globe?
Boom!
What about the space and the people who go to the moon watching?
Yeah,
what
well,
about
couldn't they go
NASA?
to space above a flat Earth too? Like, there's a lot of space above a flat Earth.
Okay.
So the answer is you think it's a globe because you believe everybody else thinks it's a globe.
No, I'm just thinking with you about that. Okay, what about NASA? I think there is a great how can I say company? It's called NASA, and it's very old.
Yeah. So same question, right? NASA shows you a picture of what looks like a globe. How do you know that that picture is what the globe should look like?
From these people.
Yeah. Yeah, they say, hey, look, I got a picture of Bigfoot, and they show you a picture of a big hairy beast. How do you know that Bigfoot is supposed to look like that? You've never seen Bigfoot. Well, if they show you a globe, right, this beautiful blue orb in the blackness of space, how do you know Earth should look like that? I mean, it's circular logic to say because they showed me a picture, right? So what I'm basically showing you in the audience is you have no way to independently verify what Earth should be because all you experience is a flat Earth to begin with. You have no way of experiencing the globe that you're told exists and you're shown pictures of. That's the starting point. All right, this isn't the conclusion yet. This is just the starting point. So we've gone out and we've tested the surface. We've measured it. We've measured it with lasers. We've measured it with long distance observations based off of surveyed distances for those observations. We've obtained high altitude infrared footage. We've got flat earthers with weather balloons going to 120,000 feet. Yeah, I mean, we've got so much evidence. We've got probably thousands of cases to present to you. And the funny thing is we've been looking for globe evidence that's done to the same level of standard, and we can't find any. Right? What we've got are unverified claims, like NASA showing you pictures that you have no way to test. Well, I shouldn't say that. You do have a way to test for it, right? You go out and you measure the surface like we have, and you find out that it can't be curving the way NASA presents it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The point is you can't reproduce those results.
Okay. NASA, it doesn't say the truth, and the Earth is flat, and it's not a global. But the question is, why they say it's global? At the same time, maybe it's just maybe, because we are playing in something called the possibility. As because we say it's a flat, they say it's a global. Why they don't say it's a circle or triangle? Just I want to know why they say that, or why they life for us. And also a small question. What should I do if I know it's flat or global? Where is the point? It doesn't make any difference.
Well, NASA might not necessarily be actively lying about the shape of the Earth, essentially, right? They might be lying about space travel, right? Going to space. They might genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe, right? And be lying about presenting CGI images of that. Okay, and how would it benefit you? I mean, and unless you like living a lie, right? If you want to know where you live, you know, it will change a lot of things, but you probably won't know until you actually take a dive in and do your own research and come to that conclusion yourself. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
So the case, it's not about the Earth or not about it's flat or globe. It's about something, another something else. A great
Not necessarily. No, this channel is about whether the Earth's flat or the Earth's a globe. Right? Flat's not a shape though. But yeah, this is about critical thinking, seeking truth, right? Testing things that we get told by the mainstream. And sharing information with people that have not seen the information yet. Encouraging people to think critically.
You know, you asked why would it matter if it's flat or round? Well, why do you choose to believe that it's round if you know it's flat?
Mm-hmm.
Like Yoder said, your experience is that it's flat. All measurements on Earth dictate that it's flat. All engineering practically uses it as flat every day. So the entire experience is a flat Earth. And then, but you want to ignore your own senses and say that your senses are lying to yourself. And then you say, well, what difference does it make? Why would you want to live that lie?
Why not?
You want to live a delusion?
We have no idea.
Well, like DJ said, there's a way that you can know.
Okay, but the case, so in this case, it will go us to another something else. It's not about flat or not, but I want to know the Earth is flat or global. Is this it's a result or a point to go to another something?
No, this is testing whether the Earth's a globe or not. When we test it, it's not a globe.
Okay, I will go with you in the end. Now the Earth is flat. Okay, so?
Yeah, so what? Now it's flat. Yeah, so
okay.
What are you expecting to happen? Fireworks?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
He wants a prize.
A parade.
We could give you a prize. You know, you could get a T-shirt with your name on it or something like that.
Hello everyone. Hello guys. Hello.
Hello. Look. You might not understand what of an impact it would make on your life, but I guarantee it's had a big impact on anyone that finds out. Anyone that knows that the Earth's not a globe, it's going to have a big impact. It's not going to change the way that you experience the world because you already experience the world as flat and stationary. It's going to change the way that you look at the world. It's going to change maybe the way that you do your research. It could have all sorts of different decision-making potential, right, depending on the individual. I guess you'll never know if you never go.
Actually, Mr. Nagin, it was 10 years ago. I was making a conversation like this with some people behind me, like my father, my mother, my teacher also, and I made a conversation about the gravity. And you know, it was a bullshit to talking with someone like him, or some people doesn't have any information about that.
Yeah, you got to pick the right types of people to have the right types of conversation with. Otherwise, it could have a negative impact.
Yes, but you know, right now I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle in this. I don't have the how can I say that in English? Let me just translate that. Courage, yeah. I don't have courage to talk about that. You know?
Right. Well, you know, you found the right place. If you are interested in learning more about the topic, then this is a great group of people that can, you know, show you the empirical evidence that cannot be denied.
Yes. Thank you.
Prasad?
If you guys have yeah,
what were you going to say?
If you guys have a server for this, or just only this room?
Yeah. So we're from a server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay.
Can you give me the link, please?
What's your? Yeah, I'll send you a friend request. Who am I talking to?
Weal, WEAL. Hey DJ, was I just hot micing earlier? Because I was like yelling at this guy. Okay.
No, you weren't. Okay, I sent you a friend request, and then once you accept that, I can send you the invite to our home server, which has about 25,000 members and lots of information. And I'll also send you an invite to another server, one that I own and Yoda also owns. And that's like a big library of information as well. There's stacks and stacks of information in both of those servers combined. So send you the invites.
Time.
Man, I just found out that the government thinks 75-gallon water heaters for residential applications is too inefficient. So they banned it. You can only get like 50 or 55 gallon. That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Like, what do you do when you got a family, big family that likes to take good hot showers? Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to. The government says you're wasting too much water. Really, I live near like a major river system in the United States.
And don't we pay for our water as well?
Yeah, right. So why don't you limit it at the price point? Yep. Like basic economics, you raise prices, you curb demand. Like, I mean, 10th graders learn this in high school. But no, can't. We're just going to go the supply route. So now the guy, I was speaking to a guy to give us some estimate. He's like, well, what they've done, they've got a way around it. See, you just like put this like thermal recirculator doohickey on top of your tank. And it's like, it functions now like a 50 gallon tank plus an extra 25 gallon and quickly heating reserves. I'm like, oh yeah, really? So I bet that's pretty inefficient if it's hooked up to the electrical grid. He's like, oh yeah, these things consume a lot of electricity. Well, why not just give us a 75 gallon tank? And I'm like, and besides, I want this hooked up to natural gas instead of, electrical power. So, does the government like want to encourage that? Getting off electricity and onto natural gas, isn't that cleaner? Oh, no incentives. And in fact, that technological solution is actually a bit more complicated and it's going to get more expensive because your gas manifold coming into the house isn't big enough. So we'd have to do this and do that. And like, oh, crying out loud. I know I'm derailed here, but there's a great book, actually 2 books by a great author named Jeffrey Tucker. Jeffrey Tucker's an economist with the Mises Institute, or was. And one of them was called Bourbon for Breakfast. And another book he wrote is called It's a Jetsons World. It's basically a book of his diaries, his diary entries, where he's ranting and raving about how stupid all this crap is that we deal with consumer grade electronics, consumer grade appliances, and things that like the Environmental Protection Agency mandates be changed about a system that ends up making it less efficient altogether, thus increasing like carbon output, thus increasing electrical consumption, thus doing the very thing that they claim to be trying to curbing in the first instance. And how on the back end, the statisticians working at these agencies are cooking the numbers to make it look like they're making progress when the opposite's happening. So yeah, great books. I mean, especially if you want to get pissed off at your government. But he also has helpful tips on how to deal with some of this stuff. Like, if you never thought about it before, you can open up your kitchen faucet by unscrewing the cap and taking some pliers and pulling out an EPA regulated like restrictor valve and increase the flow rate for your kitchen sink so you can wash kitchen dishes more effectively. So all kinds of fun hacks like that he talks about. It's a really good series of books, honestly. I mean, but we got much bigger issues going on now, apparently, like, satanic child trafficking cannibalism. Like, holy crap, guys. Like, the entire Western world is built on an altar to Moloch. And that is not an exaggeration anymore.
All right, Yoda, we have Prasad Raju in the chat.
Prasad Raju, hello, welcome. Oh, he's deafened.
He's put himself on deafen. He says, so Australia is fake, NASA is fake, gravity is fake, but somehow Qantas Airlines is perfectly real, landing upside down every day.
Have you seen Jay Dyer's new music video on the booger whistle? Let me go find it. Actually, it's a fun song. I'm going to see if I can play it. Oh crap, I can't because of the autocorrect. Can you play this? I'm going to post. Y'all are in for a treat.
It's that booger whistle, baby. Let's see. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What? They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see. Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce. What? How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce? What? I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. How many Rolls Royces you got? Get over there in that communal living. By the way, get out of my Rolls Royce. I heard he's got 14 Rolls Royces. And by Monday, he would have 15. That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby.
Thank you, DJ. I was jonesing for that song this morning. That was Booga Whistle, Cringecore by Jay Dyer. Man, look at Greg from Fight the Flat Earth's technique. Like, he does it palm in and palm out with the same finger, doing the twist. Like, he's well practiced, well rehearsed. Such a smooth move, like a smooth transition from one to the other. Just bang, bang, cleans it out. He does it with he does it with such finesse and so delicate. Grace and poise. Palm in, palm out, and disposes of the evidence. Hopes nobody was watching. using the pinky, right? Because that's furthest away from your index finger. Trying to act all casual and smooth, just bang, bang, get her done. One nostril, flip around, other nostril. Dispose of it. Probably years of perfection doing this in the back of the classroom. I mean, what a pro move that is. I don't think I've seen anybody pick their nose with such pure elegance. And I like how he's also got like the nonchalant eye movements going on, like looking this way, looking that way. Just like, I'm observant, I'm cool. I'm not paying attention to my own action, my hands on autopilot. Palm in, palm out, dispose of it, done. Smooth transitions, bro. Look at that. Like there's no fumbling around with it. There's no indecision, no hesitation whatsoever. Very surgical. Like surgical commitment is what that's about. He'd probably actually be a good surgeon if he applied those skills in the same way to helping the goodness of mankind. But that's Greg from Flight the Fat Earth. Flight the Fat Earth. Flight the Fat Earth. I mean, you don't get that way overnight, that's for sure. You don't just wake up one day and like, man, I got to clean out the cavity. Palm in, palm out, wipe it off, done. No, that is not.
Hello.
That is not emotion that you just.
Hey, mate,
it's not emotion you just wake up one day and perfect. Hey, yeah, we can hear you, man. What's up? You like that song earlier? The Boogo Whistle? Boogo Whistle Flute? How come all these gurus got them Rolls Royces driving around, these swamis, and then expect you to adapt to communal living? Boogo Whistle. Energy vampire. Smooth booger eater. Yeah, like I'm with you there, dude. Like, how come people come in, start interrupting the stream, and then go silent once they're addressed? Makes no sense. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Indiana Jones. Bad dates.
Yoda, because they got no manners. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. They're eating them boogers.
Yo, talk to me, and then go silent after you're addressed.
Well, you've lived long enough. You've lived through enough funerals of family members and friends and so on. I think back to some of my family members who passed on years ago. And the kind of world that they used to complain about then in their day before they passed away. Things have gotten so bad, the kind of world they complained about is the kind of world that I wish we lived in compared to all this freaking satanic, cannibalistic debauchery going on in the West. Can we say that?
Sure. Absolutely.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.